Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto resurrected Rias and Anko and had Harem? Also check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. The elemental nations were at peace. Madara had been defeated, Kagaya had been sealed away, and the 10-tailed beast had been re-separated into the 9 individual beasts that everyone knew. Shukaku went back to Gaara. The same goes for Gyuki and Killer Bee. Naruto had ended up claiming the full power of his lifelong partner, Kurama. Sasuke had been pardoned for his numerous crimes and was now on his journey of self-redemption, and the hero, Naruto Uzumaki, was next in line to be Hokage. Everything seemed picture perfect, right? Sadly, life has a way of destroying the sails just when things were sailing smoothly. On Training Ground 7, we find the savior of the world going through a training regimen and wasn't paying attention to his surroundings while his partner was snoring away inside the seal, neither noticing that their lives were in danger. Sasuke Uchiha had been biding his time, only pretending that he was reformed, and went along with this peace that was making everyone weak and complacent. His journey of redemption was just a veil to hide his true actions, to train without being hounded and disturbed by Anbu. He had a plan to get the world back in shape, and it involved killing their savior. With him gone and their anger and hatred reignited, he could have them focus all of that on him, making him the villain they needed to overcome. Seeing that Naruto was so focused on his training, he decided now was the best chance he'd have. He knew that the moment he flared his chakra, the Anbu as well as any shinobi nearby would be on the location in mere minutes. With a quick flare, his Chidori was charged up, and with his Rinnegan, he quickly closed the distance between before driving his jutsu through the blonde's heart, leaving a shocked expression on his face. Cough cough. Droplets of his crimson life essence dripped from his mouth. Sasuke, why? His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The traitor smirked, knowing that not even Tsunade nor Sakura could save him, and as he predicted, a squad of Anbu were already there with their weapons drawn. Sasuke Uchiha, you are under arrest for attacking the hero of the leaf. Come quietly, the lead Anbu ordered while the others surrounded the last Uchiha. I think not, the Ravenet said with a cocky smirk before using the body flicker to escape the village. They would have followed, but their top priority was getting the blonde to the hospital. Send word to Lady Tsunade and Sakura Haruno. Get them to hospital on the double. Yes sir, the eagle-masked Anbu replied before flickering away to carry out his orders. The others carefully picked up their hero and made their way to the hospital as quickly and carefully as they could. The doors to the hospital busted open as Tsunade and Sakura came in. Where is Naruto? What happened? It was the Uchiha. We found him standing over Naruto, and the hole through his chest suggests that the Chidori was used. Dragon quickly responded, doing his best to suppress his nervousness. Sasuke. No, that can't be. He changed. We were just talking about getting married. Sakura said in denial. There was no way that Sasuke was still a traitor. He wouldn't have betrayed her and Naruto again. Where is Naruto? The former Hokage stressed in a firm tone, not in the mood for a run around. He's in ICU. He started but was pushed aside by the frantic medics. When they arrived in ICU, their eyes instantly went to the charred hole where his heart should be. Sakura started to tremble. No, this can't be happening. Her legs gave way and she fell to her knees, covering her mouth as tears rolled down her cheeks. Even Tsunade had tears in her eyes, but she bit back her feelings and went into medic mode, doing everything she could do to try and save him. This is like Hazuka Castle all over again, only Ryazetsu isn't here to save his life. Single quote. Tsunade thought as she used her mystical palm jutsu. After 30 minutes of trying, Tsunade realized that it was futile. She ended her technique and stood there looking at the corpse of the young man that she came to see as a son. Her body started to shake as memories of her time with this young man flew through her mind. Slowly, she put her hand on his face and ran her fingers over his whiskers. He was so cold. Tears freely flowed from the former Godime's eyes. I'm sorry, son. I'm so sorry that I couldn't save you. Reluctantly, she called the time of Naruto Uzumaki's death. She walked over to the weeping Pinkett and helped her to her feet. See comes Sakura. We have to let his friends and allies know what happened. We'll hold his funeral in a week. The cherry blossom shakily nodded her head and they left the room. In the void between life and death. Where am I? Naruto asked out loud, not realizing that he still had the gaping hole in his chest. You are between life and death, child of prophecy. A glowing womanly figure said in a silky voice, getting him to turn around. Kami, Naruto, be respectful, Kurama said from within the seal. Though I am not sure how I survived since we were killed by that damned Uchiha you called a best friend. Quote, that would be because you and young Naruto are still needed. Both of your efforts brought peace to your world, but there is another that is in need of your assistance. Should you accept, I can guarantee that you'll be reunited with 3 people that I'm sure that you'd love to see again. Kami said in her regal voice. Now Naruto was intrigued. Who would those be? Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, your big sister figure, Anko Mitarashi, and finally, the young lady from whom you learned your most treasured belief at the start of your journey. Kami answered. Naruto narrowed his gaze at the divine being. How can I be reunited with them, when they're dead? Sasuke sacrificed Anko to resurrect Orochimaru and Mom died on the night of my birth. He asked in a heated tone, not caring that she was of a higher power. He's fought and beaten people claiming to be gods before. She didn't take offense to his hostilities, for it was to be expected. She'd have been worried had he not asked any questions. The flow of time in your world is vastly different than the one you're going to. A year in the elemental nations is the same as a single day in the world you will be heading to. Therefore, it has only been 19 days for your mother and 4 days for Anko. However, to answer your question, only those deemed worthy are capable of going to this world. Naruto lost his hostility upon hearing that and asked, so, they'll be in this world that you're sending me to? Quote, the divine being responded with a nod. Kurama spoke up. How do you determine those who are worthy? For all we know, that damnable Uchiha could end up there if he meets your criteria. Fear not, only those who possess a pure heart but were given a shoddy hand in life are eligible to go here. For instance, young Naruto here, Anko as well as his mother. The deity said, reassuring the souls in front of her. So people like Sasuke, who have given into their darkness out of hate or vengeance, are not eligible for this resurrection. Is that right? The blonde asked and got a nod in return. All right, so, what is this world that you want to send me to? It is a world of multiple religions and everything you'd expect from them, but I'll be sending you to a place that is the home to devils, angels, fallen angels, and yokai. There are also special artifacts known as sacred gear. And who knows, if you are lucky enough, you may just obtain one of these powerful artifacts for yourself. Kami explained, and knowing his luck, I'm gonna end up sharing his mindscape with something else, juiced marvelous. The multi-tailed beast drawled in a sarcastic tone. Now Kurama, don't be such a grouch. Who knows, these sacred gears may be necessary for us to help this world. Naruto said to his partner, who rolled his eyes back at him. The blonde then looked to the goddess. Very well, I'll accept going to this world. But before that, can I see what's going on in the elemental nations? I'd like to see how they're handling my death. Thank you, young man, she said with a gentle smile before nodding. And very well, I suppose that will supply some closure for you. Elemental nations 1 week after Naruto's death. It seemed that the entire world had shown up for the funeral of their hero. Everyone who had their heart touched by Naruto was standing in of the moment built for him, a statue made in his image. As a way to honor his lifelong dream, his face was constructed on the Hokage monument as the honorary 7th Hokage. However, it wasn't a peaceful funeral service, for even though they were there to pay their respects to their fallen hero, everyone was more than a little angry with Konoha. Firstly, I would like to thank all of whom are in attendance. It is a sad day for all of us, for we are here to honor the life of one of the greatest shinobi and all-around human, that we have had the privilege of knowing and to pay him our final respects. The vast number of you who are here just goes to show how many hearts he has touched in his lifetime. Kakashi, the sixth Hokage, started in a solemn tone. He had a gift, an uncanny one that no one would believe that a shinobi should possess, but he was known as the most unpredictable shinobi, so I guess it checks out. The man joked lightheartedly, drawing chuckles from the crowd. He could change the hearts and minds of almost anyone, make them see the error of their ways, and eventually, they'd turn over a new leaf. And this goes for both friend and foe. I'm sure that there are many of you in this crowd today, who can attest to that. People such as Gaara, Koyuki, Inari, Shizuka, Shien, and Tsunade, as well as a whole host of others, all nodded. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to change everyone. Sasuke Uchiha, just saying his name drew sneers and growls of hate from the crowd. The man who he spent most of his career trying to save, turned around and betrayed him. More than a few of us had tried to dissuade from saving Sasuke, for we saw that he was a lost cause, but Naruto, the man chuckled, he wouldn't take no for an answer. He still believed that the traitor could be saved, and in the end, he convinced us to pardon him of his crimes. Quote, "And what do you plan to do about this?" Shien, the priestess of the land of demons, said rather sternly. The priestess is correct, surely you don't plan to sweep this travesty under the rug. Koyuki, feudal lord of the land of spring, formerly land of snow, agreed. Tsunade stepped up and spoke for Kakashi. Rest assured, Sasuke Uchiha has been added to the bingo book as an S-rank criminal as well as rogue ninja with a kill on-sight order. We have our hunter, shinobi, tracking him down as we speak. We have also been interrogating a known associate of his, Karen Uzumaki. She has been more than forthcoming with the information, for she has already revealed to us the numerous hideouts and safe houses they used when they were a team. Quote, "I'm afraid that isn't good enough, Lady Tsunade." Gaara, the Kazekage and dear friend of Naruto's, spoke gravely. "I believe I speak for all of us when I say that we demand the Uchiha's head on a pike before October 10th, or Konoha may very well end up becoming the second Uzushio." Quote, shouts of approval soon erupted from the crowd, even from some of Konoha's residents. Tsunade herself was more than willing to agree about the course of action for Sasuke, the threat against her home, not so much. Despite his conflicting opinions, Kakashi had his job to do as the sixth Hokage. Since it is clear that most of you do not favor Konoha at this time, may we ask for assistance on this matter, not as Konoha's allies but Naruto's allies. Are you willing to do that? Very well, Lord Hokage. We will have our eyes everywhere looking for the Uchiha, but do not count on him being returned alive. That accursed bloodline will end before the Uzumaki's birthday. The Raikage said sternly, getting nods from his fellow leaders. Sakura had a mortified expression on her face at the thought of Sasuke being hunted so ruthlessly while being marked for death. I know he killed Naruto and his death would prevent Konoha from being annihilated, but this is too much. How did Kakashi-sensei deal with the loss of his team like this? The Pinkett thought in despair. Personally, I want Sasuke's head as a trophy. He took Naruto from me. I never even got an answer to my confession all those years ago. Hinata said hysterically. You're not the only one, Hyuga. Naruto made me a promise after he saved me from Morio to continue the priestess line. Shien said, getting a glare from the Hyuga heiress, but Sakura chuckled upon recalling the memory. Yeah, but he was a naive idiot. He probably didn't realize what he was promising. She said before sighing. He was so focused on trying to bring back Sasuke to keep his promise to me. Yes, and he was genuinely in love with you, Sakura. I remember he turned down the duty he inherited from his master, Jiraiya. He defeated me in combat, and as per the rules and traditions, he was supposed to be my husband and rule Nadeshiko village at my side. Shizuka glared at the Pinkett. Deciding to spare her apprentice from any more embarrassment, Tsunade intervened. I believe it goes without saying that we all miss him. I saw him as a son, the one I could never have. A tear rolled down her cheek before a scowl appeared on her face. Personally, I'd love nothing more than to destroy that Uchiha for what he did. Agreed. We all have our reasons for wanting the Uchiha dead. While he may have helped to free my country, it was Naruto that gave me the courage and ability to believe in myself, allowing me to continue my acting career while being a feudal lord. Know that you will have my full support in this matter, Koyuki said in a firm tone. Thank you, all of you. The sixth Hokage said with his patented eye smile. Is there anyone else that would like to say something before we depart? I think the name of the bridge in the Land of Waves says it all. It was there Naruto began his path to peace. He helped us regain our lost hope and courage so we could stand up to Gato. Even today we fight off bandits that think we're an easy target. Inari to this day still idolizes that blonde idiot, Chizuna said in a weary tone, really showing his age. Behind him was his daughter, Tsunami, in case he needed support. The great Naruto bridge, huh? I guess that was the start of it all. The first hearts he changed, Zabuza, Haku, and Inari. Kakashi thought before speaking to everyone. Thank you for naming your bridge after him. That truly was the start of Naruto's journey. I would implore all of you to take the detour to the Land of Waves and pay your respects to the great Naruto bridge on your way home. He will be greatly missed by everyone here, and rest assured that we will meet your deadline. With that, everyone went their separate ways. Those closest to Naruto stayed behind to mourn silently alone. However, before Shion, Shizuka, Koyuki, and their guards left, Sakura told them about Haku and Zabuza. She explained the impact that they had had on her teammates' life after hearing that they would be journeying to Wave in order to pay tribute to their favorite blonde. Gaara and his siblings would have gone with them, but they wanted to begin the hunt for their friend's murderer. The other leaders just wanted to be rid of the cursed Uchiha once and for all. 6 months later, the Land of Iron. In the neutral territory of the samurai, the leaders of the great nations were in assembly. Bound and gagged in front of them with his chakra sealed, was Sasuke Uchiha. He had been found within one of the old Akatsuki safe houses. Despite being heavily outnumbered, he did not go quietly. 200 shinobi faced him in combat, 50 were slain and the survivors were all heavily injured. Now here he was, facing judgment for his crimes, not just for the murder of Naruto, but for every crime he has ever committed, including those that he had initially been pardoned for. Konoha had lost a lot of the respect that they used to have as well as authority. This was due to the fact that while every other nation had sent out every available agent, this included spies, Jonin, Anbu. Konoha had sent out a mere 5 teams of Anbu and 3 teams Jonin to help in the manhunt. Mifune spoke. Sasuke Uchiha. He paused. For you numerous crimes across the 5 nations, their leaders have sentenced you to death. You and your despicable line of clansmen will end today. The samurai leader spoke with a finality in his tone. Also, do not believe that you will be granted the right of having a marked tombstone. You do not deserve the honor of ever being remembered. Furthermore, to make sure that your line remains extinct, your eyes will be removed and destroyed, your body incinerated to ashes for the wind to scatter, and just like your ashes, your memory will be forever forgotten. While we have decided not to remove your clan from the history books, they will not be looked back upon in a favorable light. The Uchiha have been a blight on our world for long enough, and it's time the rest of the world knows it as well. Koyuki stated as Sasuke just kneeled there waiting for his death. He was expecting to be beheaded by the samurai, but to his surprise, his biggest supporter and admirer approached him with death in her eyes. Sakura had spent the last 6 months reflecting on everything, mostly Naruto and Sasuke, and where her true feelings lied. She realized that Naruto had always been there for her. He was the light in her life, while Sasuke was nothing but a dark stain on her past. He had taken her confidence in him, dragged it through the dirt, and shoved it back in her face when he killed her best male friend. Now she was more than willing to put an end to his life. Sakura Haruno, apprentice and successor to Lady Tsunade Senju, has volunteered to be your executioner, Mifune declared, surprising everyone but the last Senju or Kakashi. Kakashi had tried to talk Sakura out of being the one to do it, telling her that she didn't want to have those kinds of memories that would haunt her for the rest of her life. He was speaking from his own experience, when he unintentionally killed his teammate, Rin. Sakura countered his argument by saying that she needed to be the one to do it, so she could move on in her life. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh in his final moment. Oh, the irony. The one who admired me the most is going to be the one to kill me. Sakura, however, didn't share his amusement. She focused her chakra into her fist and spoke, "This is goodbye, Sasuke." She reared her fist back and let out her famous battle cry. Sasuke closed his eyes in acceptance, just before her fist smashed into his face and destroyed his skull, splattering his brains and other entrails all over the execution site. His headless body toppled over and blood spewed from his open neck. Sakura looked down at her blood-soaked fist and then back to the corpse of her former teammate. Not a hint of emotion on her face. Kakashi walked up to his last remaining student and placed a hand on her shoulder. No reaction. The silver-haired man sighed before walking in front of her and made a single hand sign before he blew a fireball at Sasuke's corpse to incinerate it. With this death, Naruto Uzumaki's death has been avenged and peace shall remain in our lands. May his legacy of peace live on for many a generation to come. The old samurai said solemnly, "I hereby call this execution to a close. If there is more that needs to be discussed, please arrange to meet at another location." This was a special occurrence. The feudal lords, Cage, and their respective companions all set out to leave for their respective lands shortly afterward. All feeling satisfied with the results and that the deadline had been met. October 10th would now be an international holiday from that day on. Sakura and Tsunade had returned to Konoha feeling as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Kakashi though didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he didn't want to lose anyone else close to him, much less two of his students, but on the other hand, he knew that this was necessary to prevent the other nations from targeting his home and to maintain the peace that his departed blonde student had fought so hard to create. The void between worlds. Naruto was conflicted. While he was glad that so many people cared about him and showed up at his funeral, he wasn't sure how to feel about them threatening to wipe out his home should Sasuke not be caught before his birthday. Moreover, he wasn't sure how to feel about Sakura being the one to kill him. Yes, the bastard deserved it, but for Sakura to be the one to kill the man she claimed that she loved for so long, the one he spent most of his life to bring back to fulfill his promise of a lifetime to her, felt a little wrong to him. Cammy looked at her champion solemnly. She'd have liked to give him more time to properly work through this, but his time of departure was quickly approaching. "Naruto, I know that this is hard for you, but it is time to go. Your new life awaits you, and if all goes according to plan, you will be found and treated immediately." Question marks appeared over Naruto's head. "Huh, what do you mean?" Kurama face-palmed. "Idiot, you do remember the literal fist-sized hole in your chest, right?" The beast said exasperatedly. Naruto looked down at his wound and panicked. "Hey, what the hell? Why couldn't you heal this, lady? Even I must uphold the rules of the multiverse, young man. People chosen to be given a second chance at life must arrive there in the state they died, no matter how grievous the wound or illness." The deity said sadly. "Now, if everything goes according to plan, you will be found by one of the devil faction, one who is part of the same family that has taken in your mother." Quote. This got his attention, so much so you could practically feel the excitement in his voice. "What can you tell me about them?" "The Grimoire family is known for their vibrant crimson-red hair, much like your mother's. They are one of the remaining 72 pillars of the underworld and one of the highest ranking at Duke and famous devil families. They treat their peerage or servants as family. Their younger members, such as the one that I am hoping will find you, has an ability known as the power of Destructio. One of them rules the underworld as a leader of the underworld with the title of Lucifer." Cammy explained with a smile. "So, Kushina was mistaken for one of these Grimoire then. That figures, the Uzumaki luck strikes again." Kurama sighed in disbelief, getting a nod of confirmation. "Good luck. I'm sending you there now. The deity said as Naruto's and Kurama's visions start to fade. I hope you enjoy your new life, my champion. Quote, DXD Universe, Park in Kuo City. A young lecherous teenager by the name of Issei Hyodo was just wrapping up his first date with a busty black-haired girl by the name of Yuma. Not that he knew that the name, Yuma, was just a hoax as well as the form she currently had. I had a wonderful day, Issei. Yuma said with a sweet smile before asking, can I ask you to do something that would make this date perfect? Ignoring the feeling of dread in his gut, the brunette horned dog replied without hesitation. Of course, anything. Wonderful, Yuma said before an evil grin came over her face and her voice changed. Will you die for me? What? He asked as he watched her transform from a teenage schoolgirl into a grown woman in clothing consisting of black, leather, strapped dominatrix outfit. A very thin strap that was around her ample bust. A black thong with thin straps that went around her hips. Long gloves that covered the full length of her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them. A shoulder guard with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder and black thigh-high heel boots, complete with a pair of black feathered wings on her back. Not even taking into account that his life was in mortal danger, there was only one thought on Issei's mind. Boobies. Ugh, you are so lame. Why did God think you would be a good choice to receive a sacred gear? And truthfully, if you were less of a pervert, you'd have gotten laid by now and not die a virgin. Ah well, not my problem. Goodbye. The fallen angel summoned a pink spear of light in her palm and threw it through the pervert's gut. And good riddance. I should get out of here. She opened her wings and with a single flap, she was airborne and flying away. I've been sensing that the idiot had a devil summon flyer on him. He's likely gonna unknowingly use it as he bleeds out. She thought as she made herself scarce, never noticing the space-time disturbance. Neither did Rias as she appeared to grant to Issei's dying wish. Rias, a beautiful young woman with white skin, blue-green eyes, and a voluptuous figure. She was adorned in the typical Kuo Academy girl's uniform, which consisted of a white, long-sleeved button shirt that had a black ribbon on the shirt's collar that was worn under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset, a magenta skirt with white accents and brown dress shoes with white crew-length socks. As she was about to start her standard speech to those who summoned her, her attention was drawn elsewhere. The young man who had summoned her drew his last breath, and as his chest rose and fell for the last time, a ball of dragonic energy left his body and traveled towards another figure that she hadn't noticed before now. Curious, she took a read of his power before the ball made its way to him and she was shocked. Dear Satan, the power I'm sensing is staggering. She then saw that the ball of energy was now fusing with his right arm and his power skyrocketed even more. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the corpse of the brown-haired boy that summoned her. I was summoned here by Issei. I should help him, but without his sacred gear he is useless to me. Besides, no one would miss him. He was just a no-good pervert anyway. Single quote. She moved her vision from the dead lecher to the blonde hunk, taking note of the hole where his heart should be. He's not gonna last long with that massive hole in his chest. She spared a final glance at the pervert. Sorry Issei, this is one contract I can't fulfill. Done with her inner debate, she summoned her evil piece set, opened the case, and noticed that something was off. What the? My pawns, I didn't have this many mutated pieces before. Single quote. Sure enough, half of her pawns were now mutated, and even weirder was that they were all pulsing. Just how strong is this guy? The redhead thought in astonishment. Shaking out of her thoughts, she placed all 8 pawns on the whiskered boy's chest and started the reincarnation process. You who lay dying before me, in the name of Rias, join my peerage as my pawn. With that, the pieces sank into the blonde powerhouse and a massive explosion of energy erupted from him. The shockwave flung Rias backward where she smacked into a tree. All the supernatural beings within the city suddenly stopped what they were doing as they sensed a massive influx of power. Meanwhile within Naruto's mindscape, at the same moment, The ball of dragonic energy entered Naruto's body, and a giant red dragon with emerald green eyes formed within the bee. Londa's mindscape. Kurama sighed in annoyance. Juiced gree eat. The beast drawled. Not even 5 minutes in this new world and I already have a bunkmate. He growled. I see. So you and my new partner are from another of those worlds that are out there, huh? He must be something special to qualify for a second chance at life. The dragon said gruffly. Kurama's brow twitched. And who are you to call him your partner when you just got here? The fox roared. How dare this overgrown lizard just show up and start calling Naruto his partner? Relax, Kurama, Naruto said, appearing in front of both of them with his arms crossed. I'm sure that whoever he is, has a good reason for jumping ship and choosing me as his new host. Quote, very intriguing. Not only are you so much stronger than my previous partner that it's laughable, but you are also so much smarter and also possess a purer heart than him. The red dragon started. Naruto and Kurama gave the dragon deadpan stares. Been there, heard that one before. So do you mind getting to the point? Naruto said. Very well. My point is, Issei, my previous partner, was a raging pervert and had little potential without someone lighting a fire under his ass. It just so happened that he was killed before he was even aware that I existed. Literally all he thought about were women's breasts and becoming a harem king. Okay, I get it. This Issei guy wasn't your ideal partner. That I understand, but you haven't introduced yourself yet nor what power you represent. I'm gonna assume that you're one of those sacred gears we were told about. The Jinchuriki pointed out. Ah, yes, I am Didrag, the dragon of domination, and sealed within one of the 13 Longinus, known as the Booze. Ted gear. It takes on the appearance of a red gauntlet with a green jewel and 2 golden spikes that will manifest on my partner's dominant arm. It will double your power every 10 seconds until you reach your limit. There are other abilities that will be unlocked as you synchronize with the gear. Didrag explained. That could be useful, using it in conjunction with my own strength or even Sage mode. Hey, the likes of Madara or Kagaya wouldn't have stood a chance. Naruto said, looking at his lifelong partner. I'll admit this boosted gear has potential, but while I do have something in common with this oversized gecko, I will only work with him if absolutely necessary. Kurama snorted, resting his head on his paws. He still hasn't explained why he's calling you partner despite just arriving. Didrag ignored the insult, for the time being, sensing the evil pieces entering his new host's body. It's simple. I have been sealed within the boosted gear since the Great War. I've been within a lot of people over the years, most of them feel like a blin cave and I just believe it's better to work with my host during their short lives, rather than fight them at every turn. If you're interested, you can ask the devil who is in the progress of resurrecting you into her peerage in order to save your life about the war. So that's additional power I'm sensing entering my body, as if I wasn't strong enough before Didrag joined us. What was Kami thinking when she laid out this plan of hers? Naruto groaned in pain, his body unable to hold all that power. That is what resulted in the explosion of power that threw the red-haired girl into a tree and alerted every supernatural being in the area. Naruto, get some rest. We'll get information out of the Grimoire in the morning. The fox said with hidden concern. We can talk more on this later as well, young Uzumaki. Do as the fur ball suggests and rest for now. The Welsh dragon said, ignored the snarling coming from beside him. All right, but no fighting you two. Any damage you two will undoubtedly cause in here will hurt me. I'll work out a way for the both of you to hash out your differences without harming me later. The blonde said sternly before his mental image vanished. Outside world. Moments after Naruto was successfully resurrected into a devil, 2 magic circles appeared in the park. One for the House of Grimoire and the other for the House of Citri. Akano, Rias queen, had brought along the rest of the peerage to see what was going on. The same could be said of Sona Citri, heiress to the Citri clan, who had also brought along her own peerage. A lady from Sona's peerage rushed to the unconscious blonde. What's going on? Why is he here? The lady asked in confusion as she gently scooped the man up into her arms. This woman was Anko Mitarashi, big sister figure to Naruto and a fellow pariah back in Konoha. She had purple hair that was tied into a fanned-out ponytail and brown pupil-less eyes. Currently, she was wearing a sports bra, a denim jacket that she leaves open to show off her flat, toned stomach, tight biker shorts, and Velcro sandals. I take it you know him, Anko-sensei. Hiba, Rias Knight, asked with curiosity. He is a handsome young man with short blonde hair, bluish-gray eyes, and a mole underneath his left eye. He was wearing the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, which consists of a black blazer with white accents over AW. Height, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. Rias finally shook her head of the cobwebs from being tossed into the tree, seeing Kuo Academy's gym teacher cradling her new pawn. She then remembered that Anko was from a world of shinobi. Could he be from there also? Yes, Yuto. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He is like my little brother. He's from the same world I came from. The purple-haired adult said, carding his spiky hair with an enduring smile. He was pretty strong the last I saw him, but nothing compared to what I'm sensing now, and that's not counting the additional power from whatever else was added to him other than the evil pieces within him. I'm surprised you were able to resurrect him into your peerage. His chakra, Kaneko said in a mix of fear and awe. How can one person have so much and not go insane? She is a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes. The front of her hair has 2 long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. She was wearing the Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, without the shoulder cape. Kaneko, you know their world is different from ours, Rias said, trying to comfort her rook before looking to her fellow king. We should take him somewhere to heal. That hole in his chest is going to need expert care. Can I ask for your family's help? Yes, we'll be happy to help. As much as I'm reluctant to say this, we should inform my sister and your mother. I believe both of them have some of these shinobi in their peerage, the Cetri heiress said with hesitation. Sona is a young bespectacled woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut, and violet eyes. She mostly dressed in a Kuo Academy girls' school uniform. I know Mom does, a woman that was mistaken for one of our clan. In fact, the Grimoire heiress said, trailing off. Her last name was the same as Naruto. I think her name is Kushina. Mom. Naruto mumbled in his unconscious state. Mom. Anko exclaimed in surprise. I knew he was an orphan, but one of my friends back home told about a famous red-haired swordswoman that taught her everything she knows. She was known as the red-hot habanero within our village, but known as the Red Death by her enemies. To think his mom was someone so famous. Then we should for sure let my mom know, but why let Seraphal know? The Princess of Ruin asked. Doesn't Lady Leviathan have a young girl Tuju's age? One with long silky black hair and ice abilities? The gym teacher inquired. Yes, I believe her name was Haku. She said she was killed trying to save the person most precious to her, but that's all I know about he. Sona said with a nod. Let's get him to my family's healing facilities, then contact them. He is quite handsome. It would be a waste to have him die as we just resurrected him. Akano said with a sultry grin, getting a stern look from her best friend. She is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, very long black hair, and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied in a long ponytail, reaching all the way down to her legs with 2 strands sticking out from the top and sloping backward, with an orange ribbon keeping it in place. Like most of the girls at Kuo Academy, she wears the customary Kuo Academy girls' school uniform, along with black calf-length socks. Anko also glared at the raven-haired queen. Let the kid heal before you attempt to seduce him. Quote, oh my, could be it you like him more than a little brother, as you said. The Priestess of Thunder said teasingly, making the snake mistress growl. Enough. Anko, let's go. You'll be in charge of contacting my sister. The student council president said sternly, fixing her glasses as she summoned the transportation cycle with Rias stepping inside in. Anko glared at the queen once more before picking up her friend and entered the cycle, and the four vanished from the view of the others present. Citree family home. One day had passed since that night in the park. Naruto woke up and noticed that the hole in his chest was gone without so much as a scar to show it was there, unlike the last time he took that damn technique through his chest. Nice, it seems this devil healing is even better than back home. So, where are we? We are in the Citree family home. The Grimoire and her friend brought you here to heal you. That crazy snake lady has been at your side the entire time, Kurama said with Dedrag snorting in amusement. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked to his side, and sure enough, there was his big sister fast asleep on the bedside chair. That's some nickname for someone that obviously cares about our partners so deeply. Dragon of Domination said curtly. Hey, don't call her that. I only called her that once when we first met, but haven't since then. The blonde admonished the fox. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Anko woke up in response and saw that Naruto was awake. The door opened to reveal Rias, who was relieved to see that her pawn was awake, and she also saw as the purple-haired woman threw herself at the blonde and brought him into a bone-crushing hug, with his head being pushed into her bountiful braids. T.S. Poor Naruto started flailing around, signaling his need for air. Anko, I think you're suffocating him. The Grimoire heiress chuckled, earning a sheepish chuckle from the gym teacher, who let go of the new pawn. He in return gasped for air. It's good to see you too, Anko, Naruto said between breaths. No, I was really upset when I heard what Sasuke did to you. I'll admit being used as sacrifice sucked, but despite only being here for 4 days now, it's been far better than back home. Even if I am stuck being a gym teacher, at least I don't have to be nice about it. The snake mistress said with a shrug. I still wish you'd ease up on your warm-up exercises. I'm so sore after gym class one can't focus on my other classes. Rias whined a little before turning to the blonde hunk. I suppose introductions are in order. I am Rias Grimoire, heiress to the Grimoire clan. I see, so you are the one Kami said would rescue me. So what does that make you to me if you are the one to bring me back to life as a devil? Naruto asked before realizing he didn't return the introduction. Oh, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of Kurama, the nine-tailed demon fox, son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato. Namikaze. Anko gasped when she heard that, which caused Rias to raise her brow at the rook's surprise. She got her unasked question answered when gym teacher quickly got over her shock and snarled, "Those idiots. You look almost exactly like him. How could those moronic villagers not see the resemblance between their exalted hero and his son? But no, they had to treat you as a scapegoat and make your life a living hell, worse than they made mine. You've missed a few things, Anko. You were on a mission when Pain of the Akatsuki attacked and leveled Konoha. I learned Sage Mode from the Toads, became friends with the fox, whose name is Kurama, and learned to work with him. Reunited Team 7 to end the war, defeated a literal goddess by the name of Kagaya. Brought peace to the elemental nations and was on my way to becoming Hokage, only to end up once again getting betrayed by Sasuke after he was not too long ago pardoned for his crimes. Naruto listed off nonchalantly. Well damn, I forget how much time passes there compared to here. Anko sighed with a shrug. Though I'm not surprised the duck butt betrayed you again. I suppose I should have seen it coming, but you know me, always wanting to the good in everyone. He said with a shrug of his own. Excuse me. Rias waved a little annoyed at being ignored, crossing her arms under her very generous bust. Hey, sorry about that, Rias. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head while Anko nervously chuckled. To answer your question before you two went off on your update, in normal circumstances, I would be your master, and while I do have the ability to control you, I won't use that ability. I am the king of the peerage, but I see you and every one of said peerage as my family. No one is better than anyone else unless in what we call a rating game, which I will cover at a later date. The redhead began explaining. Now then, I don't know how much you know about chess or if your world even had the game, she asked, getting negative shakes of their heads. Okay, well, Miss Mitarashi is what is known as a rook, or in the rating game, the heavy-hitting tank. Super strength and able to take a beating. They usually lack speed though. Think of Choji and his clan, Naruto. Anko interrupted, getting a nod of thanks from Naruto and a sigh from Rias, who quickly realized that she'd need the rook's help with the explanation so that her pawn could understand what she was saying. Then there are the knights, quick and agile, often sword users. What they lack in strength, they more than make up for in speed. So more often than not, you'll see knights using hit-and-run tactics. I also thought that you'd like to know that your mother is a knight. She saw the excitement and longing in his eyes and smiled. My mother had required Kushina's help to take care of a few things. She should be on her way here sometime today. Next is the bishop, people with high magical reserves able to fling spells left and right, often used as healers rather th. And offensive casters, but sometimes used as both. They usually lack any sort of defensive capabilities. Honestly, after learning a little about you from Anko here and what sensed when we met, I wanted to make you a bishop, but my pawns were resonating with you. I believe you have a former enemy turned friend that arrived here that serves as one of the leaders of the underworld's bishop. Haku was her name. Rias continued her explanation, and when she saw the look of recognition in his eyes, she knew she was right. Hey, wasn't she the one who taught you that life lesson on your first real mission outside of the village? Anko asked curiously. Yeah, when a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. It was something that I lived by and still do, he said fondly. At least now I have a chance to become good friends with her, even if she's still 15 years old and I'm 19 now. She should be coming as well, since Seraphal is coming by later to torment my king and she always brings her small Pyrrha. Ge, Anko said with a grin. In fact, I think you'll get along just fine with her. She's just as hyperactive as you used to be. Oh, if Naruto gets along with Lady Seraphal, then I fear for Sona's sanity. Rias dreaded before she shook her head. Anyway, moving on, the next piece you need to know about is the Queen. They are the king's second in command. They are the perfect mix of the knight, bishop, and rook with all of their strengths but none of their weaknesses. And last but not least, the piece you possess, the pawn. Commonly known as the foot soldier of chess. However, should they get deep enough into enemy territory, they can achieve the power of promotion. This means they can gain the abilities of any other piece besides the king. They are by far the most diverse and unpredictable of the group. Hey, unpredictable you say? Naruto had a deviously foxy grin on his face. Rias was confused by his grin, even more so when Anko started laughing. So she asked, what's so funny? Rias, there is a reason your pawn pieces resonated with him so well. The purple-haired woman said as she calmed down from her laughter. He is the most unpredictable shinobi the elemental nations has ever known. His first mission, the one we were talking about, Haku had his teammate trapped in her jutsu and was turning him into a human porcupine. She then pointed a thumb at Naruto. What does this idiot do? Instead of helping from outside the icy dome, he jumps inside the dome and ends up in the same posit. Ion is his teammate. Hey, in my defense, all I knew at the time was shadow clone jutsu and tree climbing, plus I didn't have the best aim either. The blonde pouted. But she's right, one of my friends and the smartest person I know, often said that working with me was so troublesome. The blonde chuckled. He's the type that will have carefully laid out plans and strategies and then I come along and ruin all of them with my unpredictable behavior. I just don't follow plans and tend to fly by the seat of my pants while making shit up as I go along. Quote, sounds like you took after me a little too much, Naruto. A red-headed young lady said upon entering the room with a proud smile on her face. It's good to see you, baby. You can't imagine how jarring it was to get memories back from the chakra Minato sealed within you a few days ago after only being here for 15, but I do remember our chat within your mindscape while I helped you obtain the fox's chakra. Naruto jumped out of bed and gave his mom a big bear hug. It's good to see you too, Mom. We have a bit of catching up to do since we talked. Quote, I'm sure. You look so much stronger than before, Kushina said as she returned her son's embrace. Although, I'm not sure if I can call him my son after missing 19 years of his life. Maybe I can be a friend instead. Single quote. It's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Kushina. I hope my mother and family politics haven't bothered you too much. Rias greeted her. Fellow redhead. Oh, drop the formalities, Rias. If anything, I should be the one being polite to you since you're the next head of the Grimoire clan. Besides, I'm only a few years older than you. The Uzumaki woman waved her off, breaking out of the embrace of her son. Just please, watch over Naruto for me since I know I won't be able to be around all the time, being Lady Venelana's servant and all. Quote, I can take care of myself, the blonde grumbled. I did fight in a war and happened to be the linchpin of it. Yes, of course, the younger redhead said nervously. Both Anko and Kushina already know of my problem, but I need to talk to Naruto as soon as possible. I mean, I know I just met him. But, somehow I know he can help me get out of this. She's hiding something. Be on your guard. I have a feeling that our journey towards peace in this realm is going to start a lot sooner than we expect. Kurama warned. I agree with Foxy. Your king is nervous about something, and if I'm right, it's about devil politics. Diedrag said in agreement, ignoring the growl from the fox. Yeah, I know. Mom seems to know about it too. I'm sure Rias will talk to me about when she's ready. Naruto acknowledged. Pardon me, I hope I'm not interrupting. A young girl with black silky hair tied into a bun said in a quiet but polite tone. I was told a friend of mine was being treated here. Quote, Haku, the Jinchuriki asked with tears prickling his eyes. Is that you? Yes, Haku said uncertainly before she took notice of the whiskered cheeks. Oh my, Naruto, you've gotten so much taller than me, and so much stronger than on that bridge. Quote, and he's gotten handsome as well. Hard to believe he's 4 years older than me now, but I wouldn't mind dating an older guy. She thought to herself before being startled by being brought in a tearful hug. I honestly missed you, Yano, you taught me the most important lesson I've ever learned that day in the meadow. He said as tears rolled down his cheeks, not noticing his verbal tick, nor the annoyed looks from Anko or Kushina. Really? I didn't know I had that much of an impact on you, the ice user said with a quiver in her voice. Wow, he's definitely filled out since he was a kid. It's like being hugged by marble. Trust me, girlie, that mission was the start to his path to bringing peace to the elemental nations, Snake Mistress said, barely hiding her annoyance. I take it you know him well then? She asked as she reluctantly broke away from Naruto's embrace. When she got a nod to her question. Then thank you. I knew from the moment that I looked into his eyes that he was lonely, just like I was. Anko waved her off nonchalantly. It was no problem. Let's just say his past and mine were similar, to say the least. Quote, anyway, where is Lady Seraphol? I thought she'd come to investigate my new pawn. Rias injected. She is visiting her sister. The bishop said awkwardly. I see, the red-headed king sighed. I don't envy her. My brother is the same way, only I think Seraphol is worse. Single quote. You say that like it's a bad thing, the blonde said curiously. Everyone else there just sighed. Sorry Naruto, we forget you're new to this world. Seraphol Leviathan is eccentric to say the least. His king said awkwardly. You see, she sees herself as a magical girl. Despite being older than her sister, she has a childlike body, albeit with relatively large breasts for her size, and has her own TV show. Quote, she's even more eccentric than Guy and his mini-me, Rock Lee, and highly protective of Sona. Anko said wearily. Yes, sadly my king is also a cis-con, the same could be said about Lady Rias' brother. Haku said exhaustively. Naruto merely shrugs. I will hold off on my judgment until I meet her myself. You said earlier that I'd get along with her, so we'll see. Quote, You're always like this, the purple-haired woman said dully before turning to the others in the room. We won't be able to change his mind. Hey, I imagine not. Especially if he's anything like me, stubborn as a mule. The blonde's mother said with a proud smirk. He's worse. Even if someone has committed grave crimes such as mass murder, he's more likely to try to talk them down and change their minds before fighting them. He tries to find the best in everyone. It can be rather annoying at times. Anko said with a sigh, only getting more annoyed with Naruto and his mother with fox-like grins, practically saying, "That's my boy." Quote, it was then that a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromatic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye, wearing the standard female version of the Kuo Academy uniform and blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses, entered the room. I see you're awake and feeling 100%. Honestly, I'm surprised I was out for an entire day. The blonde said, looking her over. Are all girls from this world ridiculously busty? Who are you, by the way? I am Tsubaki Shinra. I am Lady Sona's queen. She asked me to check on you while she deals with her sister. She replied, it's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto. Anko's told us a bit about you. Quote, yeah, you see, I'm Sona's rook. So, we'll be seeing each other every day, but there is a chance we'll have to fight someday if Rias and my king enter a raiding game. Anko sheepishly said, wait. Naruto said, catching on to the implication. You're telling me I have to go to school again? He asked with a horrified expression. Sorry, Naruto, Sona and I co-lead the city of Kuo, where you arrived. We're currently in our 3rd year at Kuo Academy, and being a part of my peerage does mean you are required to attend school with me. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on your point of view, you'll be in the same class as me, Sona, Tsubaki, and my queen, Akano, who'll meet later. We'll be able to help you with your schoolwork and everything else. What do you mean, everything else? Just how different is this world? He asked curiously. We've got a lot to cover, brat. I'm still getting used to everything. The snake mistress said. The blonde looked at her, then at his mother and Haku, who both nodded, then to the queen in the room. Tsubaki. Yes. What is it? She asked, remaining professional. Does this place have books on everything I need to catch up on? He asked with a grin on his face. Possibly. Why? The black-haired teen asked curiously, slightly concerned about the grin. You're not planning on doing what I think you are you? Anko asked with a deadpan look. What is he planning? Kushina and Haku thought at the same time. Hell yeah, I am. He said, not losing his grin. He then looked at his mother. I'm surprised you haven't caught on yet, Mom. You have the chakra to do it after all. Quote, what are you talking about? Rias asked, seeing her fellow redhead looking curious as well. You'll see. Can I get those books please, Tsubaki? Naruto said with Kushina was confused and his sister figure just shrugged. Yes, of course, it may take me a while to collect them. Anko, Haku, can you help me? The queen asked politely. All right, the rook sighed. Geez, Naruto's going to show off and make Rias all the more glad she resurrected him. Single quote. An hour later they returned with mountains of books in hand, most of them carried by Anko due to the strength granted to her as a rook. Naruto was surprised by the display, but he did remember what Rias said about rook's strength. All right, Naruto, here are the books. These have everything you'll need to learn about our world. Tsubaki said evenly. Thanks. Naruto said with a smirk before dramatically cracking his neck and knuckles, and then made his famous hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Oh, that's what he's gonna do. Haku thought in realization before her thoughts became confused. But why is he using shadow clones? Is there some secret I don't know? In a giant plume of smoke, hundreds of clones appeared, surprising the 2 original residents of this world. All right, guys, each of you grab a book and get reading. Remember, don't dispel yourselves all at once. Do so in groups of 5, and in 10-minute intervals. Naruto said to his clones. Yes, boss. The clones say all at once. Rias was still in shock but managed to ask what was on her mind. What was that? Anko sighed. That is Naruto's special way of training. The shadow clone jutsu creates solid copies of the caster, and when they are dispelled, whatever they learn or experience is sent back to the original. It doesn't work for physical exercise though, but it's good for combat training and building up your energy reserves. Hey, why didn't I think of that? He's right about me having the reserves to use it, but maybe it wouldn't have been as effective since I don't have the fox, but still. Kushina said with a sheepish laugh. When did he learn this? He didn't seem to know about the learning back in Wave. Haku asked in awe. I didn't learn about it until I started training to complete Dad's original jutsu, the Rasengan. The blonde said. My sensei, Kakashi, told me about it. You managed to add an element to the Rasengan. Minato spent years trying to do that, ya know. His mother said in shock. Yeah, it turned out to be one of my best jutsu. I named it Wind Style, Ressurected. He said with a smile. Isn't that the jutsu you used to avenge Asuma against the Akatsuki? The snake mistress asked. Yeah, but I've improved it since then. Now I can throw it like an actual shuriken. The blonde said with a smirk. Naruto is amazing. With his skills Riser doesn't stand a chance. Rias thought excitedly before addressing her pawn. Would you be willing to show me what you can do at some point? Quote, well, if we are going to be working together as a team, then yeah, I don't mind. He said with a kind smile. So, she's interested in our power. Something tells me that whatever she's hiding involves a potential fight. Kurama said thoughtfully. I agree, the young lady is hiding it well, but her eyes are shining with excitement. Something to ask her about later. Diedreg said with a huff, flames shooting from his nostrils. Naruto was brought out his conversation with his inner companions when a bubbly black-haired girl bounced in alongside an exhausted bespectacled petite girl with matching hair color. One had her hair in short pigtails and the other was fashioned into a princess-style cut with a small bob. Both were surprised to see hundreds of identical blondes reading books. What's going on here? Why are there so many of the same guy here? Sona asked frantically. Oh, is this one of those jutsu you shinobi can do? The smaller, bustier girl said excitedly. What's it do? Can you teach it to me? Lady Seraphal, please calm yourself. Yes, this a jutsu from our world, Haku said, addressing her king before explaining what it was and what it did. However, when the former kunoichi said she couldn't teach her the jutsu. What do you mean you can't? The Leviathan pouted angrily. Seraphal was it, Naruto said, getting a nod in return. From what I've heard, this world's chakra is different from ours. That, and I don't sense any within you at all. I do sense an overwhelming amount of another energy. I think you call it demonic energy, within you, but I don't think that will allow you to use this technique. Quote, oh phooey, she pouted, even more, looking adorable if he was honest with himself. However, she quickly got over it and started posing. Well, guess it can't be helped. I'm the magical girl Leviathan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. He said with a chuckle. They weren't kidding when they said she was hyperactive. She's shorter than the girl next to her but so much stronger and has the better figure. Single quote. Mr. Uzumaki, can I inquire as to why you are studying like this so soon? You just woke up not long ago if I am to guess. You should be taking it easy. The Sea-Tree heiress said sternly. Wow, all business no play with this girl. She's far too serious. The boosted gear wielder thought before addressing her with a shrug. I'm fine. I'm never down for long. The longest I was out of commission was for a week when my arm was busted up. Something like a chidori through my chest is nothing. My feeling factor coupled with my partner allows me to up and about pretty quickly. Regardless, I would appreciate it if you didn't do anything strenuous until our healers give you a clean bill of health. She said evenly. In case it's not apparent already, I'm Sona Sea-Tree, the next head of the House of Sea-Tree, though in the human world I go by Sona Shitori. Okay. Why the alias? Naruto asked curiously, clearing not understanding. When Rias introduced herself, She didn't have an alias for the human world. Sona's just overly cautious, his king said offhandedly. But as a result, I'm usually the one other factions come to when they want something. He nodded in understanding while Sona sighed. For the rest of the day, the devils took the time to get to know the new pawn and his life before being sent to their realm while Naruto's clones continue studying. It has been 2 days since Naruto woke up and started learning everything he would need to learn about this new world he was in. During that time, with the help of his army of shadow clones, Naruto was pretty much up to date on what he needed to know. The technological side of things he was still trying to get a grasp on, but he at least knew how to access the internet, as well as how to answer a cell phone and make calls. Ask him to do anything beyond basic searching or open a Word document and he would a little lost. However, that wasn't the issue he was dealing with now. Seriously, you guys wear this to school? Naruto asked incredulously as he was dressed in the Kuo Academy uniform. Where's the orange? Where's the flare? Hyodo tried to wear an orange shirt underneath his jacket. He left the jacket open for all to see and Sona gave him a month's detention. Not that it stopped him from peeping on the girls outside of the locker room with his perverted friends. Rias groaned. So please, if you're going to add orange, have it be a tie or something that she can overlook. Students are already gonna think you're a delinquent thanks to your blonde hair and whiskers. And the blonde asked with a shrug. So I'll be an outcast again, so what? It's better than getting fangirls. Hiba shuddered at the mention of fangirls and nodded in agreement with his fellow blonde's statement. While he was polite to them and did appreciate them, they did get slightly annoying at times. Even Rias and Akano agreed since they were the great ladies, therefore had their fair share of fangirls, which kinda made them wonder if most of the school's girls were lesbian or not. Well, regardless, I'm getting a bandana or something, my forehead feels naked. The Jinchuriki said with a frown. Akano just giggled while Rias sighed. Come on, let's go see Sona and get your schedule. Though I wouldn't be surprised if there will be an assembly to announce Hyodo's death to the school as well as have an honorary moment of silence for him. Even if he was a massive pervert, he was still a student here and he did have a few other friends than the other two perverts. Naruto nodded and followed closely behind as the rest of Rias's peerage, minus Akano, all went to their own classes due to them being in year brackets. On the way, the rumor mill was already starting to turn. Word quickly spread that a mysterious blonde boy was in the company of 2 of the 4 great ladies of the academy. As Rias suspected, they were suspected that Naruto was a delinquent due to his hair color and whiskers. However, that didn't stop a few girls from thinking that he was cute. Great, I'm going to have a mix of fangirls and haters. My life is never easy, he thought as he kept following Rias and Akano to the student council's office while both Kurama and Didrag laughed a bit, both silently agreeing that it will be entertaining to watch at the very least. 3rd year homeroom classroom. All right class, quiet down. Class will start as soon Ms. Grimori, Ms. Himahima, Ms. Prez, and Vice Prez arrive, a red-haired woman said. It appears we will be getting a new addition to our humble class. Ms. Valestine, is it that blonde delinquent that was seen with Rias and Akano? One of the 3rd year students asked. Blonde delinquent, I thought I was the only one to come here. Surely Ryuji didn't follow after me. A brunette girl thought to herself, before realizing something. No, that's impossible. Even if he somehow got into this school, he'd be a 2nd year. Single quote. This was Makoto Nijima, a 19-year-old young woman, with brown hair in a bob cut with blunt bangs and a French braid-styled headband that matches her hair color, red eyes, and unlike most of the girls at Kuo Academy, she wasn't ridiculously busty. No, she was barely a B cup, not that she cared. She was a martial artist, a practitioner of Aikido, and a transfer student of Shujin Academy after her adventures with her former colleagues. That's right. Now, I don't know all the details, but apparently, he's from one of our fair country's smaller islands and has come to the mainland after tragedy struck his home. Instructor Valentine said solemnly, causing the student body to share her sadness. This was Sarah Valentine, 27 years old, with a peaches and cream complexion, long red hair, amber eyes, wearing a steel blue dress that left a generous view of her cleavage and her left leg visible, and thigh-high brown leather-heeled boots, with a yellow waist-length jacket. She was a former mercenary wanting nothing more than to put down her sword and gun and help the next generation in the future. While she often got into trouble for her provocative attire, she didn't care. She wasn't the only one to dress in such a way. She became quick friends with Anko after meeting a bar to unwind after a long day at work. Everyone was brought out there musing when there was a knock on the door before it slid open. "Sorry for being late," Sona said as she walked in with her queen, Rias, Akano, with Naruto waiting in the hall. "It's all right, I was informed you'd be late due to our new transfer student," the older redhead said with a shrug. "Where is my new pupil anyhow?" "He's in the hall waiting for you, call him in," Rias said as she and the rest four great ladies took their seats. Ms. Prez probably threatened him with cleanup duty for a month unless he actually has some respect. Sarah thought before nodding. "All right, you can come in and introduce yourself to the class." When Naruto walked in, Makoto's world seemed to slow to a crawl. The spiky blonde hair, his cerulean blue eyes that held sadness, strife, and turmoil, and his muscular body that told her that he fighter Mew. Like herself, however, what really caught her attention was the bright, carefree smile he flashed the class. "Hello everyone, I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he said with his usual foxy smile, making many girls blush. "I hope we get along since I'll be in your care for the year." Sarah noticed the way her new student carried himself and was immediately even farther downheartedly. "He carries himself like a warrior, one who's been through hell and back." His eyes relay that as well. Poor kid. He's too young to have that look. "Nice to meet you, Naruto. Please take the seat behind Ms. Nijima." Makoto raised her hand, letting the blonde know who and where she was. As he passed her to side down, their eyes met and both offered the other a small smile before turning their attention to the front of the class. While instructor Sarah started her lecture, Naruto thought about the conversation he had with Sona and the student council. Flashback. Student council office. "Here is your schedule," Sona said as she handed Naruto the sheet of paper. "I tried to get you in the same classes as Rias and or Akano, but I wasn't able to. However, due to how powerful you are, I suspect it won't be long before you are promoted to high class. Devil and get your access to your own evil pieces, and while Rias and I are still trying to fill out our ranks, free to use your classes to start planning your peerage." "Are you sure? I mean, it feels wrong to be planning potential members when you're still trying to fill out your own ranks," the blonde asked, not wanting to step on toes. "I mean, Sona, you know that Anko is going to want to join me, and I know Haku and possibly my mom are going to want to be traded to me. So you're already going to have to look for that extra member." Quote, "It's fine," the C-Tree heiress dismissed. "I knew from the moment I saw how she reacted when she saw you. I knew she'd be leaving my peerage sooner or later, especially when I sensed how strong you were." Quote, "She's right," Rias said, wrapping her arms under her bust. "In fact, if you find someone you really get along with and they'd make a good addition to your team, I'd be more than willing to use one of my pieces if they are compatible with the remaining pieces I have, and then trade them to do you." Quote, "Well, all right, thank you," Naruto said with a sigh before composing himself. "So, I'm gonna assume that there are some rules around the school, especially for someone like me." "That's right," Sona said with a nod. "And not just you as a shinobi. Don't use your spells, or in the case of you and Anko, no jutsu in public when there are humans around. The existence of the supernatural is kept a secret from the general public to keep the peace. Only those from the church know about us, and while we are technically enemies, they won't attack us unless we endanger the innocent." The boosted gear wielder nodded. "So no spamming my shadow clones to go through the library or the computer lab during school hours or walking up the side of building S, earning a nod in return. Now, You should know about your cover story. You're from one of Japan's smaller islands and have come to the mainland after tragedy struck your hometown. It's up to you to come up with a backstory about your scars. Tsubaki said, adjusting her glasses. Really? That's my cover story? Naruto groaned. You realize that will only cause the student body and staff to feel sorry for me, and possibly give me fangirls who will want to heal my wounded heart, right? It's the best we could come up with in short notice. We only had a few days since you heal so quickly. Something else we'll have figure out how to explain if you get hurt during class. Rias said tiredly. However, you should be wary of our homeroom teacher. She's a former mercenary and was known as the Purple Lightning. Akano said seriously. I see, so she has combat training. I'm surprised one of you hasn't tried to acquire her yet if that's the case. The Uzumaki asked curiously. We haven't because she is trying to settle down and hang up her weapons. However, if push comes to shove, we will talk to her about the supernatural and joining us. Sona said stoically, getting a fair enough as a response. We should get to class. Instructor Sarah is likely waiting for us, and for you to be introduced to the class. Rias said, looking at the clock on the wall, getting nods of agreement from everyone. Flashback end. Naruto was brought back to his senses when the bell chimed, signaling the end of class. Alright, that's it for me. I'll see some of you later if you have the self-defense class. Sarah said cheerfully. Guess I should see what class 1 have next. He said to himself before noticing his next class was with Anko. Excuse me, Mr. Uzumaki, Makoto said, getting his attention. What class do you have next? I have gym class with instructor Matarshi, and you? The blonde asked politely. Same, Ms. Grimori, and the rest of the great ladies will be joining us as well. She said with a smile. Care to walk together? Sure, I could use a tour guide. Rias and Akano only showed me the direct path to the student council office in this classroom. Naruto said, shocking her with how informal he was, but recovered quickly and led him out of room. Rias and Sona had been watching them the entire time and noticed that Makoto seemed to take interest in the new pawn. They didn't know much about her past other than her Aikido training, and she was student council president at her previous school. There were rumors of someone with her figure being a part of the notorious Phantom Thieves of Heart, but since they used voice modifiers and wore those masks, it was difficult to identify the members outside of their leader. However, they could feel the girl had a sacred gear, but couldn't tell it was. What do you think? Sona asked her best friend. I don't know. What I do know is that depending on how much time they spend together will depend on if she joins his peerage. Her sacred gear interests me as well, Rias said quietly as they walked to the gym field, following and observing Naruto and Makoto, although Rias was a little worried. Is that Naruto's type? Fit and trim with small busts? Or does he just like the physically fit girls? She thought. As per the norm, Naruto's gift curse of attracting friends and the affection of the opposite sex was in full effect. Despite the short time they've known each other and her watching over Naruto alongside Anko, Rias was slowly falling for I am, and while she wasn't dropping any hints as of yet, her closest friends were starting to notice. After all, power attracts, and Naruto was insanely powerful. On the field, Anko was standing there in her gym uniform, a pair of red booty shorts and a white t-shirt that looked a little too small. Since it conformed to her figure and highlighted each orb of flesh, causing each guy to drool. Even Naruto had to stop himself from drooling. In fact, he would have if didn't notice that it was the same for each of the girls, making him want to strangle someone. What kind of pervert designed these uniforms? He asked with a growl. I mean, the guys are conservative and cover everything, but the girls leave little to the imagination, especially for those girls that go commando. Single quote. Alright, you little shits. Anko said, getting everyone's attention. Since we have a new face among us, I want all of you to work even harder to show him how things are done. Now get to it. 100 laps, 50 push-ups and 50 sit-ups. Not that Naruto will break a sweat over a workout that light. Nor will the devils, or they shouldn't. The snake mistress thought with a smirk, catching the, "Are you serious?" look from her favorite blonde. However, what caught her attention was that all but one human groaned. Makoto seemed to share the look Naruto gave her, but looking the girl over, she could see that she's already very fit. The violet-haired teacher also noticed what her king and Rias had. The female transfer student had a hidden power. Whether or not it was a sacred gear or not, all she knew was that it was powerful. After everyone was finished, Anko realized she still had half the class to go. Everyone but Makoto and the devils were exhausted. Alright, now that the warm-up is over, it's time to really get to work. We have that track meet coming up in a month or two, so I want everyone to pair up to do three-legged race practice. Again the exhausted humans groaned but did as told, quickly pairing up with their friends. Sona and Rias paired up together while Tsubaki and Akano paired up. That left Makoto and Naruto to pair up due to being the new kids on the block, so to speak, therefore they didn't have time to make friends, even if she had been there for a week longer than he was. Both laughed nervously since it was a little awkward, especially since there was at least physical attraction between the two. Both of them noticed the pain hidden in their eyes, and even though the metaverse was gone, and she still had her inner strength. Makoto couldn't stand to be in Tokyo. Not after Akira, her leader and who she thought was her first real love, chose the model of the Phantom Thieves as his girlfriend. So she moved to Kuo with her sister, who continued to work as a defense attorney. If she was honest with herself, she was scared since she seemed to be already developing feelings for her new classmate. And Naruto, well, his wounds of betrayal were still fresh, and while he was trying not to let it get to him or hold him back from starting fresh, he was wary of letting people close. Hey, the brunette said, getting her partner's attention. I know we just met, but let's do our best with this, then we can give each other some space, alright? Yeah, the blonde nodded before offering her a smile. Doesn't mean that we can't be friends eventually. I'd like that, the Aikido practitioner said with a smile as they got ready to do their practice run. The former T&I specialist laughed a bit after witnessing the exchange. Already winning the heart of another girl, Naruto. Wonder what position she'll hold in his future peerage. Surprising to both of them, they worked in perfect unison as if they'd done the exercise 1,000 times before. There was a round of applause for the pair, with mixed whispers of jealousy and admiration. How can two people who have only just met pull that off perfectly? One pair inquired, who were tripping over themselves. Don't they look adorable together? Also as if they are two sides of a single coin, light and dark as one. A rather philosophically romantic girl cooed, with many of the hopeless romantics agreeing with her. Off to the side, the third-year devils and Anko were all listening with different expressions. And the rumors are going to fly after this, Akano said in her usual playful voice. Is it always like this for him? Sona asked her rook with a heavy sigh. Considering how high school is in the world, I'm surprised it took this long. I give it a week before Naruto and Nijima are the best of friends, with one or both of them having a crush on the other. Anko said with a shrug. Either way, I'm gonna be holding this over him for a while. You have to admit, Madam President, at least he makes things interesting. Tsubaki said with a small smile. This, the rook said with a sly smirk. This is nothing. It hasn't even been a full day yet. Our world hasn't had a chance to introduce itself to him outside of our two houses yet. Just prepare their umbrellas for when shit hits the fan. This time both Sona and Rias groaned, with Akano laughing lightly. They could only imagine what will happen if he runs into the fallen angels that were lurking somewhere in town. From what Anko told them about him, Naruto's not the type to back down from a fight, not that he couldn't take them if needed. Naruto and Makoto, however, were blushing up a storm, with the brunette groaning in annoyance and embarrassment. Why did I come to a former all-girls school again? You realize that in the eyes of these busybodies that we might as well be already dating, right? Unfortunately I think you're right, he said as he knelt down and undid their bindings. And it's only going to get worse since I am a part of the orc. Meaning you are going to be in the company of two of the great ladies at all times. I do not envy you, Uzumaki. She said sympathetically. Then again, I suppose involved in this given that people here seem to think we make a good pair. Well, again, let's start off as friends and go from there. Naruto said with a small smile, getting a smile in return. Thankfully they were saved by the bell, signaling the end of the period. Whether it was intentional or accidental, Makoto and Naruto ended up having all the same classes, and not just that day either. At lunch, they decided to eat together and share their schedules with each other. Did Sona and Rias have anything to do with this? Naruto asked himself. I don't know, but this seems to be too much to be a coincidence. Kurama said with narrowed eyes. You're paranoid, furball. Even if the C-Tree girl did say he could recruit the students, there is no way they'd orchestrate this. I'm sure you've noticed the looks the Grimoire girl has been sending our host's direction. Dedrag snorted. Enough, both you, Naruto reprimanded. You both make good points. We'll ask them after school, besides we need to talk to them about housing arrangements anyhow. I may not have Johanna anymore. But something fishy is going on at this school. Uzumaki feels like he has some sort of supernatural power. So did Mitarashi-sensei as well as the four great ladies. Makoto thought using her law enforcement heritage and her previous experience as a phantom thief to figure something supernatural was happening. After class, Rias and Akano approached Naruto. Time for club activities. We'll show you the way unless you have other plans with Ms. Nijima. Rias, Queen asked with a teasing tone. Not you too, Akano. The blonde groaned, noticing Makoto facepalming as well. No, we don't have any plans tonight. In fact, I need to talk to you too. Oh, well then, let us be off. Rias said with a smile. Have a good night, Ms. Nijima. The three Grimoire devils didn't notice Makoto watching them leave with narrowed eyes. I need to talk with Sis. Maybe she can give me some insight as to what I should do. Orc old school house. Upon arriving at his king's headquarters, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, getting questioning looks from everyone. Something you find amusing, Naruto? Rias asked with a bit of an edge to her voice. Gonna be honest here and say that you made your headquarters blatantly obvious. A rickety old building that is probably redone lavishly inside in gothic reds and blacks. Might as well have a neon sign advertising, "Devils live here." The pawn said without restraint. And I thought you were supposed to be trying to hide your existence to the humans. He does have a point, Lady Rias. Kiba said timidly. Kaneko nodded, still nervous around the chakra power plant known as Naruto. It was just so potent, she was struggling to keep her Nekosho features from popping out. Rias was now pouting that most of her peerage was agreeing with her pawn. Well, it's supposed to be a cover the occult research club, which I feel it does rather well. Though now that has been pointed out, maybe it does it too well. With that said, they entered the building, confirming that the blonde was correct in his assumption. On the way to the lounge where they have their meetings and hang out, Naruto noticed a room that was heavily sealed but decided to question it later. The lounge itself was equally lavish, with a couch that could seat up to 3 people, a couple of chairs, and they were all surrounding a mahogany table. On the far side of the room was a beautiful mahogany desk and a comfortable-looking armchair with papers and an old quill pen. Rias took her place behind the desk, with Akano taking her place standing beside the desk, Kaneko plopping down on the couch and pulling out a bag of sweets from seemingly nowhere, and Kiba taking a seat in one of the chairs. Now then, you said you wanted to talk to us about something. The redhead asked curiously. Yeah, about a couple of things actually. He said with a serious look. First and most important is my housing arrangements, since I don't have a place to stay. Quote, that was already taken care of while you recovering and studying. We bought you a condo in the same building as the rest of us. So in a sense, we all live together but with our own private homes. Akano said with her usual smile. And no, Sona and her peerage don't live with us in the same building. She has her own place for her family. I suppose that makes sense. You might be allies, but when it comes time, you will be enemies in the ranking games. The blonde shrugged. I suppose I will need to build up cash for when I get my own peerage. Even when you become a high-class devil, you'll still be my pawn Naruto, so don't worry about it. Rias said with a smile that turned teasingly, unless want your own building for your harem. Quote, whatever. Naruto waved her off. Since you brought it up and you will tease me about it later. He semi-glared at Rias and Akano. Did you and or Sona have anything to do with me and Makoto having every class together? Quote, actually no. Neither of us have the influence to rig your schedules like that. My brother or mother on the other hand, it wouldn't surprise me if they had something to do it. The Grimoire heiress said with a sigh. In other words, my mom pestered them into giving the transfer students a friend, hoping it will become something more. He groaned. Funny you mention Lady Kushina. Akano laughed nervously. She is going to be dropping by once a week to visit and give you food. Quote, in other words, Kushina is trying to make up for the 19 years she was here. Kurama said with a huff, making his host groan. Well, I'll have to talk to her about that, though I do appreciate the help since it will be one less thing to worry about. The Jinchuriki sighed after calming himself. Now then, now that your issues are dealt with, are you ready to start handing out flyers? The redhead said with a smile. Sure, I don't mind. But mind I start tomorrow. I would like to get settled into my home and rest up for another day of the rumor mill. He asked warily. Yes, of course. His king nodded. I have to admit though, you and Nijima do make quite the pair. Your bright yellow hair and dark brown hair. It's like what was said at gym class, two sides of the same coin, light and dark. Akano said teasingly. Instead of responding or reacting in any way, Naruto ignored her and looked to Rias. Mind showing me the way home and giving me the key to my condo? The queen merely pouted at being ignored and not getting a reaction out her target, while the heiress merely nodded as if saying, sure, before she addressed the rest of her peerage. Already everyone. I expect you all to get to your contracts when you are called or get some training in. Yes, President. Everyone sounded at once as Rias and Naruto left for the condo building. When they were away from the school and no one was around, Naruto figured now was the time to confront Rias. So, now that we're alone and no one can try to divert the conversation. Care to tell me what it is that you're hiding and why you are so excited about how powerful I am? I don't know what you're, she said, startled only to see the hardened look on her pawn's face. All right, you got me. Anko did say despite playing the fool that you were always too observant for your own good. However, I will ask you to wait till tomorrow after school so that I can have everyone involved there so that everything can be explained in full. Quote, is there a reason you can't tell me now? He asked curiously. Quote, I need to prepare myself. The redhead said weakly, looking vulnerable and self-conscious, a stark contrast to her confident self. He's seen the last few days. The others would be able to fill in whatever I forget to mention. Great. Now I feel like an asshole. Naruto sighed. All right, but no forgetting or trying to stall. I'm not a big fan of being jerked around. Had enough of that back in my world. The redhead nodded weakly as they walked the rest of the way in silence. Meanwhile with Makoto. Hey sis, I'm home. Makoto called out as she dropped her school bag by the door. Welcome home, Makoto. How was school? Sei asked from the kitchen. She is a tall and beautiful woman with upper back length ashen brown hair that is asymmetrically parted on the left-right side and brown eyes that are sometimes depicted with a hint of mauve red. She wears a black business suit with a black turtleneck. Her blazer's cuffs and the lower part have clamshell-like designs. Accessory-wise, she wears a necklace of a section sign, section, which references her judicial occupation. It also appears in the top right of Shujin Academy's emblem, earrings, and a few dark hair clips can be seen above her right ear. She has violet fingernails and wears black or dark gray high heels. She is sometimes seen with a smartphone and a black bag slung over her shoulder. After the events in Tokyo, she went from being a public prosecutor to being a defense attorney after Makoto and the Phantom Thieves changed her corrupted heart. However, after Akira broke her sister's heart, she was really tempted to nail his ass to the cross. The only reason she didn't was because Makoto asked her not to, instead asked to move as far away from her former team as possible. Now she was often out of town for work trying to pay for their new home. Typical high school drama, only this time I seem to have gotten myself sucked into being a topic of the rumor mill. The former Phantom Thief sighed before starting her explanation. We got a new transfer student today with a tragic past. Blonde, spiky hair, blue eyes that showed he's been through hell and back, fighter's build, has a kind of a feral look about him with these 6 whiskers on his cheeks, 3 on each side. Turns out we have every class together like someone is trying to hook us up or at least have the 2 new students Biko. Me friends. Anyway, rumors started flying after gym class and the 3-legged race practice, where once again, we were pushed into working together, and turns out we have chemistry and ended up doing the exercise perfectly. So naturally, the girls all cooed and awed, saying stuff like we're 2 sides of the same coin, light and dark, perfect match for each other. I see, Sei commented as she exited the kitchen, drying her hands signifying she was doing dishes. He sounds cute, but I take it there is more to this tale than just some chemistry that started the rumor mill to start spinning. Yeah, the younger Nijima nodded. You know that from my time with my old group that I've developed a kind of 6th sense for weird and unusual things, right? Getting a slow, calculated nod in response. Well, something weird is going on at the school. The student council and occult research club all give off supernatural auras, so does the new student, Mr. Uzumaki. And I thought we moved from Tokyo to get away from this stuff. The DA sighed. What do you think it is? Is the metaverse active here or is it something else? No, it's definitely something else. This is hidden in plain sight, whereas it was in the metaverse, I'd have some sort of app or navigation tool on my phone. Makoto said with a deep thoughtful look. I want to investigate, but I have a feeling Uzumaki would be able to sense me. As I said, he has the eyes and body of a warrior. No doubt has the instincts of one as well. Not to mention I'm not exactly the best at shadowing someone. So what's stopping you from investigating the student council or the orc? Sei asked with a raised eyebrow while inwardly worried for her sister for more than one reason. Because President Shitori and Ms. Grimori are close friends, and Uzumaki is already a part of the orc. The brunette said, getting a nod of understanding in return. Well, I would still investigate, but be careful about it. If the supernatural is involved in this town and revolving around those 2 groups, it's bound to be dangerous. The ashen-haired woman said seriously. I'm afraid that if you get caught, you'll end up getting pulled into whatever trouble comes their way. Don't worry sis, I'll be careful. Makoto said with a smile, not knowing that her life was about to change forever. The next day, after a long, drawn-out drama-filled day, Naruto made his way to the orc building, knowing that Makoto had been watching him and the 4 great ladies closely. Something that caused him to shake his head, since she really wasn't being subtle in her attempt to follow him. Yano, Nijima, if you wanted to talk, you could have just asked. He stated without looking back. And you would have agreed to tell me what I wanted to know. The former Phantom Thief asked. Maybe, maybe not, depending on what you wanted to know and what you were willing to share. The former shinobi said with a smirk, looking over his shoulder at her. Besides, you're not really helping the rumors if you're gonna start acting as my personal stalker. Quote, oh shut up, are you gonna invite me in or not? Makoto asked with a heavy blush. Sorry, but not today. Rias has something personal to discuss with the club. He said with a frown. If you really want to talk to the orc later, then I can arrange a meeting, possibly tomorrow if that's alright. Yeah, that'll be fine. Just let her and President Shitori know that I'd like to ask them a few questions. She said with a nod of understanding. I'm not giving up, even if I am not the greatest at shadowing someone. Single quote. Orc Lounge. Sorry for the delay, had to deal with Nijima. She said she'd like to talk to you two tomorrow if possible. He said with a shrug. Seems you were right about her having some connection to the supernatural if she wants to talk to the two heiresses of two devil kings. Quote. I see. Well, we'll deal with that tomorrow. For now, please take a seat. This might take a while, Rias said before taking a deep breath, looking to everyone else for support. In the room was Rias's mother, Venelana, her brother the Devil King Searsx Lucifer, his queen and wife Graphia, Sona and her sister Seraphal, as well Haku and Sona's peerage. How everyone was able to fit in the room was beyond him, but he decided just to roll with it. Now, we've told you about devil culture and the remaining pillars. Right, his king asked, getting a nod in return. Well, due to how low the number of pure-blooded devils remain in the rays of reincarnated devils, it is the opinion of the elders that pure bloods should only mate with other pure bloods. And since I am a pure blood and heiress to the house of Grimoire, I am in an arranged marriage with another noble, pure-blooded house, known as the House of Phoenix. The problem is I don't want to marry the man I am engaged to. He's a pig and a playboy that treats his peerage, which happens to be made up of all women, as his sexual outlets. Which is the only way he views the female race. If I were to marry, I'd want to be for love, and with someone that loves me for me, not for my title, wealth, and power as the heir to my family. Unfortunately, it's not easy to break out of these contracts, as they are binding with only two ways out of it. One of which would disgrace her and our family, and the other is, or rather was, a long shot. Searsx said neutrally. All right, and what are these options? The former shinobi asked with narrowed eyes. 1. Rias loses her virginity to another man, which is the option that would lead to disgrace, and the one was a long shot, would be for her to beat Riser in a rating game. Venelana said with a frown. And that's the reason you got so excited after learning of my strength? Naruto asked Rias, getting a shameful nod in return. So, let me see if I got this scenario straight, he said as he took a breath with Anko, knowing what was about to happen. She knew he was about to be brutally honest and cause all sorts of trouble in doing so. The day I arrived just so happened to be the same day this Issei Hyodo guy was slated to be crossed off the Fallen Angels hit list. You knew what was likely to happen to him, so you had your familiars give him a summoning flyer in the hopes he'd call for you on his deathbed. You wanted to resurrect him as a pawn under your command, since he was a holder of a sacred gear and you could use him for your own agenda. But your plans changed when I showed up. You sensed my power and Issei's sacred gear jumped ship to me, boosting my already massive power. So now that you had a better candidate for a pawn, one that was far stronger and who wasn't a blatant pervert who would need to be manipulated via the flesh of he fairer sex, you decided to use your pieces on me, therefore I'd be the one you ended using and not the now Issei. Did I get all that right? He finished whilst doing his best to school his features. Yes, that was the plan. Akano spoke for her king since she was ashamed of her approach. We sensed the bare minimum of magic in Hyodo, so we weren't even going to consider him until Kaneko said the pervert smelled of dragons. Quote, and while we didn't know for sure that he had the boosted gear, as far as we know, only 3 dragons were sealed into sacred gears, 2 of which were Longinus class gears. Rias chipped in, something I had to take a chance on. Till you arrived. Even before Drake jumped ship, you were already incredibly powerful. I knew you were strong enough to save me from my engagement. A heavy sigh escaped the sacred gear holder. He could understand where she was coming from, wanting to escape from a loveless marriage where she'd be nothing but a trophy wife while her asshole of a husband would continue to sleep around. Add the fact that he'd highly likely take the females from her peerage to use as sexual outlets, and he could really see why she wanted out. Looking back at them, he spoke. Listen, all right, I understand where you're coming from and why you did what you did. I am grateful that you saved my life and all. I just wished that saving me didn't come at the cost of someone else's life. He may have been a hopeless pervert who's beyond redemption, but he had a family, friends, loved ones, people he cared about and who cared about him. He stopped and rubbed the back of his head in a depreciating manner. I guess all I'm saying is that I wished there was a way that you could have saved him too. Naruto dear, I'm afraid that wasn't an option. The moment his sacred gear transferred from him to you, his fate was already sealed, Kushina said solemnly, getting everyone else in the room to lower their heads sadly. You see, if a sacred gear user ever had their gear extracted by force or otherwise, they'll die. The only way to revive them is to return their gear and resurrect them. Quote, so in a sense, they're like Jinchuriki, except in my case, we don't know if having Kurama would be enough to keep me alive if I were to lose the boosted gear. Right, the Jinchuriki asked lowly. I'm afraid so, Mr. Uzumaki, Graphia said solemnly. Without uttering another word, Naruto turned and began to leave, clearly not in the best of moods. Watching him leave, Kushina and Anko couldn't help but feel worried. Rias was also feeling worried, but on two accounts. One was whether or not he'd still help her, and the other was about how her relationship with him was affected by this news. Rias, Sona started before said redhead nodded. I know, I'll be tracking his pieces in case he gets into trouble or attempts to stray. She didn't like it, but she was only doing it to keep an eye on him. Given his current mental state, someone could take advantage of him. I wouldn't worry too much. He just needs some time to get his head on straight. He's not the type to abandon comrades and those in need, Anko said reassuringly. I hope you're right, the Grimoire heiress said warily. Streets of Kuo. As Naruto stormed out of the old schoolhouse, he missed Makoto standing there, nor did he notice her following after him. She was doing it out of concern and curiosity, wondering what happened in there and why her new friend was so upset. Naruto, you need to calm down. I know how you feel about this topic, but there must be a reason. Kurama said as he looked at the overgrown lizard. Indeed, the sacred gear system was implemented to give humans a fighting chance against the supernatural. The leader of the angels loved humans and wanted to protect them, thus giving them artifacts to do so. He made sure to make so that evil forces couldn't take the sacred gears easily, but doing so would cost the holder's life as it tied to their very soul. Diedrag said solemnly, that doesn't make it right. Playing with someone's life, no matter the reason, is unforgivable. Upon awakening their sacred gears, their lives change forever, and not always for the better, I imagine. Naruto growled as he clenched his fists. Well, what do we have here? A stray perhaps? A condescending male voice broke the boosted gear wielder out of his inner conversation while Makoto hid behind a bush. Stray? What is he talking about? She asked herself. Be careful, partner. I'm pretty sure this guy is a fallen angel. The Welsh dragon warned. And your new stalker is in the bush, so try to be discreet. The nine-tailed fox sighed. Ignoring his partner's warning, I'd turn around and leave me alone if I were you, you damned crow. Tough guy, huh? The fallen angel snidely. Too bad for you, I'm under orders to take care of any obstacles to our objective. We thought we succeeded when Rainier killed that pervert. We didn't accept the sacred gear that he possessed to jump ship. If you want a fight, you got it. The blonde growled as he turned towards his opponent, unclenching his fist and immediately summoned a fully powered Rasengan. I don't even need the gift I got from Hyodo to deal with you. Sacred gear. Why did Uzumaki call this guy a crow? The hidden Nijima asked, confused. How was he able to make that spiraling orb in his hand? Exclamation mark single quote. You deal with me, you cocky little shit. I'll show you not to insult me. The fedora-wearing fallen angel shouted as he summoned a blue spear of light, once again shocking the mortal. The fallen threw his spear, smirking as it hit the arrogant blonde, only to lose his smirk when a log exploded in his place, then roared in pain as Naruto slammed his attack into the crow's spine as he called out the name of the attack. Rasengan. Are you done already? I thought you fallen angels were supposed to be tough. Naruto asked as he saw his opponent on the ground, seemingly unable to move his legs. You asshole, you destroyed my spine. The fedora-wearing crow cried out as he writhed in pain. Now, care to tell me what this plan is before I put you out of your misery? the blonde said before he sensed everyone who was in the orc coming via magic circle. Makoto was once shocked when the four great ladies, Ms. Mitarashi, and a couple of people she didn't know appear from the glowing circle in the ground. What is going on here? And why is there a fallen on the ground? Rias asked sternly. Oh boy, Anko said as she circled the crow, immediately recognizing the spiral burn mark on his back. Did you have to Rasengan this guy's spine? I could have gone for his face and eliminated the chance to get information, he said with a shrug. As to answer your question, Rias, after I stormed out, this guy attacked me saying something about a plan and eliminating obstacles to their objective. Quote, this bastard is one of your peerage Grimoire. You should keep a tighter leash on him. The crippled crow growled. Well, since you seem to know who I am, why don't introduce yourself? The Grimoire heiress said simply. However, I do apologize for my pawn's use of excessive force. I am Danesik, the now named Danesik said as calmly as he could. As for our plans, I'm afraid I can't tell you that. My boss would give me a punishment far worse than death. Quote, shall I put you out of your misery then? Naruto glared, summoning another Rasengan. Naruto, that's enough, his king said, causing him to turn his glare to her, but nodded nonetheless and dispelling his jutsu. Sona, can you take the fallen and have Anko do what she does best? Yes, I suppose I could do that, the petite young woman said with a sigh, just knowing her rook had a sadistic smile on her face even without looking back at her. So, with that request, Sona decided to get out of there, gathered her peerage and prisoner, and let Rias deal with her pawn. As they left, the blonde, still being upset, groaned. He did however know he was in the wrong in terms of storming off, but before dealing with that he knew it was best to get his stalker involved. You can come out now, Ms. Nijima, the blonde said, shocking her and everyone else there. She's been there since the start of me kicking that crow's ass. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Exclamation mark. Who or what are you guys? I'm no stranger to freaky and weird things, but I've never seen anything like what you guys have done tonight. Makoto asked hysterically. I suppose I could tell, but I would like to ask you a few questions, and I know Sona has the same questions, so, how about a compromise? Rias said with her usual smile, wrapping her arms under her ample bust, pushing them up more. You want to wait till I meet with you and President Shitori tomorrow, Makoto stated with a sigh, earning a nod from the crimson-haired girl. All right, it will help me gather my thoughts and questions for the meeting. Thank you for being understanding, the Grimoire heiress said politely. Naruto, can you escort the young lady home? We don't know if there or that other fallen is out and about. Quote, all right, the blonde said with a sigh. Before we go though, I'm sorry for storming out on you earlier, Rias. Our conversation diverted from your problem to one of my own derived from my own past. Quote, we can talk about that more tomorrow, but I accept your apology, Rias said with a relieved smile. We'll see you both tomorrow. It was the next day, and Makoto looked like she didn't get much sleep last night. Not that it was surprising considering everything that happened the night before. However, her sister was present as well after gaining permission as her guardian and Sei's own experience with the supernatural to a certain degree. And while Naruto and Rias had yet to finish their discussion about Riser, everyone but Sona and her peerage weren't present so as not to overwhelm the Nijima sisters. Thank you for allowing my sister to join us, Makoto said, starting the meeting. I'm sure you've used the time between now and last night to read up on our family's history, so I'll get right to it. What would you like to ask? Indeed, daughters of an honorable police officer who was killed in the line of duty. The elder daughter, Sei Nijima, got into the law part of law enforcement as a prosecutor, turned defense lawyer after the leader of the Phantom Thieves was captured, presumably killed, then captured again after the nationwide broadcast from the thieves and the sudden change in Prime Minister candidate. Tei Shido, Sona said, adjusting her glasses. After analyzing the footage again, one of the thieves had a figure resembling that of Makoto Nijima, but the light in the background and the masks being worn, we are not sure, and obviously neither were the police who were searching for the thieves. And you want to know for sure if my sister is or was one of the phantom thieves? Say glared as she got a nod in return. For what purpose? Well, as your sister saw last night, and likely told you, were not what most people would consider normal. We would like to know if she was indeed one of the thieves, and if so, how much of the supernatural does she know? Rias said calmly. After we hear what she knows or doesn't know, then we can proceed by filling in the gaps or straight out correcting both of you. Quote, very well, Makoto said with a nod, with her sister nodding slowly in return. Yes, I was one of the phantom thieves of heart. As for what I know of the supernatural, it's obviously not what I know. Quote, the former phantom thief explained what she knew, how her former group went about stealing hearts, while not naming any names of her friends, about Johanna being her persona or inner power, and the requirements it took to unlock it. Intriguing. This metaverse was a different dimension or mirror of the real world where these things called shadows resided. There you fought the shadows of people with corrupted hearts, your sister being one of those people, but didn't kill the shadows of those people or it would have killed the actual person. And you say that the metaverse is now gone for good. The sea-tree heiress mused before turning to the other devils in the room. Do you think her persona, Johanna, is still within her and is the power we've been sensing? Quote, it could be, but why did it never manifest in the real world? The Grimoire heiress asked thoughtfully. Maybe because Johanna wasn't meant to surface in this world at that time, but the fact that we all sense it within her means it is still not ready or is unable to surface. Naruto joined in the musing. This metaverse sounds like an area richly saturated in energy of some sort that allowed it to manifest. Therefore she needs a mana source to bring it out. You might be right. Quote, Akano nodded. But what about the outfits? Are they some sort of armor to protect against aggressive mana? Excuse me, the younger Nijima interrupted. We answered your question and explained what we knew. Can please tell me what is going on, how you were able to do what you did last night, and who or what you are actually? Yes, of course. Sorry for getting distracted, Rias said, sounding slightly embarrassed. Since you have trusted us with this information, it's only fair we share ours. Let's start with the obvious and say that the supernatural you are accustomed to is very different from ours. That is to say, that heaven and the angels are very much real, but the fire and brimstone hell, from the Bible, is not. Everyone in this room, besides the two of you, are devils, that yes, holy water, crucifixes, and other such holy elements are lethal to us. Then, there are the ones Makoto saw Naruto wipe the floor with, the fallen angels, those who have fallen from grace for one of the deadly sins, identified by their black wings, thus why the one last night was referred to as a crow. However, fighting fallen is usually not recommended for a single devil. Let me guess, that spear that was thrown at Mr. Uzumaki is holy or some such? Makoto asked, trying to keep her wits about her. Correct, that was a spear made up of pure light, and extremely toxic to us. Sona spoke up, and since I'm sure what your next question is going to be, I guess I have no choice but to do the best I can to explain why I can do what I did last night and more. The blonde shinobi said before looking at Anko, who merely shrugged. Anko and I aren't from this world, dimension, whatever. We're from a place of shinobi, or ninja who can utilize chakra to do several different things. From walking up walls and on water, breathing fire, or as you saw last night, replacing ourselves with random objects to take the hit for us. Quote, what about that spiral orb you slammed into that fallen's back? The former queen of the thieves asked, ignoring the fact that he said he and Ms. Mitarashi could walk on water. That is just another jutsu I can use with my chakra, the Rasengan. If I wanted to, I could have bore right through him rather than just turn his spine to dust. The boosted gear wielder said, nonchalantly, getting shocks from everyone but Anko. How about we step outside and I can show you what I mean? Pretty sure Rias wouldn't want me to put a hole in the walls. Quote, while we could fix it rather quickly, I'd rather not, but how will you demonstrate what you mean if it is not a wall? The Grimoire heiress asked. Simple, I was gonna use it on a tree or one of the metal posts nearby. Students and teachers should have left by now, so we shouldn't have to worry about being exposed. Naruto explained. Besides, you wanted a demonstration of my strength anyhow, right? Why not kill two birds with one stone? Quote. Sona sighed. Let's leave the full demonstration for another time. Our families are also interested in this display. However, you can show us the Rasengan and walking on water. Before that, Sei said, getting everyone's attention. I'd like to ask, how is it you become devils, or go about recruiting? I suppose that is an important question. Sona said, pushing up her glasses. We use enchanted chess pieces we call evil pieces. In fact, chess has a big impact on our society. Quote. Then the kings explained the same explanation Rias gave Naruto, only with Kaneko demonstrating her strength by lifting Rias' mahogany desk with one hand, figuring it would make a better statement than Anko doing so, leaving the Nijima's sister gobsmacked. Now, shall we head to the pool? Akano asked politely before having a thought. Though I feel we should warn the angels in case they have someone monitoring us. Walking on water is considered a sacred ability after all. Quote. I don't think that will be necessary. After all, it was a divine being that brought people like me here after all. Naruto shrugged, getting nods from the devils. School pool. When they arrived at the pool, Sona and Tsubaki set up a barrier that blocked people from looking in, an energy from GE. TTING detected outside. Naruto looked around and nodded, signifying that it'd have to do. No metal poles, but I suspect that you guys have a way to repair whatever I hit. The blonde asked, getting nods from the Cetri peerage. Well then, let's get started. Which would you prefer to see first, considering we've seen what an apparently underpowered Rasengan can do to someone's spine? I'd like to see what fully powered one can do, Rias said, crossing her arms under her bust. Alrighty, I'll keep the element out of it, save that for when Mom and Haku are around, he said with a smirk before looking around before deciding to hit the changing rooms. Upon summoning the Rasengan in his hand, Makoto could immediately tell it was so much stronger than the one she saw last night. This was proven when he shoved the spiraling ball into the concrete wall, only for it to burrow clean through, leaving a smooth hole. Clearly demonstrating that if he was going for the kill, he could have gone straight through the fallen angel's body. The devils aside from Anko were gobsmacked, so much so that Sona and her queen were having issues keeping the barrier up. My word, and this isn't even the final result of the jutsu, Sei said in awe, getting a cocky smirk from the blonde shinobi and a sigh from Anko. Trust me, if what I heard before I came here is true, this is nothing. Quote. The snake mistress said, if that's not the full strength that one ability, nor is he even using the boosted gear, or Kurama's chakra riser truly doesn't stand a chance, the redhead thought with glee. I'm as good as free. Ignoring Rias' obvious excitement, Naruto proceeded to merely step on the surface of the water in the pool and walk into the middle of it without making so much as a ripple, then asked with a cocky smirk. Care to join me, Anko? Nah, I think you've shown off enough. However, I think we need to prove that this wasn't set up beforehand and that you aren't standing a clear platform, Sona's rook said with a smirk before throwing a kunai along the path he walked. Everyone else looked on in disbelief as the knives sank into the water. Even more so when the pawn walked back in the exact same path. How are you doing that? Kaneko asked cautiously. By channeling our chakra to the bottom of our feet. A steady amount will work for walking up walls, while we have to constantly adjust the flow of chakra since water, while appearing to be calm, is constantly moving. The snake mistress explained. Well then, anything else needed to be discussed? Naruto asked with a smirk, knowing everyone was trying to wrap their heads around what they just saw. Just, how strong are you? Quote. Sona asked in awe, getting chuckles from the two shinobi. They retold the story of him defeating S-rank rogues and a literal goddess with 3 others helping him, leaving everyone who hadn't heard it before doing their best impression of a fish. Rias meanwhile was looking forward to seeing this strength in action against Riser. Now then, shall we call it a day and get on with our individual business? We can talk more when everyone's had time to process what has been shown and discussed. Rias said, getting slow nods from almost everyone. Well, now how I know why he has the look of a warrior. He's literally been through hell and back in a war and the multiple fights he's likely had to endure in his career as a shinobi. Makoto thought to herself, starting to piece together who Naruto was as she and her sister headed home. But how is he so cheerful after dealing with all that? Why is he here if he's so powerful? What kind of monstrosity killed him? Single quote. Well, I better get back squeezing that crow for information, hopefully before whatever they're planning progresses too far. Anko said with a stretch, smirking as she caught Naruto's eyes glancing at her breasts as she did, before disappearing in a summoning circle. All right, everyone but Naruto is free to go. It's time for him to get started on his first flyer run. The red-headed king said with a serene smile. Orc Lounge. All right, so how does this work? I go stand on a corner and hand out flyers to just about anyone and everyone? The blonde asked after being handed a stake of flyers. Pretty much, though you can walk around and do the same. Rias said with a nod. But you won't be doing this forever. Once you get your own familiar, they'll take care of flyer duty for you. Quote, oh, if I remember right, familiars are kind of like summons from my world, only it's a single being. The Jinchuriki said thoughtfully. That's right, I have a little bat that can transform into a humanoid form. She is how Issei got a flyer from me. The busty heiress said somewhat solemnly, getting a short nod from her pawn in return. When do new devils normally get their familiars? He asked, steering away that particular topic, something she was thankful for. The next full moon. So in a week from now. Rias said with a small smile, getting a nod in return. Alrighty, I'll see you tomorrow unless we meet up at the condo. Naruto said as he turned to leave. The redhead considered calling out to him, but let him go for now. They still needed to finish discussing the plan for Riser after all, but they'd do that with the rest of the peerage. Streets of Kuo City. After handing out the last of his flyers and grabbing something to eat, he started to make his way home, only to stop when he felt a familiar feeling of someone putting up a barrier. Again, can't these crows just leave me alone? The boosted gear user sighed. Alright, what do you want, Fallen? Where is Danesik? A feminine voice sounded behind him in a no-nonsense attitude. When he turned to look at who was talking to him, he was floored at the provocative way the fallen angel was dressed. She was a tall and buxom woman with brown eyes and long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye. Her attire consisted of a maroon, trench coat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trench coat top was open at her chest, giving a view of her breasts and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. She appears to wear a white shirt underneath her top, but it can only be seen from the bottom. I swear, every girl but Sona and Makoto are freaking ridiculously top-heavy. The blonde mentally groaned. And she's not even trying to hide her figure. You mean the asshole in the fedora who thought I was a stray and tried to attack me? He's currently in the not-so-tender loving care of the Citri family's rook. They should be extracting all the info about whatever plan you have cooking. Naruto said dully. What do? The Fallen asked, only to be interrupted. He made the mistake of attacking me while I was pissed off. I destroyed his spine instead of ending his life. The Jinchuriki said sternly. And unless you want the same treatment, I suggest you leave. Now, someone like you could never take a fallen angel down. The navy-haired beauty growled, summoning a light spear. Oh, you really think so, huh? He asked before clenching his right fist, summoning the boosted gear in its first form. I did it without even using my sacred gear. Do you really think you want to try your luck? Fuck, this guy's energy just skyrocketed from summoning his gear, it hasn't even activated yet. She cursed. Fine, I'll leave for now, but no, this isn't over. Quote, before you go, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced himself. Just so you know who spared your life. Quote, I'm Calawarner. Just stay out of our business and me and the rest of my friends won't have to end your pitiful life. the now named Calawarner said stiffly before flying off and dispelling the barrier. Guess I better let Rias know now before they come running with the flare of my power. He sighed before pulling out his cell phone and dialing his king. Naruto, what's wrong? I was just about to come to see what happened. Rias said worriedly. Everything's fine. Just had another encounter with one of the fallen. Someone by the name of Calawarner. The blonde said plainly. So that's 3 fallen in our territory. Rainier who killed Issei, and Danesik in Anko's care, now this Calawarner. Who knows if there are more or not? She said pensively. If there are, Anko will get it out of the fedora asshole. She was one of the best back home. He said with complete confidence. Well, while I don't think they'll target you again after scaring off one of them, you should hurry back and let us know how you did it. His king said kindly. Got it, I'll be back soon. The Red Dragon Emperor said before hanging up. I'm getting sick of running into those fallen. Next time they target me, I may have to find their base and take them out. Single quote. The next day, after explaining everything to Rias and the rest of the peerage, Rias told them to be on guard and even considered implementing a buddy system, but was shot down by Naruto saying he could take care of himself and that so far it's only been him that they've targeted so far. So reluctantly, she agreed to leave things until someone else was targeted. Spending the day in classes with Makoto was interesting as well since she seemed even more laser-focused on Naruto, getting instructor Sarah's attention as well. She noticed that Rias and Sona were severely distracted as well, giving the briefest of glances towards the whiskered blonde. What happened between those 4? And why do I get the feeling something abnormal is surrounding them? The redhead thought while continuing the lesson. And why do I feel like I'm gonna get sucked into whatever freakiness is going on at some point? Seems your homeroom teacher is as sharp as you suspected. She's being careful not to be obvious, at least not as obvious as the former thief. Kurama said dully. Indeed. The Grimoire and Citri have also been casting glances at you. Seems your little demonstration has only stoked their interest in you, especially the redhead. Diedrag commented with a smirk. I've noticed, he said curtly. If I had to guess, Makoto is doing everything she can to figure me out. Sona is still in awe at what I've shown, and Rias is counting the days till I can free her from Riser. That's her #1 priority at the moment. This Riser must be a real piece of work if the Grimoire is so revolted by him. Maybe try to get some more info out of her tonight. The giant fox suggested, getting a mental nod in return. All right kids, before we finish off tonight, I have an announcement to make. The instructor said, in 1 week we'll be going to Tokyo, more importantly, Shibuya, for an authorized R&R for a couple of days while going to the museum for a bit of education. Quote, the former phantom thief snapped her attention away from the spiky blonde to the former mercenary looking terrified. There is a very high chance I'll run into the others. I'm not ready to face them yet. Especially Akira and Anne. How will I explain leaving Tokyo without saying a word? The devils noticed this and wondered why the brunette was so scared. They thought she'd be thrilled to see her friends again. Naruto sighed, knowing he'd be the one to have to approach her about it due to their budding friendship and being the closest one she trusts. When the final bell rang, Makoto just sat there in shock, while Rias and Sona gave the blonde a look that confirmed his suspicion that it was up to him to fin. Out what was the matter with the youngest Nijima? Well, here goes nothing. He thought with a sigh. Hey Makoto, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost or something. Huh. The former strategist of the thieves looked up, regaining her focus. Oh, I'm fine. Yeah huh. The shinobi deadpanned. I forgot how observant you were. She sighed. Can we go somewhere quiet then? I will share my other secrets since you shared 2 of yours. We could go to the roof. I don't think anyone would be up there and our voices shouldn't carry down the schoolyard. He suggested. The roof huh? The brunette let a wry laugh. Ironic you'd suggest there, and the perfect place to have our discussion. Quote, okay, the blonde said cluelessly but didn't push. Instead, the pair walked to their destination. Once there his eyes followed her as she walked to the edge of the roof, waiting for her to start the conversation. He didn't have to wait long though. Quote. We used to meet on the roof of my old school when our leader was in hiding after faking his death after we stole my sister's heart. Makoto said distantly. So, I assume the reason you looked so terrified before has to do with your former group. He said, plainly getting a solemn nod in return. That's right, she said softly before going silent, gathering her courage. The reason I liked that before is because after we destroyed the metaverse and our final enemy, my sister and I moved away without saying so much as a word to the others. Because Joker, our leader, and I became close over our time together. I thought I was in love with him. But he didn't return my feelings. She paused with a tear rolling down her cheek. In our group, there were 2 other girls. Our navigator and sister figure to Joker, and one of 4 of the founding members of the Phantom Thieves whose code name was Panther. The one in the red leather and cat mask, right? The blonde asked, to be sure, getting another slow nod. While I don't want to give too much info about them, Panther had a job that complemented her figure. The brunette choked out, trying hard to cry. He went with her on multiple jobs to support her. And at some point, they became a couple and kept it from the rest of us. I found out at Christmas. I went over to the cafe where he was living to surprise him with a present, but when I got there, I saw our talking cat friend leaving looking defeated. He told me I wouldn't go in there if I were you. Joker is in there with Panther. And sure enough, I saw them cuddled up in a booth, about to kiss. Of course, he didn't say her code name. He had quite the crush on her, convinced he was a human cursed into the form of a cat. I see. Trust me, I know how it is to have unrequited love. He said softly. I loved my female teammate since before we were even a team. But she loved our other teammate. Even after he betrayed us, becoming a rogue ninja, even joining a group of terrorists, she never stopped loving him. It took me dying at his hand and being sent here for her to come to her senses. Quote, so we have even more in common. Makoto sighed. But anyway, after the final battle and Joker's name was cleared due to lack of physical evidence, that and multiple supporters vouching for his character, my sister and I left Tokyo and came here. Quote, I see, so the homeroom teacher's announcement caught you by surprise, and scares you since there is a high chance you'll run into your former group and explain why you left the way you did. Naruto said, catching on. Yeah, Nijima nodded. Honestly, I know I owe it to them for disappearing like that, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to confront the couple. I can imagine, especially finding out the way you did. The Jinchuriki nodded, walking up and putting his hand on her shoulder for support. She surprised him by throwing herself into his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist in a hug. He quickly recovered and returned the hug. After a few moments, they parted. The brunette was blushing up a storm and ran off after giving a hurried, thank you. The blonde merely stood there for a moment longer trying to process while his tenants were laughing loudly in his mind. I think I'll keep this to myself for now. I'll just tell Rias and Sona it's extremely personal and not for me to share. The shinobi thought to himself before heading out. Local park. After giving Rias his report and collecting his flyers, he took the route around the park to target parents and teenagers. However, when he got there, he ran into a nun dressed in full habit and a cross around her neck, with blonde hair and green eyes with a smaller curvature figure, literally. Are you all right? I'm sorry for running into you. Naruto said, holding out his hand to help her up. Oh, please don't worry about it. I was distracted by the lovely scene, she said, looking at the kids playing and parents watching over them. It is lovely, he agreed. Let me help you up. Thank you, the nun said, accepting his hand, and was pulled up. I'm Asia Argento. I just transferred to the church here in town. Isn't the church in town pretty rundown with holes in the roof? The boosted gear wielder thought. Are you sure? I haven't noticed any other clergy members in town. Yes, I am to meet Father Selzen there. Asia said innocently. Very well, I'll escort you there, the shinobi said kindly, ignoring the feeling of warning he was getting. Partner, I know you can take care of yourself, but there is something wrong in that direction. Diedrag said seriously. Yeah, I know, but Asia is too pure, innocent, and obviously naive. He responded seriously. While there is a holy aura over in that direction, it's tainted. My guess is that's the Fallen's base and this priest is just as twisted as they are. Single quote. I agree. Just be careful. Kurama huffed, getting a mental nod in return. Oh, thank you, mister. The innocent blonde exclaimed excitedly. Oh, my apologies. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, a foreigner like you. The elder blonde introduced himself. It was rude not to give you my name after you gave me yours. Please don't worry about it, shall we? The nun asked with an angelic smile. An hour of walking later, Naruto's theory was proven correct. He could practically smell molting feathers and cheap perfume. Before he was able to say anything, his phone started ringing. Hello, the pawn answered. Hey, brat, I just got every ounce of info out of that crow. Turns out they want to extract a sacred gear that can heal any living thing called Twilight Healing, from a young excommunicated nun that is supposed to be arriving today and being made to work with some freed Selzen. Anko growled. He's a real piece of trash. He's not above rape and murder of people who summon our kind. I wouldn't put it past him to have his way with the young woman. They were going to then work with some warmonger by the name of Kokobile to start a new war. Quote, good thing you called then. I found a nun by the name of Asia Argento at the park where I was gonna hand out my flyers. The Jinchuriki said, earning a shocked gasp from the young woman he was escorting. Contact Sona and Rias. I'm bringing her to my condo where we can keep her safe. Figures you found their target by chance. Your luck was always like that. Putting you smack dab in the middle of whatever conflict or shitstorm was brewing. The Rook sighed. All right, I'll let them know. You just get that girl there safe. Got it. See you soon. Naruto said, hanging up and putting away the phone before turning to the shocked girl. Sorry about that. We can go over everything when I get you safe. What you need to know right now is that you'd end up being killed if you went through those doors at some point. Let's go. Okay. Asia said, clearly not sure what just happened, but having overheard Freed's name over the phone was enough to true. Saint the older blonde for now. And where do you think you're taking her? An annoying young and arrogant voice. She's important to Rainier's plans to impress. Azazel. Looking up, the blonde duo, to a girl with blonde hair which was styled into twin tails and blue eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita attire, which consisted of a black dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. And that makes four. The Red Dragon Emperor grinned. I'm taking her away to save her life. Now that won't do at all. You'd better run away and leave the girl behind before I get mad and draw the attention of my other companions. The fallen angel sneered. Oh, by all means. Calawarner already knows me in a brief glance at my strength. Dohansik fought me and had his spine turned to dust. So if I meet this Rainier, then I'd have met you full team. Naruto grinned. That was you. You who scared Calawarner into retreating without lifting a finger. The blonde crow screeched. That's right. Now, care to give me your name and retreat, or are you gonna attack me and end up like Mr. Fedora? Or worse. The Jinchuriki said, summoning his sacred gear, which sounded with a loud boost, and a full-powered Rasengan to show he was serious. And I didn't activate a boost from my gear to scare Calawarner. So, make your move. Fine, take the girl, but don't expect to keep her. The goth girl screamed as she took flight. Shall we? Naruto asked his companion, dispelling his jutsu and gear, getting a small nod in return. Gremini Kondo Building. Naruto's suite. Naruto's suite was what you'd expect of a noble devil family. Red carpets and curtains, cream-colored walls, king-sized bed in a very large bedroom, 50-inch flat-screen smart TV mounted on the living room wall, leather L-shaped sofa, mahogany coffee table, ceiling to floor glass panel doors leading to a balcony. All this is complete with a fairly spacious kitchen with marble countertops and top of a line fridge and stove. Asia looked around in awe, especially after living in church rooms all her life. This is amazing. Everyone in my king's peerage lives in this building, he said, knowing she figured it out that he was a devil. They must be pretty powerful and well off to afford a building like this. She said, still in awe. Well, I'd like to think my family is decently well off. Rias said as she came out of her teleportation circle. Rias Gremini, at your service. Where's Sona and Anko? The pawn asked. I thought they'd come with you. They're on their way. No one outside of my family and peerage can come through the spell. The redhead explained, getting a nod in return. Well, once they get here, I'll give my full report. The boosted gear wielder said. Please, both of you, have a seat. I'd offer you two a drink, but all I've got is tap water currently. My provider is due tomorrow. Water is fine, both girls replied. As their host went to the kitchen, the former nun turned to the heiress. I should have realized that he was a servant of the House of Grimoire. Guess I was still in shock from when he got the call. Don't be too hard on yourself. You just learned that your life was in danger. I'm actually surprised you've calmed down so much. Sorich's sister waved off the blonde girl. It's because I feel safe, Asia said with her innocent smile. Yeah, they'd have to be fairly stupid to target the home of the devil that scared off two of their own and disabled the other. Naruto said as he came back with the water. But to be safe, I'll set up some of my seals around the balcony, windows, and door to keep out non-authorized beings from entering from those points. And the building is already protected from outside teleportation that isn't an ally of my house. Rias said evenly. Does it work if they are already inside the building? The only male in the room asked. It should, but we've never had an enemy breathing down our necks that would go to such lengths. His king answered, getting a sigh in return. So, no way to test that then without putting ourselves at risk. Naruto said wryly. It was then that the Citri family magic circle appeared in the room, with Sona and Anko appearing in a silver light. The blonde shinobi set down 2 glasses of water for them. The poor nun was blushing at the sight of the snake mistress attire. Damn, and I thought our place was extravagant. Although I do like our color scheme better. The purple-haired woman said, looking around. Yeah, well, it's a bit much for me. Naruto shrugged. I've merely accepted that's part of being a part of a wealthy family. The bed way too soft though. I'd think you'd enjoy a soft bed after spending your entire childhood on a hard and lumpy one. The rook frowned. Perhaps that's why I got used to it. The pawn said plainly, causing the other girls to frown in concern, wondering just what kind of life he lived. Before they could say anything more about it, he changed the subject. Anyway, shall we get to the report involving my guest and protected? Well, I already told you over the phone, but since I gave an abbreviated version to our kings and for the sake of the young woman whom it involves, I shall start again, the snake mistress said. After the re-sharing of information, Asia looked horrified and absolutely lost, her faith shaken and near broken. I can't believe it. First I was excommunicated from the church because I healed an injured man who turned out to be a devil. Then I got sent here where I'm to be nothing but a plaything before the fallen angels extracted my gift, killing me. Is that all I am? A tool to heal then tossed aside, or killed when the mood strikes those in charge? Is there any reason for me to go on? Has God forsaken me? The devils felt sorry for the former nun. It hurt knowing nothing they said would help right now. Even with Rias' engagement problem, she wasn't going to offer the girl a new purpose when she was in this state. It would come off sounding like she was just trying to use her, just as everyone else had done so far. Hey, it's been a long couple of days for you. How about you go rest in my room and take the bed? I'll sleep out here, Naruto said softly, knowing they still needed to discuss the rest of Anko's report. I can't take your bed away from you. I'm your guest, and you've already done so much for me. The younger blonde said, snapping out of her depression momentarily. And it's because you're my guest that I insist on you taking the bed. Besides, there is only one bedroom and a gentleman wouldn't dream of letting a lady take the couch. He said with his foxy smile. Thank you, Asia said hesitantly before making her way to the bedroom and closing the door behind her. Once she's gotten over these events, we need to ask her if she remembers anything about the devil she healed. The Jinchuriki said pointedly. There is no way that it wasn't a setup. Especially since I'm damned sure it happened outside the church she was working at. You're right. With the gift of twilight healing, the church would have wanted to keep her close and likely not let her go into the nearby town in fear that their saint would be corrupted. Anko nodded. Rias and Sona both nodded in agreement. The Sea-Tree heiress decides to take charge. Very well, we'll talk to her once she's in a better state of mind. However, what concerns me is the information involving Kokobile and the plan to restart another war. Yes, and they'd likely carry whatever plan they had here, given who the two of us are related to and how protective they are of us. The Grimoire heiress said seriously, crossing her arms under her bust. Not just that, but if I'm right, and unfortunately I usually am in these cases, they'd find a way to lure members of the church here as well. Naruto said gravely. This Kokobile likely doesn't want just another war between two factions. No, he'd want all three major factions at each other's throats once again. The snake mistress was about to make a quip about her friend's luck but was stopped when they heard a sigh from an unknown voice. Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do. Kokobile was really upset when we were the first to pull out of the last war. Doesn't surprise me he'd be looking for a way to shatter our fragile three-way ceasefire. Leaning against the sliding glass doors was a tall fallen angel appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and black goatee, possessing 12 jet black feathered wings that grow out from his back, and wearing a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open high collar that opens up at the hem. The long coat also featured 2 black belts around the waist and 4 black bands on each arm. 2 of the bands at the wrist and the other 2 near the elbow. He wore gray slacks and brown shoes. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my place? The Jinchuriki growled, summoning his gear immediately with the other devils ready to fight as well. Whoa, hold your horses. I'm not here to fight or take back the girl. The fallen angel said, putting up his hands in surrender. I just came by to talk. The name's Azazel, by the way. However, mentioning Asia might not have been the right thing to say at that moment. How do you know about her or where she was? The blonde growled as his gear sounded for the second time that day. I'll explain everything, so how about we all settle down and talk this over like civilized people? The laid-back man said calmly. Naruto, do as he says. Rias said sternly. Let's hear him out and not destroy our building fighting the leader of the fallen angels. Fine, but one wrong move and you'll get another demonstration of my strength. Her pawn responded tensely, dispelling the boosted gear. Once everyone took their seats, Azazel didn't waste any time. Now, let's get the how I knew what was going on out of the way. Originally, I sent Rainier and her team here to investigate Sacred Gear's users and observe them. However, somewhere along the way, there must have been a misinterpretation. Rainier thought what I meant by observing was to be on the lookout for and kill any potential threats. That doesn't explain their plan to kill Asia by extracting her sacred gear. Rias said sternly, not liking that this man sent his agents into her territory. Ah, yes, I was getting to that. The older man shrugged. You see, we fallen are creatures driven by the 7 deadly sins, just as you devils are. So when they heard about a freshly excommunicated nun with the power to heal humans and devils, well, Rainier thought she could impress me by taking the rings of twilight healing for herself. The girl is obsessed with me really, always trying to find a way into my bed. And the plan to join Kokobile? Sona asked plainly. That was more Danesik's and Mittelt's idea. Rainier knows I hate fighting and wouldn't want a war. Azazel said with a sigh before smirking. And Calawarner. She is actually how I came to know about Rainer's plan and where your house guest was. She was your spy. Anko groaned. That's right. The fallen angel nodded. However, when Danasik didn't return when he was supposed to, she went looking and found Blonde over there. Upon learning he injured her comrade, her pride wouldn't let it go unanswered until he scared her off. So I'm guessing when Ms. Gothic Lolita stormed back into their base, she was ranting and raving about me, spiking both rage and intrigue in this Rainier. The same person who killed the former host of the boosted gear. Naruto surmised, getting a nod in return. Got it in one. Azazel smirked. Rainier started making plans to reacquire the Twilight Healing Bearer while cursing you for interfering in her plans, but at the same time, she is also highly intrigued by your strength as well, wanting to acquire you as well, and not for your sacred gear. In other words, she wanted to claim you for herself, as a sex slave or full-on lover. Kurama said, sensing his partner's confusion starting to grow. Indeed, power attracts partner, especially with supernatural beings driven by their desires. Diedrag nodded in agreement. Their host sighed hearing that, especially after noticing the murderous looks on Rias and Anko's faces, clearly saying they figured out what acquire meant. Let me guess. Calawarner also feels the same after getting the smallest taste of my strength. While not to the same extent due to her wounded pride, yes, you're correct. The laid-back man said with an amused smirk. Anyway, after I heard what was going on, I decided to put an end to it. Mittelt and Rainier are currently in a holding cell, while Calawarner is back at the house that I own here in town waiting for me to go there after this meeting concludes. All I need is for Danasik to be turned over to my custody for additional punishment and to let you know my future intentions. And what might that be? Rias said with narrowed eyes, getting a feeling what they were, and she didn't like it. Why? To give the two girls who are interested in the Red Dragon Emperor when he becomes a high-class devil and gets access to his evil pieces as compensation for his troubles, of course. Azazel said, never losing his smirk. It's obvious it's not going to be long before that happens. All he needs is to make a big enough splash. And given Ms. Grimori's current dilemma and her obvious struggle against it, that splash will happen rather soon. I mean, the engagement arrangement between the houses of Grimoire and Phoenix isn't exactly a secret in the underworld, nor is Red's resentment of the idea. Sona, Anko, and Naruto sighed while Rias growled at the mention of her engagement, as well as the fallen angel's plan. However, she couldn't help but agree with his assessment of the time frame for her pawn's promotion, especially with what she'd heard about him. Well, that's 5 people destined for my peerage it seems. The blonde sighed knowing it'd be an insult to refuse. With one more as a possibility. I'll have your man return to the church for Calawarner or yourself to pick up in an hour. Then he's your problem. The petite girl said evenly. However, he will likely need some medical attention. My rook here wasn't gentle when interrogating him. That's fine. The fallen waved her off. He isn't gonna get much better treatment once I give him to my own interrogator before imprisoning him. Quote, one more thing, Naruto said as Azazel was about to leave. What about the rogue priest that was working with your people? What happened to him? I haven't a clue, to be honest. He was long gone by the time I got there. Likely off to wherever that warmonger is hiding. The Ravenet said as he left the same way he came, out the window and off the balcony. Well, this has been one hell of a day. The pawn sighed as he sagged into his chair before feeling like he was being called. And it's not done yet. Fuck me. Getting your first call? Anko asked curiously, getting a tired nod in return. I'll stay here and watch over your guest while you're gone. After all, can't leave the poor girl alone right now. Quote, thank you for that, Anko. He said as he stood up and looked at his king. I'll give you my report in the morning. I'm likely gonna crash as soon as I get home. That's fine. I need to contact my brother and inform him that we've been in contact with the Governor General of the Grigori. The redhead said tiredly, I'd rather keep the info about Kokobile to ourselves for now. Agreed. Sona agreed with a sigh. If Searsex found out about a potential threat to us, both he and my sister would either drag us back home and keep us there while they hunt him down ravenously. And Mom would join them. The pawn groaned as Rias conjured a teleportation circle for him to get to his job. See y'all later. As Naruto stepped out of the summoning circle, he was immediately put on guard by the holy presence in the room. Before he could ask what was going on, the holy aura was amplified massively by a flash of golden light, which was replaced by an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair, a voluptuous figure, and 12 golden wings growing from her back. Next to her was another beautiful woman, appearing to be in her late 20s to early 30s, dressing in the standard habit of a nun with blue eyes, only with a sword that was the original holy presence. Greetings, young Uzumaki, chosen hero from another world. My name is Gabriel, one of the 4 great Seraphs, Gabriel said with a soft smile. And I am Griselda Quarta, a sister who works directly under Lady Gabriel. A pleasure to meet a hero chosen by divinity, Griselda said kindly with a deep bow. Well, that's all 3 big factions. At least it isn't the big guy himself, or I'd have met 2 of the leaders in one night. The young man just sighed with ran his hand through his hair before responding. I suppose it is a pleasure to meet the 2 of you as well. Though I have to say, I am surprised you got in contact with me with this method. Yes, I do suppose this an unorthodox way of contacting you. The nun nodded. However, we are aware of your importance to this world, the angel said in a sweet tone. And to help you on your way to your task, have a job for you. I get it, and for you to offer me this job and likely help me advance in the underworld to get more credibility for my promotion and what's to come, you had to resort to using one of my flyers. However, you got one. The boosted gear wielder sighed. That is correct. The job we have for you actually involves a grievous mistake on our part. The seraph said solemnly. What do you mean? The male blonde asked with narrowed eyes. Naruto, I believe this involves the former nun you just rescued. Kurama growled, getting a grunt of agreement from Drake. We have been watching you since you arrived, Mr. Uzumaki. Starting to help Miss Nijima, your capture of the fallen angel Danesik, brutal as it may have been, led to your saving young Asia Argento's life. Gabriel responded. Her excommunication was our doing. Her healing a devil in front of a church in the middle of the day where someone could have seen, it could have upset the system. What system? The Jinchuriki ground out. Griselda decided to speak for Gabriel. What she means is there is a forbidden truth that cannot be known to the humans. I am one of the very few who was allowed to know. Quote, if this truth became known, the balance of the world would crumble. Armageddon would fall upon the world. Looting, rioting, mass hysteria would reign if the humans found out. The seraph said in rare seriousness. Look, lady, I'm not a big fan of the run around. So either you tell me what this truth is, or skip to the part you give me my job for the contract. It's late, I've had a very long day, and I just want to fulfill this contract and go to bed. Naruto said irately. Yes, of course, Gabriel said with a nod. The truth is, my father died in the last great war. The biblical God is dead, and without him, my big brother Michael is trying to maintain the system that governs religion. The prayers, the exorcisms, religion, keep the balance between good and evil, if you will. So, when Asia healed a confirmed devil, she was considered a threat to the balance of the world. The male blonde growled, getting slow nods from the 2 holy beings. How does this job relate to Asia then? Your assignment, should you choose to accept it, is to go to the church where Asia was stationed, kill the corrupt priest in charge, and find evidence of his dealings with the devil the poor girl healed. The nun said in a serious tone, with the shinobi giving her a deadpan look. Did you seriously just use a movie reference for this contract? He said dully, earning a giggle from the seraph. Wasn't sure you catch that, only being here for a few days. She responded. But, your job is as she said. We figure that giving you this assignment would help you on your way to getting your peerage so it can start being a melting pot for peace. You have your mother, your big sister figure, the girl who taught you that important life lesson, the two fallen angels promised to you by Big Brother Azazel, and the possibility of Makoto Nijima. You have two of the three major factions of the world. Granted, our faction cannot offer you an agent for your peerage, however, you can count on our support and continued jobs from us in the form of a contract. Quote, it's a decent deal. If this turns out to be as big as I suspect, it will prove to be a big foothold before you deal with Grimory's engagement problem. Ddraig commented. Agreed, and it could help your charge get some closure if you find out what happened, even if you cannot disclose the fact. The biblical god is dead, that's the last thing the girl needs. The fox nodded in agreement. Very well. How am I getting there and what method of payment will you be providing for this transaction? The male blonde asked. Upon completion, you'll find your payment in your condo's mailbox. As for how you'll get there, it's only a few miles east, a quick flight if you're used to your wings. Griselda stated. Right, that explains why you chose this time of day to activate the summoning. He grunted before realizing something, suddenly worried for Rias, who conjured the teleportation circle. Wait, how were you able to summon me to Italy? The magic power required for such a jump must be astronomical. Quote, your king is fine, exhausted, but she will recover after a good night's rest. Gabriel said, easing his concern. I only hope you have mastered the spell to return. He simply waved off their concern and took off, leaving the angel and sister alone in the room. And after a moment, I should get back. My brothers hate when I loiter in your world rather than return promptly to heaven. Yes, Lady Gabriel, I will prepare to assume command of the church once young Uzumaki is finished cleansing it. The nun said gracefully as Gabriel vanished in a flash of golden light. Probably should have asked what I was allowed to do with the other occupants. Naruto thought as he flew to his destination. I'd leave them alive, partner. I imagine that Griselda isn't so close to simply observing the Missy. She's here to take over this location. The Dragon of Domination said gruffly. Stealth mission it is then. Kill the priest, find evidence that will find out which devil is threatening the balance of the world, get home, and get some sleep. The blonde nodded. Asia's former home, church. Since it was dark with most of the lights inside turned off, Naruto landed at the front door before slipping in quietly. It was laughably easy to find the priest due to trace levels of devil magic coming off the contract he had, especially with how low the holy energy was despite it being a church. He had to wonder just how corrupt this priest was. I think I'm gonna have to do more than my job described. Something's not right here, the blonde thought. First, the job I was contracted. Then I can figure out what is going on here. Arriving at the priest's office, he slipped in silently. Unfortunately, the prick he was hired to kill wasn't there, but he highly doubted the man would go far at this time of night. After snooping around, he did find the evidence regarding his deal with a devil, one by the name of Diodora Astaroth. The info regarding the deal made involving Asia was enough to make Naruto want to kill this guy on principle. However, it didn't stop there. That dirty, evil son of a bitch. Naruto growled. Oh, if I didn't want to kill him before, I do now. What he found were files filled with photos and information on people who were brought to the church, people who were sick, injured, missing limbs, and even starving, to test the limitation on Asia's twilight healing. The ones that were healed were placed in the dungeons to be starved, beaten, broken, and disfigured enough not to be recognized by their saint. Everyone in the building but the girl knew what horrendous things were being done. In all reality, she was just as much a victim. The priest wanted to have his way with her before getting a better offer from Diodora, all the innocent young women that had no will of their own that he would want. He'd have to report to Griselda before he went home and tell her that this church should be condemned and abandoned. He was so angry that he didn't realize that he was leaking demonic magical energy, drawing the attention of the priest. You, who are you and what are you doing here? The unholy man yelled as he slammed the door to his office. Clearly you aren't in league with Diodora, so, who sent you? It doesn't matter who sent me, or who I am. Red Dragon Emperor growled, his eyes now blood red with Kurama's own anger and disgust, only instead of black pupils, they were slited dragonic reddish-green from D-Drake. Before the corrupt priest could ask why, the furious devil slammed a full-powered Rasengan through his head. Naruto looked down at his target and then around at the church, considering if he should destroy this church and kill the other unholy nuns and any unfortunate souls that were being tortured in the basement. Screw it, I'll show Griselda the evidence, and I'm sure the great seraphs are watching. If they have a problem with it, then they can come talk to me about it later, he thought, making up his mind. So, he gathered every piece of evidence, then left the building before jumping into the air, bringing out his wings, and summoning a massive Ressurected, before throwing it at the corrupted land. Meanwhile in Kyoto, at the exact moment, Naruto hurled his attack at the church, the East Yukai faction's leader, Yusaka, sensed the massive amount of chakra required for the jutsu. She was about to call for her daughter, when Kuno burst into the room, her tails wagging erratically. "Mama, do you sense that?" the younger nine-tailed fox Yukai asked hysterically. "Yes, Kuno, I did." The busty blonde nodded. "I want you to go to the source in Italy and check it out. That level of chakra is definitely not from any of our people. We need to figure out who the source of this power is and if they are our enemy." "Got it. I'll be careful and be back home as soon as I can." The younger blonde nodded and went to gather a little bit of food, not knowing how long her search would take if the individual had moved on by the time she got there. Back with Naruto. Good riddance, he thought as he looked down on the massive crater where the church once stood. Better get back and explain. Then I can get some damned sleep. Try to calm down before you get back to your client, partner. I know they already promised continued contracts, but your anger may put a strain on your relationship with the Angel faction. D-Drake cautioned. "I know, alright," Naruto snapped back, "but it's been a very long day, and that truly was the icing on the cake for the week I've had since I arrived in this world." After a few moments of flying silently, he sighed. "Look, I'm sorry D-Drake. I didn't mean to snap at you. But I'm sure you've been looking through my memories and noticed the shit life I've led. I just want to live a quiet life, find a wife, have a few kids, no more battles, no more enemies, no more saving the world. It's all right." The dragon dismissed. "However, I believe that superhero movie said it best. With great power, comes great responsibility. And you have immense power, Naruto. A quiet life isn't in the cards for you. I really hate you for quoting Uncle Ben from Spider-Man." The blonde groaned. "At least let me keep some hope for my wish of a normal life." Single quote. "I am afraid he's right, brat. As much I want the same as you, I know, normal isn't for us." Kurama sighed. "Normal people have only one mate in their lifetime, but you are on track to having a harem with Anko, Haku, and the Fallen alone. Never mind the spark between you and that former thief." The Jinchuriki just ignored his lifelong partner's quip about him having a harem and the obvious attraction he shared with Makoto. However, he too knew, but held on to the hope he might end up having a quiet life with a family, somewhere isolated and away from humanity, the supernatural, and the like. Perhaps a private island and get what he needs to be transported to him, laying on a lawn chair on the beach, getting a better tan than he already had with his wife and kids. Before he knew it, he was back at the hotel where Griselda summoned him. So, he landed on the balcony and knocked on the door. "Well, seems you've caused a commotion. I saw and have been hearing about an explosion of light, obliterating the church." The nun said with a slight smirk. "Care to explain why you destroyed it?" Instead of saying anything, he handed her the stack of files and photos. Curiously, she looked through them, only for her face to grow increasingly pale. "Lord in heaven," Griselda near whispered. This cannot be. It is. The church and surrounding area have little to no holy energy. In fact, what energy was there felt worse than what fallen angels gave off? I didn't feel much discomfort while in the building. What's in there is real. I knew there was corruption in some churches, but nothing this extreme, especially in this day and age. She shuddered out. This is why you destroyed the church. When she got a nod in return, she nodded as well. That level of corruption, Gabriel said sadly, appearing in a flash of light, cannot be cleansed, even with the power of a seraph's power. Even if my 3 other siblings worked together. You did the right thing, Naruto. I can only pray those souls lost in that blast can find peace in the afterlife. Lady Gabriel, Griselda spoke, shaking off her shock. I figured you were watching, Naruto said plainly, ignoring the massive discomfort he felt in the angel's presence. Aside from my payment, I want the documents involving Asia and this Diodora. Of course, that was part of the plan from the beginning. Shedding light on the devil who was threatening to break a 3-way ceasefire, giving poor Asia a measure of closure. That was the plan the moment you found her. We knew how it would play out given your never-give-up personality and sense of justice. The seraph said with a playful tone. Have I said how much I dislike being used and played? The booster gear wielder said with narrowed eyes before sighing. Look, I don't care anymore. I'm going home, and expect you to uphold your end of the deal by being a continued source of jobs. As I said before I left, I'm tired, it's been a long-ass day, and I just want to go to sleep. Of course, the seraph said sadly. Sleep well, as promised your payment is waiting in your mailbox. Naruto nodded and summoned his transportation spell. A second later he disappeared, leaving a remorseful couple of females. He's right, we did use him. Griselda sighed. I'm actually surprised I haven't fallen due to that. Gabriel nearly whispered, looking back at her golden wings. Using people is what a fallen angel does. Even if it ends up helping a girl we wronged in the first place. That's likely why you haven't fallen, Lady Gabriel. The nun said softly. You feel remorse, a fallen angel wouldn't be beating themselves over it. Quote, thank you. If there was a way to make you an angel, I'd do so in a heartbeat. The seraph said gratefully before returning to heaven, leaving a flushed sister, not knowing what the future would bring. Naruto's condo. Anko was half asleep when the crimson light of the Grimoire summoning circle appeared in the middle of the room, with a very tired and irritated Naruto. Wow, must have been one hell of a job. I don't think I've seen this tired, not without having a massive fight. She said with a playful smirk, laced with concern. I really don't want to talk it right now. Come by tomorrow when Mom comes by and brings Sona. Rias will want her report in the morning. Anyhow, he groaned as he rolled his shoulder. How's Asia? She's fine, hasn't made a peep since you left. The snake mistress said with a shrug. And yes, I did go check on her to make sure she didn't do something stupid to herself or try to leave. She's still breathing and surprisingly, sleeping soundly. Good. The blonde nodded. Because soon, she's hopefully going to get some closure. Now, hate to ask you to leave, but I really need some shut-eye. Quote, of course kid, I'll see you tomorrow, the violet-haired young woman said, giving the fresh devil a pat on the back. I'll try to send word to your mom that you got in late due to a job and need your sleep. I'd appreciate that, he said with a yawn, watching his sister figure leave in a blue summoning circle. The next day, noon. Asia had woken at 6 a.m. as per her usual schedule, only to remember the other day, something she solely hoped was a nightmare. Yes, she met a nice young man, but he turned out to be a devil, even if he had been nothing but kind to her so far. So, she went out to the living room, finding him asleep on the couch as he said he would. What the devils didn't know was that she was listening to everything said last night. As much as she didn't want to believe she was set up, it was the only thing that made sense. Not only that, but the fact that her savior was promised 2 fallen angels for his future peerage, and not just any foul Len, but the one that was planning to kill her by extracting her sacred gear. She didn't know how to feel about that, especially if she decided to stick around and join the devils. She was a little scared that Freed wasn't caught and, therefore, still out there somewhere, but knew she was safe for time being. She considered leaving but didn't honestly trust that Azazel was telling the truth, that he had this Rainier under control, nor did she feel safe knowing her possible rapist was still out there. However, she didn't have any money, nor did Naruto have any food other than a few cups of instant ramen, which didn't sound like a good idea for breakfast. So while she was starving from not having anything to eat since the previous day, she decided to stay put, remembering her host's provider would be stopping by today. It wasn't until noon that Naruto woke up with a groan. To the former nun, he still looked exhausted. "Morning, Naruto," she said warmly, hiding her concern. "How did you sleep?" "Hey Asia. The devil said groggily. "I had a very long night, but slept all right once I got home." "Oh, had a job last night?" The innocent blonde faked her curiosity. "Yeah, if you want to know about it, you're welcome to sit on my report when Rias comes by," he offered, seeing the file he left on the coffee table. "That is if you didn't look at that already." "Honestly, I didn't even notice it. I mostly stayed in your room doing some thinking," Asia said honestly. "You didn't eat?" Naruto asked, slightly concerned before realizing. "I suppose ramen isn't everyone's idea of a meal, much less breakfast." "Well, it wasn't only that," the younger blonde said hurriedly. "I also didn't want to abuse your hospitality by eating what little food you have, even if your provider will be arriving today." As if Asia mentioning his provider was a trigger, two separate crimson summoning circles appeared in the room alongside a single blue circle. One was a beautiful redhead that somewhat looked like her savior, especially the shape of the woman's face, carrying bags of food and drinks. However, it was no surprise that the circles brought Rias, Sona, and Anko. "Geez, I swear you timed that too well, everyone," the Jinchuriki groaned. "Asia had just mentioned you, Mom, and you guys chose that time to arrive." "Mom, she looks like he could be her brother," Asia screamed in her head. "But he is right. Speak of the devil and she shall appear. I swear that was coincidental on my part. I just figured noon was late enough to let you sleep in after your late night." Kushina said sheepishly. "Same with us. Even if you didn't get in until after midnight, sleeping past noon is pushing it." Anko said, getting Sona to nod in agreement. "I could have knocked on the door, but I wasn't sure if Asia would still be here, and if she was, I didn't think she'd answer the door despite knowing this is a devil stronghold of sorts," Rias said with a shrug. "Well, whatever," the male blonde sighed. "I guess introductions are in order. Asia, my mom, Kushina Uzumaki. Mom, meet Asia Argento, someone I saved from a horrible death and possibly worse." "Yes, I heard about that," the former Jinchuriki said with a kind smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady." "While it's a pleasure to meet you as well," the Twilight Healing wielder said hesitantly. "However, I hope you'll forgive my rudeness. But how can you be his mother? You look like you could be his sister." "Ah, yes, I suppose that does need explaining." Naruto nodded before looking at his guest seriously. "But, are you sure you want to know? The info you get from my report to Rias and what I'm about to explain will be a lot to unload on someone in one sitting. While I still may recovering from yesterday, I would like to get it over with. Then I can decide what to do," Asia said seriously, even if her exhaustion was plain to see. "All right, just remember, you asked for it," he said with a sigh. So, he re-explained that he, his mother, and one other were from another universe world, that he, himself, was sent here by a divine being to save this world after he saved their previous one, and most importantly, how time passed differently between the two worlds. Needless to say, the poor girl looked like she was between feeling overwhelmed and wondering if they were crazy. That was until Naruto's eyes went red and a red gauntlet appeared on his right arm. "Naruto speaks the truth. I am Kurama, the nine-tailed demon fox, one of nine-tailed beasts, from his world," Kurama said, switching with his host. "And I can confirm it," Didrag spoke from the gauntlet. "I am Didrag, the dragon of domination, otherwise known as the Red Dragon Emperor. Naruto and the fox appeared from a space-time vortex moments after my previous host was killed." Quote, "So, let me get this straight," Asia said, clearly settling on overwhelmed. It's been 19 years since Kushina died for Naruto, but for Kushina, it was a mere 19 days before you two reunited. The red-headed Uzumaki nodded, as did the blonde Uzumaki, having gotten control back from Kurama. Poor Asia dreaded asking them to continue but knew she asked for it. And this isn't the worst of it, is it? No, unfortunately, it's not. The only male in the room sighed. And the job report involves what happened to you. Quote, please continue. The blonde female asked. Now I need to know, so I can potentially move on with my life. Very well. The Jinchuriki nodded before turning to the devils in the room. Before I begin, do either of you know the name Diodora? Astaroth. Yeah, he's the current heir of the Astaroth family. He's related to the current devil king Beelzebub, who invited and created the evil peace system we use, Rias said, confused and concerned by the name of a pureblood heir would come up. Because he is reasonable for Asia's excommunication, Naruto said gravely before turning to his blonde guest. He was the one you healed outside of that church. Quote. What? Asia asked blankly. I believe you'd better explain that, Naruto. Sona spoke up for the first time. I was told you wanted me here for this report, but accusing an heir is serious. I hope you have solid proof to back it up. All the male blonde did was get up, open the file on the table, and spread out the documents that related to Asia for everyone to read. When they did so, the poor girl looked like she was about ready to cry, while Anko like she wanted to kill the bastard, while Rias and Sona read on in disbelief. You mean to say that this Diodora bastard likely has a peerage full of former nuns, that he's likely responsible for getting them kicked out of the church, scooping in when they are at their lowest, offering them another life, only to break them of their wills? The snake mistress raged. That's the impression I got, yes. Kurama's host nodded tensely. Unfortunately, there is more to my report, and it's not pretty, especially if you hear it, Asia. I will give you one last chance to back out and go to my room where I'll silence the door so you can mull over this Diodora mess. Quote, how can it be worse than being betrayed by the priest that practically raised me? She asked hollowly. Seeing as how her faith was pretty much non-existent at this point, he sighed and pressed on. Well, to start, I guess I should explain who my client or clients were last night. The great Seraph Gabriel, one of 4 I believe she said, and Griselda Quartra, a high-ranking sister who works directly under Gabriel. What? All the women in the room erupted in shock. Not only did a member of the church get a hold of one of our summoning contracts and not exercise you on the spot after summoning you, but one of the 4 leading seraphs was there as well. Rias asked in absolute disbelief. Hey, if you don't believe me, I can go down to my mailbox and get my reward right now, or if Gabriel is currently watching, can come down here and confirm it herself, Naruto said with a shrug. You really met Lady Gabriel? Asia asked in shock and awe. Yeah, blonde, blue eyes, 12 golden wings, admittedly gorgeous but innocently naive. The male blonde nodded. Honestly, I don't doubt he met a seraph on his first job. Quote. Anko sighed. His luck is notoriously bad when it involves missions or jobs. His first job outside the village as a fresh genin ended up a job that should have been given to a team of jonin, fighting a deadly rogue ninja, a fake hunter ninja, and saving a relatively small nation. Running into one of the big wigs of heaven is just another day on the job for him. We did meet Azazel after he brought you here. Sona nodded slowly. However, the mere thought that a nun and a seraph would use a devil summoning contract is beyond belief. And yet, he has proof that this evil priest used a contract to summon Diodora, leading to Asia's excommunication, Rias said, not liking this one bit. Naruto, go get your reward while we digest what you've told us thus far, then you can continue with the report. He nodded and left. 10 minutes later, during which time Kushina decided to put away the groceries she bought for her son, he returned with a fate envelope that had traces of holy energy coming from it. Upon opening the envelope, there was a single golden angel feather along with a lot of cash, 3 banded stacks of 1,000 yen bills. Well, I think that pinion proves that you met a seraph. Quote. The Rook said in awe, getting nods from the two heiresses. And it must have been one hell of a job for this level of payment. Agreed. Simple information gathering doesn't merit this much, Citri said, pushing up her glasses. That would be because I haven't finished my report yet, the pawn said with a sigh. And so he gave a detailed retelling of his mission, omitting the earth-shattering, God is dead, bombshell. By the end of the tale, Asia had run off to the bathroom with the sounds of the poor girl throwing up, even if she didn't have anything in her stomach since the day before, while the devils in the room looked about ready to join her. That's Orochimaru levels of evil. The snake mistress growled. If you hadn't destroyed the place, I would have. Screw the consequences. I agree. The elder Uzumaki nodded while frowning. I'm concerned though that Griselda and Seraph are going to be continued clients for my son. Even if he was sent here to bring about peace between the factions of the world. Working with the church makes me uneasy. And the fact that they chose Naruto to shed light on Daidora's blatant attempt to break the ceasefire rather than act upon it is also concerning. The younger redhead said, biting her thumbnail. Agreed. The student council president said gravely. There is more to this tale that you haven't told us. Though I'm going to bet that it's extremely important and likely confidential information if you decide to omit it. Quote, it likely is very confidential, but it is also the earth-shattering kind of news that is the last thing our former nun needs right now. The younger Uzumaki said in the same tone, shocking the devils. Very well then, Rias said softly, as the former nun came back and sat down, racked with grief. I helped in those poor people's suffering. I thought I was helping them. Hey, that wasn't your fault, you hear me, Naruto said seriously. Gabriel and the other seraphs don't blame you. You were just as much a victim in all this as the people you healed. Maybe even more so for being used like you were then practically given to that scumbag. Quote, he's right, Grimori said softly. I promise you that I will be going back to the Under immediately after we finish here and do everything I can to destroy Daidora. Not that I believe it will be hard. Quote, Kushina growled. The Devil Kings will want to deal with this immediately. Especially Lord Beelzebub. This is a blight on the Astaroth name. Sona nodded before looking towards the only male in the room. I have a feeling this will go a long way to getting you promoted to a high-class devil, probably skipping the mid-class. Yeah, but we know that they still want a display of power to get the high-class promotion. Naruto's king said, slightly looking forward to seeing his full strength. Then how about while you down there, talk to Seraphal and Searzex about setting up a space where I give y'all a demonstration. The male blonde shrugged. I know they'll want a public display, but that will be dealt with when I deal with Riser, and yes, I have a plan for that. Before Rias could ask what that was, the devils in the room tensed up as a massive amount of holy energy flooded the room. Only Naruto relaxed sly. TLY, having recognized the energy signature. Lady Gabriel, Asia said in awe as the golden blonde seraph appeared holding another envelope. Hello everyone, Gabriel said. What are you doing here, Gabriel? Pretty sure it's not confirm my mission. The male blonde said wearily. I came to give you a bonus. My brothers and I weren't sure what we gave you was enough given the extreme of the job, the angel said anxiously. While she wanted to apologize to Asia, she knew Naruto hadn't shared the biggest info with people to spare the young girl any more pain. More. This is already just over 4.4 million yen. The Jinchuriki yelled in shock. Well, you did go above your original job to kill the priest. You removed every trace of the horrible things they did there. So I felt you deserved more. The innocent angel pouted. Lady Gabriel, Rias said, getting the attention of the seraph. While I appreciate the gesture, you do realize you have appeared in the middle of a devil's home, which holds the entire peerage of the sister to the Devil King Lucifer, do you not? I do, but I didn't have any issue coming in. Quote, Gabriel said, slightly confused. This is highly irregular, Sona mused. While she may be part of an enemy faction, she is also a co-contractor for your pawn Rias. I think your wards recognized her as a temporary ally. Quote, I'm more surprised Searsex and Seraphol haven't teleported in. I know they are monitoring you two on occasion. The elder Uzumaki mused, too confused to try and figure out what was going on. Great. If they appear, might as well make my place into the meeting place of the three great factions. Azazel's been here already after all. Naruto groaned. Anyway, I can't accept any more. It'd feel like I'm exceeding our agreement. Quote, oh, just accept the extra money, Naruto. His mother said softly. Firstly, you'd hurt her feelings if you didn't accept, and it'd be rude to refuse. How about I only give you one more stack rather than the full extra 3? The angel said somewhat sadly but respecting the young man's sense of honesty and integrity. Yeah, all right. He accepted the compromise. I look forward to our continued work together. Oh, you should know that work is spreading like wildfire and that there is some massively powerful being out. They're destroying corrupt churches, killing every non-innocent person within the building. Gabriel said excitedly. Gotta go. If I stay any longer, Big Brother Michael will get mad at me. Well, seems like you might end up becoming a big bad boogeyman for corruption in the church. Anko said as the angel disappeared in her golden light. Great, maybe I should go out and get a black tux and call myself Baba Yaga on my jobs with the church. Naruto said sarcastically. Well, now that all tension has been thoroughly shattered, I think it's time for Sona and I to get to work. In the underworld, Heaven's given us a chance to deal with an infaction problem, likely before they interfere themselves. Rias said seriously. Naruto, you and the rest of the peerage have today off. If you get a call from a new client, then you are welcome to decline, but I would appreciate it if you considered taking it. Got it. Good luck in the underworld. The pawn nodded as both kings teleported out of the condo. I gotta go too. Lady Venelana is already likely wondering where I am as it is. The knight said sadly. I'll see you at your demonstration. I got nothing to do today, so it will depend on what your guest wants to do. The rook said nonchalantly as Kushina left a moment later. Well, I need to go see if there is a bank open and see if I can open an account. Unless there is a bank in the underworld we devils are supposed to use. Naruto asked. Or how do store our payments if we don't have a bank? Honestly, I keep my money in a small vault we have in our suits. The snake mistress responded. It would be suspicious to the humans if you walk up with you near 5 million yen. I'd take a look around to see if there is a hidden safe or something. Taking her advice, the three of them started searching the suite. Asia helps as a means of being of some use, so shush. He doesn't feel like a freeloader. In the end, they found it in his bedroom behind a pricey painting. Seriously, I think Rias or devils in general don't know the definition of being subtle. The male deadpanned. No. It's just Rias or whoever designed this building. Anko said in disbelief. Please tell me that if you get a condo for us our saves are better hidden. There will be at least 4 of us that will be shinobi. So yes, our saves will be much better hidden. He nodded. 4. Asia asked. My friend Haku, who is currently a bishop with the Devil King Seraphol Leviathan, Anko, Mom, and I are all from that other world we told you about, Naruto explained. Oh, so I assume that if I stick around I'll meet them eventually. The younger blonde shrugged. Maybe if I'm invited to whatever this demonstration is. That'd be nice, but it depends on Lucifer and Leviathan. The purple-haired stayed before ushering the nun out of the room. Anyway, little girl, let's leave Naruto to access his safe in privacy. Oh, of course. How rude of me, the blonde girl said as she ran out of the room with the rook following behind. With them out of the room, Naruto looked for instructions on how to open his safe. When he was surprised the combination wasn't something stupid like 1234 or some shit. No, it was surprisingly complex, requiring his thumbprint and a 4-digit PIN of his own choosing. So since it required something so difficult to replicate, he used his birthday and birth month. In other words, his PIN was 1010. Yeah, it would be easy for his friends to figure out, but without his print, there was no way to open the safe. I need to go out and get some casual clothes for me, and suppose Asia as well if she's gonna be staying with me for a while. Maybe a gaming system for when I have a day off like this. Naruto thought as he was thinking about how much to store. He couldn't carry around damn near 5 million yen on his personage. That was just asking to be mugged, even if he felt sorry for the poor sap that chose him as a target. Take half, just in case. Clothes and entertainment systems aren't cheap after all, Kurama said. Yeah, and too bad this small town isn't likely to a somewhere I can buy a decent trench coat or Anko's have one by now. He theorized. Maybe when we visit Shibuya we'll have a nice place for leather jackets at the very least. Single quote. So, after putting away half his cash and sealing up the safe, he exited his room and joined the ladies in the living room, only to be ambushed by his sister figure. So, if Asia is going to be staying with you, she's going to need a cover, or at least for the public. Miss Nijima could probably be told the truth considering she knows about the supernatural. Everyone at school and around town is going to need something to go off. The gym teacher said. That's an easy one. The Jinchuriki shrugged. She's my cousin from Italy. We can work on it from there whenever she makes up her mind whether she's staying or heading out on her own. You're right, that is easy and can be worked off just as easily. The snake mistress nodded. You both have the same shade of blonde hair and while her eyes are green, that's the only thing from calling you two siblings. Is this all right? To lie to people about who I really am? Asia asked uncomfortably. Listen girlie, it's a lot better than the public masses knowing you're an excommunicated nun. That's just asking for trouble. The older woman said. She's right. The male blonde said gravely. Even if the church here is practically ruins, the people will still look down on you, possibly harass you, or worse. Quote. Right. The healer nodded sadly. Come on, let's go out shopping. We both need casual clothes. Quote. I can't take your money. The former nun protested. Well, you can't wear only your habit all the time, you at least need pajamas. He rebuked. Unless you prefer to sleep in your underwear, or naked. Anko teased. Besides, doesn't that thing get a little too cool in the autumn and too hot in summer? The poor girl blushed up a storm out of embarrassment at the thought of sleeping naked, especially if she kept sleeping in her fellow blonde's bed, but the older woman did have a point. It was going to start getting colder soon, she'd need at least a good coat. And don't worry about me spending money on you. It's technically cash I got from a job that was meant to bring you closure. So, as far as I'm concerned, part of this is yours anyhow. Naruto stated, finally relenting since she couldn't find any rebuttal for that. She nodded slowly. Very well Naruto, all right. While I'd offer to help pick out clothes for your fellow blonde, something tells me she wouldn't like my sense of style. The Rook grinned. Why not call up Miss Nijima? Surely you have her phone number now. No, I don't, he deadpanned. Besides, even if I did, she's likely wanting to spend time with her sister while getting herself mentally prepared for the Shibuya trip. Quote. Right, forgot that bit. Anko said rubbing the back of her head. Right then, I don't know who to ask. My fellow peerage members are busy. Don't worry about it, I can help her, the Jinchuriki said with a smirk. How? The former nun asked feeling uneasy. Instead, he transformed into Naruto, using his sexy jutsu, although fully dressed. The sudden transformation startled Asia before making her envious of her figure. While Naruto wasn't nearly as busty as Anko, it was still double her cup size. This is how I'd help you shop for clothes, the pigtailed blonde said in a feminine voice. The name Naruto in this form. It was at this time that Akano chose to teleport in wearing a modest sundress. Oh my, if it wasn't for you being the walking power plant that you are, Naruto, I would have thought you had a sister come over from the other side. Quote. She then walked around Naruto, eyeing her up and down before groping the transformed male's breasts. Gotta say though, while I prefer them a bit more on the bustier side, these are nice and firm. Akano. The Jinchuriki groaned with a faint blush on his cheeks before dispelling his jutsu. What are you doing here? What was that? The younger blonde asked. And who are you? Oh, you're no fun. Dispelling whatever jutsu what was. Quote. The queen pouted briefly before turning to the former nun. My name is Akano. I'm the queen of Rias. I'm here to take you shopping for clothing and other necessities. Oh, thank you very much, Asia said with a bit of relief before turning to her savior. No offense, but even with you turning into a girl, I'd still feel embarrassed with you helping me select my clothes. I'm very sorry. Quote. Nah, don't worry about it. Naruto waved off. As for what jutsu that was, it's one of my own designs, the sexy jutsu. Or as I call it, the pervert killer. The snake mistress said dully. Normally the transformation doesn't have clothes, only a ribbon of cloud wrapping around the naughty bits. So it sends perverts flying back with a massive nosebleed, knocking them out for a while. He even got our village leader with it once. In my defense, it was when I was young and looking for any attention I could get, including the negative kind from the pranks I pulled. He said plainly. Anyway, the Ravenet said awkwardly, changing the subject. When Rias gets back and we're done our shopping trip, we will help you find a place so that you don't feel like you're robbing your hero of his bed and invading his home. Quote. That's very kind, the Twilight Healing Wielder said gratefully, not bothered about getting help from devils at this point. I'm excommunicated, might as well accept help where I can until I figure out what I want to do. Single quote. Then let's all be off, Naruto said. It's a beautiful day, it'd be a shame to spend it indoors. Kuo City. After accompanying Akano and Asia to the shopping district of the city, Naruto split off from the girls while Anko went off to the bar, not wanting any rumors to fly if the two shinobi were spotted together yet. However, he saw a familiar figure getting off a motorcycle in the parking lot. It wasn't until she took off her helmet and he saw it was Makoto. Well, there goes that theory. I thought for sure she'd be spending time with her sister. Single quote. Makoto, over here, he said, getting her attention. Huh, she said before spotting her newest friend. Naruto, I didn't expect you here. Why are you uniform? I don't have any other clothing, the ones from back home were lost in transit. The blonde fibbed, noticing a few people around. You look good though, even if that jacket looks far too small on you. It was true. She was wearing a blue jacket that may very well be a sleeved vest that barely reached the middle of her ribs, with a white shirt underneath, black capris, and low-heeled black shoes. Yeah, but it's comfortable and was popular back in Shibuya. The brunette shrugged. Sorry to hear about your clothes though. That's got to be a pain. I can't imagine having to wash your uniform every night so it was clean for the next day. And for an entire week. It's cool. I only just have a hold of some cash that I can go shopping with. Naruto shrugged. Nice bike by the way. Bring that with you from Shibuya. Looking back at her bike, a blue and silver Kawasaki 2,900 rupees Cafe Custom, she gave a wistful smile. Yeah, I got it for me shortly after we helped her come to her senses. That and it reminds me of Johanna, so I couldn't just leave her behind. I see. He nodded, looking around to notice they were alone. You did say your persona took the shape of a bike. Did you have a license for bikes before or after your awakening? Before, but I couldn't afford to get one of my own, Makoto replied. Come on, let's talk while we walk. I'll help you with the latest fashion. Thanks. The Uzumaki nodded. So what brings you here? Honestly, preparing for our trip. I need a small travel case and possibly some apology gifts for my friends. The former thief said softly. I see, I'll help you where I can even if I don't know them at all. The shinobi said, trying to comfort her, getting a small nod in return. After an hour and a half of bonding over getting Naruto clothing, they decided to head to the food court for food. However, as they were heading that way, he noticed a fashion magazine. Normally that wouldn't catch his interest, but the model on the cover did. Hey, he said, getting his companion's attention. You said your friend that the guy you like had a job that complemented her figure, right? Blonde with bushy pigtails. That's right. But I didn't mention her hair color or style. The biker nodded. Why do you ask? He simply picked up the magazine with the model and showed it to her, unfortunately not noticing the headline. In the bottom right corner, which was hidden by the rack when he first noticed it, read: Hi, school model Takamaki announces engagement. Info on page 7. Engaged. The former thief asked, her legs giving out from under her. Takamaki. And Joker. Engaged. It's only been at most 10 months. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice the headline. Naruto said solemnly. I just pieced together the silhouette from that broadcast and the photo on this magazine. Quote, It's all right. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. She shook her head. It's just something more I'm going to have to prepare for. Want to buy this thing to help with that, or would you rather leave it here? He asked hesitantly. The brunette shook her head again before looking at him with tears in her eyes. I can't read that article. I have barely accepted that I never stood a chance. There is no way I can read how he proposed, or how they got engaged. It's going to make the possible confrontation even harder, especially since I have to give them the honest truth. He didn't know what to say. The only thing he could do was pick her up to get her on her feet and give her a comforting hug, one she accepted so much, that for a second time, she held onto him as if he was her last lifeline, not caring about the scene she was causing. Damn it, I feel like a real asshole. The Jinchuriki mentally berated himself. Why didn't I look closer at the damn cover before calling out to her? Exclamation mark. I'm normally more observant. Partner. You can't notice everything, all the time. Unfortunately, this time was a critical piece of information to miss. Deedrag said solemnly. Naruto. Make a seal-less clone after she calms and likely goes to clean up in the bathroom. Buy the magazine. We need information to help one of your future mates and peerage members. They've hurt her so deeply, even without it or why. Kurama growled. Kurama, what the hell are you thinking? The blonde mentally scolded the fox. 1. She's not my future mate, and we don't know if she'll even want to become a devil. 2. Doing this would be a violation of the trust I've built up with her. No, I won't buy this magazine, even if I would like to figure out who the prick who continues to break her heart is. I'm not going to break her trust. Good, he's close to admitting he's attracted to her more than a friend. They've got a lot in common. The tailed beast smirked, having cut their connection to their host temporarily, causing his roommate to sigh. You're playing a dangerous game, furball. The dragon growled. He could seal you up again if you push this. He needs the push when it comes to his feelings towards the fairer sex. He fawned over the last girl he loved his entire life but stepped back because she loved an emo asshole who turned criminal, and even the reason we had a chance to come here. Kurama snapped back. He'd continue to watch her hurt herself if he thought she still held any level of affection for another guy. He needs to put himself first for a change. Quote, even so, I highly doubt he'll appreciate being manipulated. Deedrag stated. If I end up behind bars for a while, it'll be a small price to pay for his happiness. The demon fox stated with conviction. While those two were having their argument, Makoto had calmed down enough to stop crying and decide to buy the magazine. Anyhow, figuring she had better have some info and not be completely ignorant when running into them, and try to be happy for the future married couple. Even if I want to move on myself, I can't until I apologize to them for running away, and why I did so. Then, and only then, can I embrace the warmth and light he's provided me since we've met. She thought as she cleaned up in the bathroom. Even if I'm struggling not to give in right now, I need to talk to sis. She needs to know I'm considering asking Naruto to make me into a devil when he can. Outside the bathroom, Naruto skimmed through the article with Makoto's permission. Turns out that after the Phantom Thieves finished their final objective, Akira Kurusu aka Joker had returned to his hometown long enough to say good riddance to the family and friends that turned their back on him when he was falsely charged and sent away to where he found real friends in his confid. Ants in and out of the Phantom Thieves, a new family in the Sakuras. There he and Anne progressed their relationship at a steady rate, until the day after the shinobi arrived in this world when Akira proposed on a rowboat in Inokashira Park in the middle of the night, surrounded by fireflies. An admittedly romantic scenario. There was apparently a big celebration planned by the couple's friends, family, and supporters, conveniently during the trip instructor Valentine just announced. "I don't believe this." Quote. The pawn scoffed. "Don't believe what?" The Aikido martial artist asked. "I think our dear homeroom instructor may know about your past, or at least who your friends are," Naruto said dryly. "Our trip you've been dreading is happening at the exact same time as Akira and Anne's engagement celebrat." "Ion, you're not serious," she exclaimed before being handed the opened article. After reading the article and seeing what her friend said was true, she was floored. "You're right. This is too much of a coincidence. I've got to talk to sis about this. Can you ask your group about it as well?" "Yeah, I was planning on it when I see them for my demonstration, which by the way, you're still invited to as far as I'm concerned," he said with a smirk. "I look forward to it," Nijima smirked back before slapping his arm with the magazine. "Come on. Let's get lunch, find my travel bag, and not only apology gifts, but an engagement gift for my friends." Quote, "Lead the way," Uzumaki smiled, glad to see she's at least putting on a brave face. Maybe the shock of this being planned out is giving her something else to focus on. Unknown to the pair, there were two sets of eyes watching them since Naruto found the magazine. "Well, I guess the cat is out of the bag now," Sarah said as she enjoyed her coffee. "I wonder how long before I'm confronted by those two. I'd be more worried about you getting pranked for this stunt." Anko snarked. "I warned you that if he ever came here and you pulled something like you'd better watch your back 24/7. "Yeah, but it'll be worth it," the former mercenary said as she threw her hands behind her head. The poor girl needs some closure, and that closure will give both of them the kick in the rear they need to get even closer. Hell, I'm not the only one betting on when those two will get together. "Oh, I know, everyone at school, including me, is on the bet," the gym teacher smirked. "I think everyone saw the instant spark between them they first saw them together that first day." "Very true. Hell, I thought they'd have kissed after their little chat on the roof." The purple lightning joked. "Nah, I know him too well." The snake mistress sighed. "He won't make a move until he's certain she's completely over her previous heartthrob." "Good thing I did my research then," Valentine said softly. "I just want what's best for these kids. They've been through what no one ever should. Come on, we should make ourselves scarce before he notices us," Mitarashi said, finishing her drink and earning a nod in return. After a quiet lunch, neither really knowing what to discuss in public, they got the gifts and travel case, put them in said case, and returned to their respective homes, with Naruto helping secure her goods to the back of her bike. That night with Makoto, the former Phantom Thief was nervous. This talk with her sister wouldn't be an easy one. She took a deep breath to calm herself as Sei walked through the door with takeout for the two of them after her quiet day in the office. The first thing the defense attorney noticed was the magazine on the coffee table with one of her sister's former group on the cover. However, as she put the food down, she saw the headline. "I see you found more than apology gifts in your travel case. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Makoto nodded. "I ran into Naruto at the mall. And even though he was the one to find this, and showed it to me to get confirmation on Anne, he was there to comfort me after apologizing profusely for not noticing the headline." Quote, "Oh, Naruto now, is it?" Sei smirked. "Yeah, I think he's been there enough to be on first name basis at the very least," the brunette said with a smile. "However, instead of teasing me, why don't you read the article and tell me if you notice anything peculiar?" Quote, and so she did, and immediately she was put on edge. This can't be a coincidence. Yeah, Naruto and I both realized that too. Instructor Valestine must have figured out who I was and who my friends were. Or are. I don't know. But I've heard she was a mercenary before she became a teacher. I see. The silver-haired nodded. It wouldn't be a stretch for a former mercenary to have connections in law enforcement, therefore not hard to figure out who Akira was. And with this article, which is dated a couple days ago, wouldn't be hard to figure out who his friends were, and your connection to them given our transcripts. Yeah, I figured that out as well, Makoto said softly, but that's not all I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, Sei said slowly, feeling a pit forming in her stomach. I have been thinking about asking to join Naruto's peerage when he gets his evil pieces. The former thief said clearly, but hesitantly. I thought so. You've been slowly falling for him since you first mentioned him. Even more so when you came home with that sad, but wistful smile when you told me about your upcoming trip. The defense attorney sighed and sank into her seat. But are you sure this is what you want? Even without the extra longevity that comes with becoming a devil, you'd outlive me if you took care of yourself. Quote, naturally, I plan to talk to Rias, and learn everything that is involved in becoming a devil outside of the extended life, Makoto said nervously. And I wouldn't make my final decision until I get closure to my past, but yes. Right now, this is what I want. There is more than chemistry between us. Sei just looks on with wary eyes, motioning to move on. We've had every class together this past week, and he's been there when I needed him most. In his arms, I've never felt safer. The younger woman said, fighting back the blush. Not even Akira, not even Joker, made me feel this safe, and I trusted him with my life during our time as the Phantom Thieves. But, you're being held back by your grief. Her sister sighed. That night you saw him with Takamaki haunts you. I need to tell them why we left the way we did, so I can leave the past behind me, maybe remain friends with them, while moving to the future. The brunette said in almost a whisper, silently wishing for her recent crush's comforting warmth. And with Naruto going to be there during your trip, you're hoping he'll be here at your side, the silver-haired woman stated. No, Makoto said, shocking her sister. I know he will. What am I going to do with you? Sei groaned before smirking. You're already heavily under this devil's spell, that he's captured your heart in such a short time. Quote, all that earned her was a pillow thrown her from the sofa before they both started eating their dinner. Sei knew it wasn't a spell her sister was under, but that boy's natural charisma and roguishly good looks. So were a fair number of other girls from what she saw during their meeting. The gym teacher who came from the same world he did, for example. All she could do was hope her younger sister knew that she would have to share him. The next day, Kuo High Auditorium. While it wasn't a school day, it was a highly anticipated day. Therefore, due to the high volume of people interested in this day, the day of Naruto's demonstration, they chose to gather in the auditorium where they will create a similar space to that of a rating game. In the room stood the four Satans, Rias' mother and father, her nephew, who was alongside his mother, Graphia, Makoto and her sister, both Citri and Grimori peerages, Kushina, Haku, and finally the Nijima sisters. Asia was unable to attend because while she was excommunicated, she still had enough lingering holy energy to upset the devil magic needed for the arena, never mind the seraphs that were interested as well. Before we begin, I think introductions are in order as not everyone knows each other, Searsex suggested before gesturing to his wife and son. This is my wife and queen, who serves the house of Grimori's headmaid, Graphia Lucifuge. And my son, Milika's Grimori. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Uzumaki. I look forward to seeing the strength that is supposed to save my Lady Grimori from her engagement. Graphia said gently with a hint of skepticism. I am Ajuka Beelzebub, and I must thank you for bringing us the news and evidence of my relative's actions. Rest assured that I will be visiting young Argento after this to apologize on behalf of House Astaroth. The creator of the evil pieces said in a gentle tone. I look forward to crafting your evil pieces when you earn your promotion. Quote, I'm Falbium Asmodeus, the final Satan said in a sleepy tone. It's a pleasure to meet the young man that's caused quite the stir in the underworld already. I'm Rias's father, and current head of the Grimoire family, Zeoticus. A middle-aged man with crimson-red hair said with a warm smile. Your mother talks a lot about you. A pleasure to meet the other half of the 4 great Saiyans, as well as the rest of my king's family, Naruto said politely, having gotten a heavy warning from both Sona and Rias not to offend such powerful figures. May I introduce my friend and her sister, Makoto, and Sei Nijima. They know of our world and are equally interested in this demonstration. I thank you for granting them permission to be here. Oh come on Naruto. Enough of the formality, Seraphal said in her usually cheerful tone. Of course, we'd include the Nijima family. Especially since it is plain to even Sleepyhead Falbium that you and Makoto share a connection. It's just a shame your charge couldn't be here, but she is still too pure and clinging to her belief in the Big G. Her latent holy energy will disturb the arena we're setting up for you. You see, Lucifer said. From the power we detect off you from just standing here, it's going to take all 4 of us Satans to make a barrier strong enough to keep you from destroying this town, if not this planet. Hey, Naruto chuckled. I couldn't destroy my world. The town however is an issue if I were to go all out. I'd get every devil here to contribute to maintaining it. I've yet to test how far Dedrag can take my power. How about we leave the boosted gear out of this and see what you can do with your own power alongside Kerr. Amas, Anko said with a smirk getting nods from everyone else. Ready, the Jinchuriki thought to his lifelong partner. I've been gathering nature energy ever since you got the call. Let's give them a show that will make your King Creme herself. The fox said with a feral grin. I'm looking forward to this. Dedrag huffed. Are you ready Naruto? Rias asked, barely containing her anticipation. Let's get this show on the road. The blonde male smirked. The 2 of us have been itching to let off some steam ever since those damned crows started causing me grief. Without another word, the Satans transported him into the rating game dimension while concentrating on maintaining it. While they weren't in the room with him, they could sense his power, and the second Naruto and Kurama synced up and entered Kurama Chakra mode, the power brought everyone but the Satans to their knees. Poor Kaneko looked like she was about to pass out from the amount of Senjutsu Chakra she was feeling. Her ears and tails popped out, and would have shocked Makoto and Sei if they were paying attention. The sisters were in absolute awe. Then he used his shadow clones and started making Rasengans with every element he had at his disposal. The most notable was the screeching sound of the wind-style Rasenshuriken, his first variant of the Rasengan. When he tossed each Rasengan, the impact alone shocked and almost destroyed the area, causing the other devils, aside from the poor girl who was in a daze, to get involved to restore the arena. Perhaps he could train me to use it properly. He's not going insane like Kuroka did. The Nekomata thought, her tail twitching, her cat ears flat against her head. The 2 peerages were already convinced the new pawn could free Rias from her engagement, but then his power skyrocketed even more when Naruto and Kurama completely fused, forming the chakra avatar of the fox who let out a roar. Damn, Searzex groaned. This kid's got some serious power. Please don't tell me. Kushina started before she said red and blue globs of chakra starting to fuse together. Everyone push everything you got into the arena. He's about to unleash a tailed beast's strongest attack. What is he? Sei asked in a mix of awe and fear. If I didn't feel safe around him before. I do now. He'd never turn that power against the people he cares about. Makoto thought with a massive blush. When he unleashed the tailed beast bomb, the arena collapsed and everyone was thrown back from the shock wave, causing deja vu for Rias as she, and everyone, were thrown into the auditorium walls, the roof blown off the building. Wowzers, Seraphal said as she shook the cobwebs from her head. No one has ever been able to collapse that dimension before, not even us. Tell me about it. Searzex groaned. Sorry about that, Naruto said sheepishly, having reverted to his normal state, not realizing the shock wave of chakra and senjutsu alerted every yokai in Japan and around the world. You did want our power. I guess we overdid it. Hot damn brat, Anko said, rolling her shoulder. Why did you need any help to take out that rabbit goddess? Actually, that's not everything I could do. The final thing I was gonna show off was two massive Ressurecteds. One golden in color, the other pure black, both wrapped in my wind-natured chakra. The Jinchuriki said even more sheepishly. I can only use within the Kurama avatar state. They destroyed the Valley of the End and the surrounding area in our final official fight with Sasuke. Everyone was doing their best impression of a fish at the moment, their mouths opening and closing with no noise coming out. Rias was the first to recover, realizing that she actually felt sorry for Riser. Wait a minute, she realized. What is your plan to free me from Riser? Naruto gave her his famous smirk that meant pain for his target. One Anko knew all too well, and Kushina recognized from the mirror when she planned her own mischief. Come now, Rias, the boosted gear user said with a smile. Where is the fun in ruining the surprise? Just know that I'll get him so worked up he'll have no chance to give in to my plan. Trust him, Rias. The snake mistress grinned. When he gets like this, it's best to stay out of his way of help along. Quote, oh, he got that from me too, huh? The former Jinchuriki smirked. Gave Minato more than one migraine when I got like this, let me tell you. Actually, there is one thing I need for this to work even better, Naruto said, turning to look at Graphia, who was helping up her husband and king. How may I be of assistance, Master Uzumaki? The ultimate queen asked with the highest respect after that demonstration. I need you to let us know and be there when Riser comes to visit Rias. He said seriously. I'll bet it'll be soon and that he'd need authorization to come to here to the human world. This is true, especially in a territory under the control of two pillar families, Venilana said thoughtfully. Having Graphia inform you wouldn't be too much of an issue, but why do you? Ooh, you plan to challenge him to a solo challenge. Leviathan said, bouncing on the balls of her feet, figuring out his plan. Hey, not just solo combat. Kurama's host grinned. Me versus his entire peerage. He's insane. Sona said aloud. Even with how strong you are, numbers can overwhelm. I'm a shinobi, Prez. Naruto scoffed. Trust me, they won't know what hit them. You do realize that a challenge like that will need. Searsex started trailing off. That's why you want Graphia there. Once you get him so riled up that he agrees, she'll have to step in and state that such a challenge will need to be authorized by us. 4 Satans. Oh Sona, why couldn't you have claimed him? Sona's older sister whined. I love him and his devious mind. Sona sighed and palmed her face, even if she couldn't deny she was intrigued by his mind. It was like an iron trap at times. At other times, especially when it came to technology like computers, he couldn't do more than use the search engine or work documents. Maybe in another life, I could end up as a member of your peerage, Sarah, the Grimoire's pawn said, clearly flattered. Well then, since it appears we have a plan and know just how strong he is offensively, I say we call this meeting to a close. The Satans need to get back to work in the underworld, and I'm sure the rest of you have plans of your own. The Grimoire maid said stoically. I will play my part in the plan and keep Lady Rias appraised of when Lord Riser requests to come for a visit while being here myself. I look forward to watching the match, young Uzumaki, Beelzebub stated with intrigue. Kick his ass, Naru, Leviathan cheered. I am sure we all will be watching the match, as will the entire underworld when they learn a freshly reincarnated devil challenges a pureblood, Kushina said with a smirk. They'll underestimate you and will be forced to agree to give you your evil pieces after you wipe the floor with McNuggets and his chicks. Even if you are strong, Naruto, remember not to get cocky and underestimate those girls. Riser has not only lost 2 rating games, and that was for political advances. Haku said sternly. Interesting. The boosted gear wielder nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Makoto spoke up. If it's possible, could you schedule the match for after our class trip? Quote, may we inquire as to why Miss Nijima? The ultimate queen asked with genuine curiosity. I have come to rely on his presence to help me through my struggle with my former group. The youngest Nijima said quietly. Rias frowned softly. And him getting hurt, or worse, he couldn't be there for you, making it harder to confront them. Very well. If Riser comes by before your trip, we will make seem like we are giving Mr. Uzumaki time to train. Grafia said, getting nods of agreement from the Satans. With that, everyone but Rias's peerage and the Nijimas left to go about their day. Kaneko stayed because she was trying to work up the courage to ask her fellow peerage members to train her in senjutsu, while Makoto and Sei stayed behind to talk to Rias. Naruto. The Nekosho asked quietly. What's up? He asked. Can you train me in senjutsu? The Rook requested. Properly, I mean. My sister went insane when using it and killed our former master. I don't want to end up like her. Naruto's eyes narrowed at that. That doesn't sound right. Senjutsu shouldn't cause someone to go insane. No, it shouldn't. Not even in this world. Didrag agreed. Something to look into after we deal with Riser and the Phantom Thieves. The Jinchuriki mentally nodded. Of course, I'll help you. Kaneko. Love your ears, by the way, kitty cat. Huh? The youngest girl asked before squeaking, realizing her ears and tail were out before running to hide behind Rias, trying to will them back into hiding. I wasn't gonna ask, but since Uzumaki brought attention to it, what is Ms. Chuju? Sei asked. She is a rare species of Nekomata, called Nekosho. She and her sister both. Akano said after getting a slow, hesitant nod from the white-haired girl. Her sister, Kuroka, is one of the most wanted S-ranked stray devils in the underworld. Now that really roused the shinobi's suspicions. That sounded way too much like Itachi for his liking, and if he was right, then the elder Nekosho killed her former king for a noble reason. If so, he was going to clear her name and help the sisters reunite. If Anko was there, she'd be the first to agree to help him in this endeavor. Before Sei and I leave, I'd like to talk to you, Rias, about something in private, or if absolutely necessary in the company of Akano, Makoto said, not giving any hint away. Of course, let the four of us retreat to the club room. The crimson-haired girl nodded. Everyone else, remember, in a couple of days is the full moon. If I can get Sona to agree, then we will be going to get Naruto his familiar. Quote, actually, I'll hold off till I get my pieces. Let Sona have it this time. Naruto shrugged. I'd rather get my peerage their familiars all at once. Very well, I'll inform Sona, though I suspect that Anko will abstain as well, leaving her new pawn. The Princess of Destruction nodded before she turned to the sisters. Shall we? A few days later, Makoto's chat with Rias was fairly straightforward, and after learning everything that was involved, the king offered to test her pieces on the former thief. She declined, wanting to remain human when she confronted her friends, explaining that they too would be able to sense a change in her and wouldn't let up until she explained. The redhead understood and appreciated her desire to protect the supernatural world. However, today was a day Rias was both dreading and anticipating. She had received word that Riser was planning a visit after school today, which meant she had to deal with Riser's womanizing ways until Naruto sprung his challenge. Grafia was already there waiting with Akano preparing tea. Kaneko was already in her seat with her sweets. Hiba standing by the window closest to Rias, who was sitting behind her desk. Naruto was sitting next to Kaneko, looking bored and not looking forward to meeting the guy. After a few moments of waiting, a red transportation circle appeared in the room, which was replaced by a pillar of fire before revealing the man of the hour, and one look Naruto had to stop himself from laughing. The guy looked every bit like a pimp and playboy he was described. You have got to be kidding me, this is going to be too easy. He reeks of arrogance and self-importance. The Uzumaki mentally groaned. Riser has arrived. The Phoenix said arrogantly. How many years has it been since I have last stepped foot in the human world? Riser, what brings you here? Rias asked stiffly, trying to hide it behind a fake smile. Why, my dear Rias, I am here to bring you back to the underworld and put a stop to this nonsense. The wannabe pimp said smoothly. The human world is no place for purebloods such as us. What use is their education when your place is at my side? Quote, having a human education is important for gaining knowledge that will help when we are called for jobs. Despite being wealthy and influential, our wealth would eventually dry out. Not to mention whatever corrupted human we bring into the underworld furthers our influence. We cannot rely on our power, or ranking within the rating games to survive. The red-haired king stated evenly, standing up from her desk. What little influence you speak of is trumped by our standing within the rating game. A young king who has not even had her first match won't know such things after all. The blonde prick dismissed as he took a seat on the love seat, motioning for his betrothed to join him. Play along with this for now. Just need to give Naruto an opening to issue his challenge and appear to be defending my honor. She thought as she subtly glanced at her pawn, who returned the gesture, though she could tell it wouldn't take much more. Grafia was also struggling to remain stoic and impartial. However, as a maid of the House of Grimoire, it was her job to support all its members. And after the off-worlder showed his power, she was willing to her faith in him. So as Rias took her seat reluctantly, the Jinchuriki noticed the asshole's eyes roaming her body, before roaming the room. It sickened him that the sleazy asshole even had his lecherous eyes glance over Kaneko, and as Akano handed out the tea, his eyes zeroed on the Ravenette's bountiful breasts as he didn't even try to hide the blatant lustful look plastered on his smug face. I may not have participated in a rating game as of yet. The heiress responded stiffly. However, I have full faith in my peerage that we'd be able to succeed when it comes time. Quote, tell me Rias dear, the asshole started as he started caressing her upper thigh without reservation. Is this the extent of your peerage? All but one, yes. She answered truthfully while giving her pawn a look that said she'd explain later, earning a subtle nod in return. A mere 5, he laughed arrogantly as he snapped his fingers, summoning his entire peerage. Riser has a full set. By the door stood 15 women of varying shapes and sizes, none of which could be considered even slightly overweight. While most of them were reasonably attractive, the fact that at least 2 girls were younger than Kaneko pissed him off to no end. There were 2 cat girls with outfits that left their shoulders, abdomen, and lower breasts. The rest were at least looking of reasonable age, aside from the obvious sibling among his ranks. However, 2 of them stood out to the Jinchuriki were the only 2 who looked like they trained regularly. One was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair has 2 Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head, while the front features bangs that form a slight V shape across her forehead. Her outfit consists of a navy blue kippah with gold accents, a white sash around her stomach, and black, low-heeled shoes. The kippah is open at the chest area, giving a view of the young woman's breasts and cleavage. She also wears black armguards over her forearm and doesn't appear to wear any undergarments. He could sense she was on par with a queen, and while not on Grafia's level, her power was still impressive. The other was obviously a knight with the giant Zweihander mounted on her back. She was a tall young woman with long black hair with a dark blue tint and brown eyes. Her hair features 5 thin ponytails going around her head, which are held up by a golden hair accessory on top of her head. Her outfit consists of a white top with black accents that is modeled after a Chinese cheongsam, red shorts, and armored, knee-high boots with matching gauntlets. The top features a diamond shape on the chest area, giving a view of her breasts and cleavage. Too bad I'm gonna have to piss those 2 off as well, that is if they are loyal to this playboy. The Uzumaki mentally sighed, just a bit more before I can do this. Rias smiled tensely. Hello Ravel, it's a pleasure to see you again. Quote, of course it is. The girl with drill-like pigtails scoffed. After all I will be your sister-in-law soon. The Grimoire heiress had enough when Riser's hand touched a little too close to her crotch. Enough. I will never marry you, Riser. I will not be some trophy wife to be used as a breeding mare. Come now Rias, the older blonde sneered. We have a responsibility to bring more pure-blooded devils into the world. Besides, you should be grateful a devil of my prestige is even considering a ranting game virgin like you. Graphia looked on with intrigue, looking at the young shinobi, who nodded at her, signaling it was time. Show us how you plan to enrage Lord Riser. The younger blonde scoffed, getting everyone's attention. The Phoenix heir asked dully. Problem, well, you know, I hate arrogant, self-entitled playboys, who view women as nothing more than plaything and cock sleeves, Naruto says dully. You dare? Riser shouts in rage. Oh, I dare. The boosted gear replies calmly. I mean, look at your so-called peerage and how you have them dressed aside from your sister. What gives lowborn scum like you the right to insult the house of Phoenix? Exclamation mark quote. The playboy continues to shout. TCH, typical. Hiding behind your family name. The Jinchuriki sighs, flaring a bit of his chakra to show he was serious. Tell you what, if you want Rias, then I'll fight you and your entire peerage on my own. I win. Rias is free from this engagement and gets to marry for love. You win, obviously, you get Rias, but you can kill me as well. You pathetic, insignificant nobody. The fried chicken roared as he summoned a large fireball. You think you can take her from me? What right do you have to challenge me in my peerage? That's quite enough, Graphia said sternly, speaking up for the first time. Lord Riser, young Uzumaki is within his rights as Lady Rias' pawn to defend her honor. A challenge has been issued, how say you? This shit-stain dares challenge me in front of the ultimate queen. Fine, I'll show this whelp his place. Riser seethed. I accept his challenge provided he can defeat one of my own pawns right here and now. Quote, a test, is it? Sorich's queen asked with narrowed eyes. Very well, Mira, the Phoenix heir commanded. A young girl wielding a staff charged forwards to take the asshole that has insulted her and her master by surprise, only for her fellow pawn to merely grab her staff before she could hit him. Without looking, and tossed into the ceiling, imprinting her there. It was a moment later, while the Phoenix peerage was in shock, that gravity took over and brought Mira crashing down onto the floor in a thud, the girl knocked unconscious. Is that all you got? Naruto said dully, only to bat away a fireball thrown by Riser. Well, that was dishonorable. Perhaps you should forfeit now. He currently deserves to be. The silver-haired devil near growled. Lord Riser, this action will be reported to the Satans. Young Uzumaki fulfilled your requirement for the challenge, accept it now or there will be consequences. When one called the ultimate queen puts it like that, the older blonde gritted. Very well, I accept. Inform me and my family when the rating game arena is constructed. I shall. Both parties shall likely have 1 week to prepare, Graphia stated before turning serious. However, any attempts debilitate or hamper either party in any way, be it by your hand or word or not, the offender will be disqualified and dishonored. Riser clenched his fist at that warning. That's exactly what he had planned. He'd break the nobody to the point that he couldn't stand, show up to the fight, allowing him to kill the isolated low-born scum. Now his hands were tied, he simply nodded. Two of his own peerage, however, looked on in intrigue. Xuelin, while she was furious, couldn't deny she was impressed by that brief display of strength. Cyrus, the Zweihander wielder, wasn't bothered by the insult. She was, like Xuelin, intrigued by how the FTLY the young man defeated Mira, even if she was the weakest of the peerage. Ladies, I believe it is time to go, McNugget growled. Pawn, you'd best prepare a shoebox, for that is all that will be left of you when I'm through with you. Quote, see you in a week KFC. The prankster smirked, seeing the asshole look dumbfounded for a moment before getting even more furious as he and his peerage left in a pillar of fire. Well, that was slightly harder than I expected. Quote, Naruto, that was brilliant, Rias said, jumping into her pawn's chest and giving him a crushing hug. I've never seen him that angry. Indeed, the ultimate queen nodded. I was particularly astounded when he tried to blindside you that fireball. Very well done. I shall leave at once to inform Lord Lucifer and the other Satans that the plan was successful. Thank you for your part, Graphia, Naruto said with a smirk, earning a very small smile in return as she vanished in a silver transportation circle. Now then, Akano, Naruto, and I need to prepare for our trip to Shibuya. The redhead said excitedly. I will inform Anko and Sona that the plan went without a hitch. With that, everyone went their separate ways, with Naruto going to inform Makoto that every worked with only slight complications, had with not having planned to hurt one of the Playboy's peerage to get the challenge accepted. It has been a few days since Naruto's plan to challenge Riser went off without much difficulty. Makoto was understandably furious when she found out that the arrogant Playboy tried to use underhanded tact. ICS is throwing a fireball when the boosted gear wielder wasn't looking, even if he batted it away with no issue. Riser, himself, got a heavy warning from the four Satans and was put on surveillance, having proven himself untrustworthy. However, as everyone expected, the underworld was in an uproar over a freshly reincarnated pawn challenging an entire peerage, even if it was in defense of his king. Many of the purebloods were siding with Riser out of pride for their traditions, while the Bale and Citri families were behind Naruto and Ramori family due to the alliances and family ties that they had. Of course, hearing that most of the underworld was siding with the fried chicken made Naruto laugh and look forward to showing them up. But right now, the third-year students were currently on the bus to Shibuya, and every passing moment was nerve-wracking for the former Phantom Thief. Hey, Naruto said softly. I'll be there right by your side the entire time. Quote, but what if they confront you about your power? Or ask why you're remaining so close? She asked defeatedly. Then we'll talk to them in private, and if absolutely necessary, have Rias or Sona modify their memories. He said seriously. Quote, I don't like the idea of doing that, but I understand needing to protect the supernatural world. The brunette sighed. Then let's hope they are cooperative. The blonde said, putting his hand on hers, getting a grateful smile from her. Ever since she made her decision to ask the blonde shinobi to reincarnate her when he gets his evil pieces, they had been hanging out almost every day, and while she hadn't told him about her desire to join his peerage when the time came. However, judging from the jealousy he sensed from Rias and the cheeky smile he was getting from Anko, he had an idea of what was going on, especially since Sei had invited him over for dinner once they got back. Off on the other side of the bus, Rias looked on in jealousy, with Akano looking at her king and best friend with worry. You okay with this, Rias? I know you said you wanted to give them space and time to bond, but you look like you're about to blow a fuse. Quote, not really. He and I haven't had much time to talk since we planned Riser's downfall. Or at all, for that matter, about anything not related to our business. The redhead sighed, calming down. I was hoping to get to know him a bit more personally before he frees me from my marriage contract. That way when I start showing my interest in him, it doesn't come off as hero worship. That went out the window when this school trip was announced. He's been so focused on helping Ms. Nijima and keeping in shape for his match. Quote, give him time, Anko said from the other aisle. You'll be on the same floor. So why not ask to talk to him alone? Just don't talk shop, talk about yourself, and let him get to know you. Right now, you've only shown your interest in his strength. So, show that you are truly interested in him for him, just like you want people to see you. She's right. That's why Makoto is so far ahead of me. She's seen him for who he is. Kind, compassionate, cheerful, and yeah, a prankster to those who wrong him and those he cares about. Rias thought with a frown. And there's that instant spark between them. Do I even stand a chance with him? Rias asked solemnly. He has you, Haku, and Makoto, not to mention those two other girls that will likely be all over him. Quote, wow, you have it bad for him, don't you? The snake mistress said softly. Let me tell ya something, girly. You, Akano, and anyone else that is interested in our whiskered hero will have a fair chance as long they are genuinely interested in him and only him. He hasn't had the best experience in the romance department. If you want more on that, you'll have to get that out of him. Knowing it was likely that the former Phantom Thief knew something about that, the two devils nodded stiffly. However, No one noticed the purple lightning listening in slowly piecing things together. So Uzumaki has a match coming up, and I'll bet my salary it isn't sports related. Especially since it involves something so outdated as a marriage contract. She thought while pretending to be asleep. Looks like I may be dusting off my sword and gun after all. I think after this trip, it's time to have a chat with Ms. Prez and Ms. Grimori. Once they arrived at Shibuya Crossing, the former mercenary and her drinking buddy led the students off the bus. All right, first things first, we need to get to our hotel and get checked in. The homeroom teacher said excitedly before checking her watch. We have 2 hours before we are expected at the museum, so be sure to get unpacked and ready to go. Be sure to carry your school ID with you at all times. It will be required to get back into the hotel and into any venues. And we want all of you to be on your best behavior. These trips are a privilege, Anko said sternly. Disgracing our school could very well lead to expulsion or being made to pay for all expenses of this trip. Now get a move on. On the way to the museum, Makoto was increasingly nervous. Hey, it'll be fine, Naruto said softly. I highly doubt we'll run into the couple right away. We'll likely get some info as to where the celebration will be. You're right, she said, calming down. We had an artist friend that works out of this museum, so it's likely we'll run into him there. Thankfully he's a level-headed person. I see. Then your other friends will likely be notified. The blonde nodded. Should we be worried? As long as you don't have anything special on your phone, you should be fine. But yeah, Oracle will likely try talking to us by hacking our phones, Nijima sighed. Even my old-fashioned flip phone? The whiskered teen asked. Depends on how determined she is. The Akihito practitioner nodded. Honestly, we should warn Rias, Akino, and Anko though, even though that may not be enough. That girl scares me, what she can do behind a keyboard. I got an idea of how to warn them without splitting off from you. I just hope I can do it without drawing attention to us. The shinobi whispered before subtly summoning a single clone while simultaneously transforming it into a fly. What did you do? Rias said as she caught up with the two of them. I was hoping that'd catch your attention, Naruto said with a grin. Makoto wanted to warn you and the others like us. One of her former group is a skilled hacker. So I hope you don't have anything about our nature or anything that will expose us. We should be fine. None of us are careless enough to keep that info saved. Especially our more suspicious clientele. The redhead said carefully before returning to Sona and Akino to relay the warning, just in case. At the same time, Anko kills the transformed fly after getting the message, Anbu style, giving her Elo shinobi a subtle nod, which he returns before addressing the students. All right, quiet down. One of the main attractions here today is painting, which has been popular for the last 10 months. A true Yusuke Kitagawa original, Desire and Hope. A reflection of the duality of humanity. Other pieces are from his work that was stolen by Harem, for which he's gotten proper credit in the past months. Is Kitagawa here today? One of the female students asked excitedly. Indeed he is. In fact, Sarah said, checking her watch. He should be here shortly to answer a few questions and sign autographs. Not to mention there may be a surprise announcement. Indeed there is, a smooth voice said from behind the pillar. Yusuke stepped out in his usual casual clothing, shocking everyone. However, if you wish to see it, you will have to come to my friend's engagement celebration, tomorrow in Inokashira Park. Quote, after the questions and signing, Kitagawa roamed around, deciding to mingle with his fans. However, it didn't take long for him to spot a familiar face. Ah, Makoto, I thought I saw you in the crowd, he said with a sad smile. I was hoping you'd make it back here for tomorrow. All of us were. I didn't know until I saw it in a magazine with some help, Makoto replied with the same sad smile, gestured to Naruto next to her, who put his arm around her waist comfortingly. It's nice to meet you, Yusuke, Naruto said, extending his other hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. A pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Uzumaki. the painter said, taking silent note of their closeness while shaking the other teen's hand. How long have you two known each other? Only a few weeks. We first met when I transferred into Kuo Academy and just so happened to end up in her homeroom class. The blonde said with a grin. He's been a great help. I don't think I would have come if not for him. Nijima said softly before Yusuke could ask the obvious question. I promise I'll explain to everyone tomorrow. I just don't want to repeat myself. Of course, the swordsman said with a nod of understanding. I will see you tomorrow at the park around noon. I can't believe you gave him the name of our academy. You know Oracle will do a lot of research now. The future devil smacked her future king's chest. And I know he'll be going off somewhere private to contact your friends and share that info. Giving Oracle something to do rather than trying to contact us with as much info as she can dig up, which I doubt will be much. He said with the same grin he had when planning the Riser challenge. Of course, you did that on purpose. She groaned. Now I know why your smart friend said you were so troublesome. At least I'm not boring. The boosted gear wielder said with a foxy smile causing her to blush slightly. There is that. Makoto sighed. Come on, let's get back to the rest of the class. Meanwhile with Yusuke, Fox took out his phone and started texting to the Phantom Thieves group chat. I just ran into Queen at my presentation just now. He sent. For real? Skull replied. Mako-chan, are you sure? Noir asked, her hopefulness bleeding through. Yes, she came with her new school. Kuo Academy, I believe she said. And I think she has a boyfriend. Queen getting a boyfriend. Now this I have to hear. Oracle grinned. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, a transfer student at the same academy. Blonde spiky hair, blue eyes, 6 whiskers, 3 on each cheek. Fox replied. He had his arm around her waist in a comforting manner and seemed a little possessive. Opening curly bracket ... Did she say why she left? Panther asked, pain and worry clearly coming through. No, but she did seem to be pained about something. Said she'd explain to everyone tomorrow. I told them to be there for noon, before the actual celebration. Hopefully, it won't ruin the mood. Morgana seems to think he knows why but isn't saying anything other than it's up to her to explain. Joker responded. Do I need to come over there and interrogate him? Oracle said with a devil emote. No interrogating Mona-chan. He must have his reasons for keeping quiet. Noir stressed. Fine, but I'm going to get on researching this Uzumaki and that academy, then getting in contact with them. If I get done before noon tomorrow, the hacker grumbled. And yes, I will be there. Queen hurt us all by taking off without so much as a word. If I don't like this Uzumaki guy, I'm laying him out. Especially if he hurts her. Skull added, clearly annoyed. Let's not get ourselves worked up until we talk to them tomorrow. Joker commanded. Now, I gotta get back to work, the cafe is unusually busy. That's likely because of that article we put out in those magazines. Panther said sheepishly. Downside of being famous, babe. See you all tomorrow. Back with the Kuo group. Alright, class, Sarah said, getting everyone's attention. The rest of the trip is yours for some rest and relaxation. Just remember, cause any trouble that disgraces our class or school, it is all on you with heavy penalties. Just be back at the hotel by 10 p.m. tonight. This brought a chorus of groans, causing Anko to step. Don't give us that, you're still teenagers and students. It's important to keep a steady sleep schedule. Oh, and we'll know if you decide to go to a bar or to the red light districts. It's not just the two of us keeping an eye on all of you. Quote, exactly, Valentine said seriously. Now, as for tomorrow, you'll have to be packed and back at the train station by 6 p.m. Any later and you can find your own way home, on top of receiving either a month of detention or suspension, depending on your reasoning for being late. Off you go, brats, or we're gonna start assigning tasks for you to complete instead of having semi-free reign over your vacation. Mitarashi snapped. Most of the students took off faster than the gym teacher could devour dango. Naruto and Makoto, however, stuck around while looking directly at their homeroom teacher. The snake mistress saw what was about to happen and pat her friend on the shoulder to wish her luck. "All right, let's get this over with." The former mercenary sighed. "How did you find out about my past, Queen of the Phantom?" Thieves asked sternly. "And once you found out, why would you set up this little field trip during the time that would cause me the most pain, especially if Naruto hadn't found that magazine?" Quote, and Anko, the hero of the elemental nations, glared at his friend, causing her to flinch, stopping her departure. "What role did you play in setting this up? And don't try to deny it. I know you had a hand in this, especially after the entire school saw our compatibility." Quote, "Should have known I wasn't gonna get out of this." Anko sighed. "Well, I'll start then," Sarah said, leading them to a quiet corner. "I knew about you before your new support pillar showed up in our world. Yes, I know about that from her." She paused, pointing at her drinking buddy, causing Naruto to sigh, knowing the spiky-haired Kunoichi was a talkative drunk. "I found it a little odd that a big-time prosecutor would turn into a defense lawyer, much less move away from a big city like Shibuya. So, I did a background check, and as your sister may have surmised, I do have contacts in law enforcement, therefore it wasn't hard to connect her to the mental breakdown incidents." Quote, "Which led you to finding out she was in contact with Joker?" Makoto sighed, getting a nod in return. "But how did you figure out my connection with him and the rest of the group? Your little broadcast might have hidden your faces and distorted your voices, but let's face it, it didn't hide your figures, especially some of your teammates' hairstyles. All I had to do was look a little deeper to find out who Joker hung out with the most, and that led me to figure out the identities of every member of the Phantom Thieves." Valentine shrugged. "As for why I set this up during a time that would hurt you, I knew you and your sister moved away to get away from the new couple. Leaving the way you did, I knew it would eat away at you. Originally I planned for this trip to bring you closure so you could move on with your life without the guilt, maybe reconnect with your friends. And that changed when I arrived and you saw the instant connection between me and her." The blonde groaned as he scratched the back of his head. "Which is where I came in," Anko said sheepishly. "I knew it was only a matter of time before you two started to fall for each other, don't try to deny it." She stopped the two teens before they could say anything before looking at her fellow shinobi. "I knew you wouldn't make a move so long as she was still pining over her former leader and crush, thus repeating the same anguish you went through with Sakura and Sasuke." Quote, "You're lucky I told her about that," Naruto growled before clutching where the traitor killed him. "Just wish you hadn't said their names." "You okay?" the brunette asked quietly. "The being that sent me here let me watch my funeral, as well as events that followed," he said softly, causing the two adults to strain their ears to pick up. "The entire allied shinobi forces, as well as people I'd helped throughout my life, called for Sasuke's head under threat that Konoha, our home, would end up like my clan's ancestral home. Completely destroyed, if he wasn't found and killed before my birthday. In the end, it was Sakura, the girl who never gave up on him until I died at his hand, who was the one to perform his execution by punching his head into the execution site floor." Quote, "Sakura killed her lifelong love after he killed you?" The Akihito practitioner gasped. "Damn, never thought Pinky had it in her." The snake mistress sounded impressed before pushing on so the two could prepare for tomorrow. "Anyway, I wanted this world to be better for you. I know that you have me, your mom, and Haku, but when I saw history starting to repeat itself, I started planning with Sarah once I heard her getting permission to come here. It just worked out that she was already planning for the former thief to run into Kitawaga and therefore find out about the engagement between the model and her former leader. Fortunately, your odd-ass luck found that article and helped deepen your growing bond. Now the only thing standing in your way is tomorrow and that event happening when we get back." Both teens looked at each other and sighed. While they could understand that both of the teachers were only trying to help, neither of them appreciated the way they went about it. However, Naruto knew his former fellow pariah was right. And Makoto knew the former mercenary was right as well about the guilt eating away at her. Instructor Valentine. The Jinchuriki started. You do realize that if I had not come here and found that article, which by the way I'm not happy that you two were spying on us, you could have caused Makoto more harm than good. Finding out that the man she wasn't completely over was engaged to be married from a friend would have devastated her. In public no less. Do you seriously think she would have gone to that celebration tomorrow? Exclamation mark quote. Naruto. Calm down, Queen said putting a hand on his shoulder. But he's right. Even finding out from a magazine nearly destroyed me. If I had found out from Yusuke during his public announcement, not only would I have locked myself in my suite, but I might have considered taking that extreme mile, leaving you to explain to my sister why I didn't come home. If it wasn't for Naruto being here for me, I wouldn't be anywhere near ready for tomorrow. Honestly, I'm still not, but I know I will be alright. I was gonna pull you aside and comfort you once you found out. The Purple Lightning pouted. I never expected him to make the engagement part of his own announcement though. I figured once he saw you in the crowd, he'd tell you in private, or you'd run into that corporate floof-haired girl during your free time. You obviously didn't do your homework well enough then. The brunette sighed. Yusuke isn't the most socially adept person in the world, especially when it comes to his art. He'd put his excitement before any subtlety or he wouldn't even think about it until the words flew from his mouth. In fact, I'm sure that if he hadn't made this latest art piece for Ann and Akira, he would have displayed it today. Alright fine, I'll try to do better. Sarah continued to pout. Gimme a break. This is my first teaching gig. Quote, well, aside from blindsiding one of your students with possible despair-inducing trauma, you've done an amazing job, Naruto said trying to cheer her up. Much better than the ones back home, especially Iruka. I do love that guy like a brother, even a father, but damn could he put his class to sleep with his lectures. Well thank you, the redhead said with a slight smile. Now off with you two. I'm sure you got some prepping to do. Quote, with that, the two teens walked off but didn't get far until Anko sent him a text saying that even drunk she never told Sarah about being a devil or the supernatural. Not that he was worried about that. While she was a talkative drunk, she knew better than to expose something detrimental like the supernatural, even if exposing they came from another world was bad enough. Once the kids were out of sight and earshot, Sarah sighed and collapsed into a nearby chair with a sigh. Anko looked at her friend. In all honesty, that could have gone a lot worse. Oh yeah, how do you figure? The former mercenary asked sarcastically. Let's face it, they were right and I could have royally fucked up. I've only had my job for a short while, and I almost caused a kid to potential suicidal despair. Quote, yes, that's true. The kunoichi nodded. However, thanks to divine intervention, you're going to end up helping not one, but two young adults move on with their lives and give them a chance at a happy ending. Quote, hey, and thanks to the same intervention, I've found the best friend an ex-merc could have, Valentine said gratefully. You can imagine I haven't had the luxury of having real friends until now. Don't mention it. The pineapple-haired woman shrugged her off. Come on, let's go. I think we need a few drinks. We'll check on the kids before curfew. With Naruto and Makoto. Well, what do you want to do now? Naruto asked his friend. I would like to go back to the hotel and rest, but you did say something about wanting my help doing some shopping. She said, shyly. That's true. I wanted to find a nice leather jacket or trench coat. He said before going quiet so only she could hear. Ya know, something intimating for my contracts without using Kurama's power. Well, good thing I know a great leather clothing store nearby. The former thief said with a grin. Might even be able to find you a pair of shades to go with your coat. Hey, full matrix huh? The blonde chuckled. Lead the way. Little did they know that on the way to the store, a certain floof-haired girl spotted them as she was exiting Big Bang Burger for a routine inspection. Mako-chan, Haru said to herself. Yusuke's right, they do look like a couple. They look good together. The Pinkett thought about calling out to her friend, but she didn't want to intrude in case they were on a date. She did feel a little jealous. It was so hard to find a boyfriend who didn't want her for the fortune that comes with inheriting Okumura Foods. With Rias. Rias was lying down on her bed back at the hotel. As much as she wanted to go out and visit all the manga and anime shops, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her pawn and how to get some alone time with him before they headed back to Kuo. The best she could think of was to send him a text and see if she could talk with him tonight, but she also knew her crush wanted to be there for the former thief during her friend's engagement party. Therefore he would like to get to sleep early, but it was her only chance. So, with some hesitance and nervousness, she picked up her phone and sent her request to Naruto. Is it possible to talk with you this evening? I understand that you have an early day tomorrow, but I would appreciate it if we could talk before we head back home. After a few minutes, she was starting to worry he'd turn her down. However, she got a reply just as she was about to head out. Yeah, I can make some time tonight. Makoto and I don't need to be at the park until noon. What's up? Nothing's wrong, I promise you that. I just wish to spend some time together and get to know each other more. We haven't had much time for that with everything that's been going on. She replied, trying not to let on about her crush on him just yet. I guess that makes sense. The pawn replied, seemingly convinced. See you tonight. With that, she headed out with a big smile on her face, feeling both excited and nervous. She knew that if tonight went poorly, it would impact their working relationship, never mind whatever else was budding between them. That night, Naruto arrived in Rias and Akino's hotel room, though the Ravenet was graciously staying with Sona and Tsubaki for the night. The Grimoire heiress had picked up simple snacks such as chips, cheese, carrots, and pepperoni trays, which all were sitting on the coffee table. Rias was currently in a turtleneck sweater that definitely highlighted her sweater puppies with a pair of blue jeans and woolly socks. The reason for the sweater is that the hotel's central air worked a little too well, creating a bit of a chill rather than a comfortable cool. The blonde was wearing his new leather trench coat with a crimson-red liner, complete with black combat pants and black combat boots, his new shades resting on his new black shirt. The redhead blushed, very much liking the outfit her pawn purchased. Thanks for agreeing to join me, she said, snapping out of her stupor. Had a productive afternoon, I see. Yeah, Makoto showed me to a really good leather store in the area, he said, taking off his jacket and draping over the back of a chair before sitting down. Figured I'd get a look that goes with what I'm likely gonna be doing for the Angels. Yano go for the intimation look while taking out corrupt members of the church. It definitely works, Rias nodded, although it may have a different effect on the female population. If he wears this during his fight with Riser's peerage, I don't think those girls will be able to focus, at least those that aren't completely brainwashed by that pig. Single quote. So, what would you like to know? You said you wanted to get to know each other, Naruto asked, reaching for some of the snacks. Well, tell me about some of your adventures. I imagine you have a lot of stories to tell, his king asked. All right, where to start? The pawn stopped to think. Well, I guess I should start at the beginning. So, he recalled the events of the Land of Wave, with Rias sitting on the edge of her seat, telling her how he met Haku and then invigorating the client's grandson to find his courage and rally the rest of the village into standing up for themselves. He even went into the battle on the unfinished bridge, how he first tapped into Kurama's power after he thought Sasuke had died, only coming to his senses after about to finish Haku and discovering her identity as the fake hunter ninja with his fist mere inches from her face while he was straddling her. Then, with sorrow filling his voice, he went on to tell how Haku gave her life to save the swordsman she considered her master, about how he laid into Zabuza about how much she cared for him, and the eventual death of the browless ninja. So, that's why you were so emotional when you reunited with Haku when you first woke up here, Rias said softly, getting up from her chair to pull him into her chest to comfort him, feeling him nod into her. That's definitely a wild first mission. But you got something irreplaceable from it, right? Your motto. Yeah, He said, not caring. But that was my first experience with death. But not my last, as you might imagine. Quote, no, not in your line of work. She said solemnly. You've likely seen and dealt more death than I have. Not as much as you think, honestly. He said, pulling himself from her bountiful and warm chest. He then went to tell her about his other missions, the Chunin exams which led to the death of the Hokage he considered a grandfather, and the retrieval of Tsunade where he learned the base form of the Rasengan. He even went on to retell his team saving another country while the original mission was a simple escort mission for a famous actress who turned out to be the rightful ruler of said country, again instilling courage within his charge, only this time delivering the final blow to the usurper and Chong-ing the country entirely. As the blonde continued his tales, the redhead was on the edge of her seat until she noticed the time. Oh no, look at the time. Huh? Naruto asked before looking at the clock only to see it almost 2 a.m. I suppose I should get back to my room. I've got to be in about 6 hours at the earliest, 8 at most. But we can continue my tales another time. We will have a day or two before my match with KFC if you'd like. Quote, I'd like that, Rias replies with a smile on her face. I was hoping to get to know each other better, but we spent the time talking about your adventures. We still are, even if one-sided. The boosted gear wielder said with a grin. Don't worry about it though, even if we cannot make time for Phoenix's beatdown, then we'll have plenty of time afterward. Quote, I suppose. The heiress sighed. How can he be so good with Makoto and completely dense with me? Question mark single quote. Hey, the Jinchuriki said softly. I know what this means for you, and whatever direction we take, be it close friends or more, there's no rush. He turned to leave, grabbing his new coat before looking over his shoulder with a teasing grin. Besides, you and Akano aren't as good as you think about hiding your interest in me. Just one thing at a time, all right. Rias nodded, blushing up a storm at being caught. Right, more observant than he lets on. Single quote. Goodnight, Rias, Naruto smirked as he left. The next morning, Rias Han woke up at 9 a.m. to a text from Makoto saying she needed to talk. So, after a quick shower, he made his way to her room. Once inside, he could tell she didn't get much sleep. Hey, what's wrong? Naruto asked softly, sitting next to her. I don't know if I'm ready for this, she said softly, seeing Akira and Ann again. I'm scared I'll freeze up or worse, snap at them. That's what I'm here for, right? Not only offer support but to try and stop you from doing something you'll regret, he said as he put an arm around her shoulder. Right, thanks. The brunette sighed as she calmed herself down. Now then, since I'm gonna be meeting your friends shortly, can you tell me their real names and what to expect? The blonde asked hesitantly. I suppose that's fair. Makoto nodded. Well, Yusuke you've already met, so not much more to explain about him. Skull or Ryuji will be easy to identify. He's blonde, quick-tempered, and often hunched over. Haru Noir has floofy light auburn hair, is wealthy, and is soft-spoken. You've seen Ann Panther on the cover of the magazine, but I should say that she has one hell of a sweet tooth. It's actually a surprise. Say she manages to maintain her model-like body. She too has a bit of a temper, but it's often directed at Ryuji, her childhood friend. Morgana or Mona is the talking cat I mentioned. You may not be able to understand him since I couldn't until I heard him talk in the metaverse. He usually rides along in Akira's bag and has or had one hell of a crush on Ann, calling her Lady Ann all the time. Futaba Oracle is like Akira's little sister. As I've said, she's a skilled hacker, very thin, orange hair with glasses. I don't know how much she's changed since I left, but she was a shut-in before we helped her, so don't be surprised if she's a little shy at first. And lastly, Akira or Joker. She paused to take a shaky breath. He's got black, messy hair, wears glasses, usually quietly kept to himself at school. Although that is to be expected, he had a criminal record when he came to our school, which automatically made him an outcast, Naruto said, getting a nod in return. Yeah, But what drew me in was his confidence and intelligence, not letting anyone or anything keep him down. Even after we got his name cleared and his record expunged, he only ever hung out with select people. Makoto said, holding back her tears. He helped bring me out of my follow the rules shell, taught me how to have fun. Be less, as many students would call me, a robot, doing as I was told, doing what those in authority told me to. He and the rest of the gang got me out of a lot of trouble. You see, when we first met, I suspected, correctly mind you, that they were the Phantom Thieves, the ones that caused our gym teacher to suddenly change, admitting he was physically beating the volleyball team, having sexual relationships with female students, even was trying to get Ryuji and Akira kicked out of the school, which would have gotten Joker arrested for violating his court orders. We were confrontational at first, even when I came to them for help when drugs were circulating our school and the female students started dropping out because they were practically sold in prostitution. They saved me from that same fate after they told me I'd be in the way, causing me to rebel and confront the person behind it all, a mob leader. They sound like good people, he said softly. I can't wait to meet them. Anyone else I should be aware of? Well, there are Joker's confidants. They will likely be there. Queen said thoughtfully. They're Iwa, our weapon vendor. Not actual weapons, mind you, they were more models and replicas. Our melee and guns. He should be easy to spot and has a salamander tattoo on his neck. Then there's Dr. Takemi. She provided our medicine and even went out and about. She was in goth punk clothing, and has pale skin. Then there is a reporter, I can't remember her name, but she was an informant for our bigger cases. So, keep an eye out for the person with a camera. The blonde nodded. Sojiro will likely be there as well. That's Futaba's father and the owner of the cafe Akira works, lived in, and ended up being a surrogate father to him as well, Makoto said before thinking again. Other than that, I don't know who will be there. I didn't know all of his contacts. Miss Kawakami might be there since she was their homeroom teacher. Yeah, that might be a stretch. Unless she's as involved as Sarah, then I don't see it likely. Naruto nodded before checking his watch. We should get going. We have an hour to get to the park and I have a feeling the time Yusuke gave us isn't when the rest of the guests are scheduled to arrive. The former thief nodded slowly, already figuring that out last night. Yeah, but is it talk as thieves are to prevent our drama from ruining the engagement party? We'll find out soon, but I have a feeling things will be so much better for you after today. The former shinobi said, slight optimism coming through. In Akashira Park, the Phantom Thieves were waiting for their wayward friend and her possible boyfriend with mounting anxiety. Only Morgana's anxiety was how the rest of the group would react if his suspicion was correct. He saw that she was more devastated than he was that Christmas night. If that was indeed the case, it would explain why she was distant even since and why it was harder to pull her from her funk in the velvet room. When Makoto arrived with the young, whiskered blonde man Yusuke mentioned, they could see why he thought they were together. He remained close to her side in a comforting manner, with her being clearly nervous. Hey guys, the brunette said shyly. Mako-chan, it's good to see you. Haru said happily, trying to ease the mounting tension. How is the new school? It's actually going well, Makoto replied, thankful they didn't immediately ask the pressing question. The teachers are really nice, while I didn't have many friends before I met Naruto here. Oh, I'm so sorry. The floof-haired girls gasped. How rude, we should introduce ourselves. I'm Haru Okumura. Quote, we might have met briefly yesterday, but I am Yusuke Kitagawa. The artist said with a slight bow. Ryuji Sakamoto, Skull said rudely, not liking something about the newcomer. Ryuji, the bushy pigtailed girl shouted, stomping on her childhood friend's foot. Sorry about him. I'm Ann Takamaki. Pleased to meet you. I'm Akira Kurusu, Joker said with narrowed eyes, sensing something off about his friend's companion. I'm Futaba Sakura, the hacker said shyly, hiding behind her big brother figure. And our cat is Morgana. I'm not a cat, Mona said in denial, despite being stuck in a cat's body before turning to his friends, thinking Queen's friend couldn't understand him. There's something off about this Naruto. I'm sensing a lot of power coming off of him that's not natural. And for formal introductions, even if I assume Yusuke contacted you yesterday, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The Jinchuriki flashed his foxy smile. Nice to meet you all, including you Morgana. Seems Makoto was right to be concerned about you guys being able to sense my energy. Wait, you can understand him, the Aikido practitioner said in shock. How is this possible? I don't know. The devil shrugged. Nor do I know if it's more convenient or troublesome. Okay, who the hell are you? Ryuji shouted, ready to fight. Ryuji, stand down, Akira said sternly. However, I would appreciate it if you answered the question. Let's just say that the supernatural you know isn't anything like what has been going on for a millennia. Not sure what else I can say, other than angels and devils are real, and not the beings you're used to. From what I know, they look like everyone else. The pawn said, I'd need to call someone to see how much I can explain and possibly come over to assist if that's okay. The thieves looked at each other and nodded before their leader spoke up again. That's fine. However, the rest of our guests will be here soon. How about we take the supernatural talk someplace else? I'll speak with my adoptive father to see if we can use his cafe. That takes me back. ... Queen said softly, sadness barely hidden coming through. It'd be like a true reunion of the Phantom Thieves of Heart. So, he knows about us? Anne asked. I do, and so does our homeroom and gym teacher. Naruto nodded. But how? The non-cat asked. Not even the police could figure out who the rest of us were. Sarah Valestine, Futaba said in realization, getting everyone to look at her. Their homeroom teacher is a former mercenary who has contacts all over the place, especially in law enforcement. It's not of the realm of possibility that connected Makoto and her sister to Akira, then proceeded to connect the dots with who he hung out with the most, which would be us. Yes, it was Instructor Valestine who figured it out through the method you mentioned, but also that countrywide Brody C. asked you guys sent out before Shido changed. The light in the background hid your faces but didn't do anything to hit your hairstyles or figures. It didn't take much for her to connect that to who your leader hung out with. Quote, man, we're lucky she wasn't hired by Shido or the police back then, or we would have been sharing a cell with him. Ryuji groaned. That's a little scary to think about. Haru said softly with Fox nodding in agreement. Well, as Akira said, our guests will be here soon. And as much as I don't want to pressure you Makoto, I think it's time we ask the question we've been wanting to know. Panther said softly, why I left without so much as a goodbye or explanation. Quote, the brunette said nervously, getting nods from her friends, and a comforting arm around her waist from her crush. Morgana may have already guessed, but I left because of something I discovered on Christmas. Quote, I thought so. Mona sighed, getting looks of confusion from his family. You see, during our time together, and after all the help he's provided me in particular, I fell in love with Akira. She said softly, regaining everyone's attention. I was going to confess on Christmas, so I made my way to LeBlanc to finally make my move. Except, when I got there, Morgana warned me not to go in. That's when I got my heart broken. She paused and looked at the engaged couple. I saw you two cuddling in one of the booths and about to kiss. Makoto, Akira said sadly, with the model covering her mouth and tears running down her face. After that, it grew increasingly difficult to be around you two, especially with your affection for each other becoming more and more a parent. So, I stuck around until our job of ending the metaverse was complete. After that, I convinced my sister to move away from here. Queen said, fighting her own tears. I didn't say anything before I left, because it was too painful, nor did I want you guys to try and convince me to stay. Quote, she wouldn't have even known about your engagement if it wasn't for Instructor Valestine announcing our field trip here. It was during a trip to the mall to get a travel bag that we found the fashion magazine with your engagement as a headline. Quote, Naruto picked up for his friend. It nearly wrecked me, and would have if it wasn't for Naruto being there to support me, Makoto said softly. I wasn't completely over you, until recently. The thieves nodded in realization. However, the devil was somewhat stunned for a moment, before smiling and pulling her in closer, making her blush with a small smile of her own, with a clear message that they'd talk more later. I'm sorry I didn't notice beforehand, Joker said with a frown as he pulled his fiancée into the same comforting hold. We really should told everyone as soon as we got together, but we didn't want it to affect our teamwork. But I guess it did in the end, Panther said, wiping her tears. I'm so sorry we ended up hurting you. You're like a sister to me. And I'm sorry for not talking about it before I left, Makoto said tearfully. I just couldn't. Let us put down to a breakdown of communication with both parties, Fox said stoically, getting nods from all. Now then, shall I suggest the bride to be and the rest of our fairer companions go to freshen up and remove all traces of your tears? It wouldn't do to cause worry with the rest of our guests. With that, the girls went off to fix their makeup while the guys who shed tears went to wash their faces. In the meantime, Naruto sent off a text to Anko as a teacher and devil. Hey Anko, I need permission to go to Yongan-Jaya with Makoto. There was a complication when meeting the Phantom Thieves. He sent, opening curly bracket ... What kind of complication? Her irritation bleeding through her response. Turns out that I can understand their cat, the one that appeared as the anime cat in the video. Something that shouldn't have been possible according to them. The blonde replied, and they could sense my energy. Closing curly bracket, opening curly bracket ... Can you do anything without escalating the situation? The Rook groaned. Fine, I'll let Sarah know that you, Makoto, and her friends would like to spend some more time together to catch up away from prying eyes about their thieving days. But it's up to you to contact Rias to help you discuss your energy. Thanks, I planned on it. Do you want to be there? The pawn asked. Nah, I'm assuming Mr. Sakura will be there for adult supervision, considering that it was his cafe that they often used for their gatherings. The snake mistress dismissed. Just remember to be at the bus before we are scheduled to depart tonight. You got it. The Jinchuriki smirked. Now to text Rias and have her meet us at Café LeBlanc later. Hey Rias, gimme a call when you get a chance. 911. Almost immediately she called. Hey Rias, thanks for the quick response. Well, you said it was an emergency. I take something went wrong with your meeting with Makoto's friends. The redhead said plainly. Yeah, turns out that they could sense my energy but were being polite about it until they discovered I could understand the cat. Her pawn said shyly. This is the second time you've escalated a situation since you got here. Do I need to come over to modify memories? The king sighed. No, but I would like you to meet us at Café LeBlanc in Yongan-Jaya after the engagement party to help explain our world. And if it goes wrong, then we can modify their memories. Naruto sighed. They're Makoto's friends. I would rather they understand us. Especially since I am considering asking her to join me once I am able to. Alright. Text me when you guys get to the cafe and I'll come via summoning circle by locking on to your pieces. But I hope you're ready to explain that you haven't used some sort of spell or anything on her to make her like you. See you later, Rias said as she hung up. Well, that's covered, he said before joining everyone else. Meanwhile with Rias, he really is a headache. The Grimoire heiress groaned. What did Naruto want? Akano asked curiously. After her friend repeated the request, the Ravenet couldn't help but giggle. That's adorable. He doesn't realize that she already wants to join his peerage, and the fact that none of your remaining pieces are Sona's reacted to her, she's bound to be his queen. Yes, it's adorable. Rias sighed. It shows just how romantic he can be, even if he doesn't realize it. Rias, we'll get our chance. The half-fallen angel said. I know I'm going to have to reveal my heritage to him soon. Preferably before he's given Rainier and Calawarner. I only hope he won't think of me differently. You know he won't, her best friend said, putting a comforting hand on her shoulder. Once you explain that it's extremely personal and not something you like to talk about, much less admit, he'll understand. Hell, knowing him, he's likely to try and help you come to terms with yourself. Maybe, Akano said distantly before snapping out of it. Want me to come with you to this cafe? No, having two people appear from a glowing circle in the ground might be a bit much. Especially two outlandishly beautiful girls. The king smirked. True. Don't want the other two girls to develop envy, or get some crazy idea that becoming a devil could give them our breasts. Maybe bring Sona with you to help with that point. Her queen sent her own smirk back. I'll ask her, but she should enjoy her own vacation while we're here. The Princess of Destruction nodded. Café LeBlanc, Yongan-Jaya, a few hours later. After an enjoyable party and a little persuasion, Sojiro agreed to let them host another meeting involving more craziness in his cafe, even though he was reluctant about it. All right, now that we're all here, where is this friend of yours that will help explain how different angel and devils are compared to what these five know, assuming that Miss Nijima already knows? The barista asked, getting a nod from the brunette. She'll be here in a moment, I just need to text to let her know we've arrived, Naruto said before pulling out his phone. However, be warned, she said something about appearing out of a magic circle, so while likely pointless, try not to get too surprised. Maybe pull the blinds. It does cause a bright red light. Once Sojiro did as asked and everyone got seated for a lengthy discussion, the whiskered blonde sent the text. Within seconds later, Rias and Sona appeared in the room via their respective circles, shocking Naruto and Makoto. Well, no offense, but I wasn't expecting you, Sona. Rias and Akano maybe, the pawn said after recovering. It's fine. She and Akano figured having two extremely busty girls appearing from a transportation circle and the following conversation might lead to delusions of our kind automatically gaining large breasts. And while I'm not pleased by it, I agreed to help with that. The Sea-Tree heiress said dully. That makes sense, I suppose. Makoto nodded. Now then, let us begin, Rias said, taking a seat at the counter. Please keep in mind that our bus back to Kuo leaves in a few hours, and while the three of us could use our circles to get back, Makoto would be stranded and punished for missing the bus, as well as the three of us need to keep up appearances. So, please, keep your questions until we've finished the explanation. After the lengthy explanation of the supernatural, including the means of turning other species into devils, the longevity of supernatural beings, and with great reluctance, at Naruto's insistence, they explained that he wasn't from this dimension. So, you're not only a ninja from another dimension, but a war hero. Damn dude, glad I didn't take that swing at you when we met at the park. Ryuji laughed, clearly respecting his fellow blonde. Indeed, however, you said the two of you felt a connection when you first met. How can we be sure that you didn't cast a spell on her, even unconsciously? Akira said, asking the expected question. If I have, it was unconsciously, as you said. However, neither of us was ready to enter a relationship at that time. Naruto said plainly, I have my own baggage, as you may imagine. I'm hurt you think I wouldn't notice being put under a spell after our time in the metaverse. Makoto seethed. Even if I haven't been at my best, I haven't lost my spark. I still feel Johanna within me. You still feel your persona? Morgana asked, not having sensed Zoro since the end of the metaverse. Yeah, what have you guys lost touch with yours? The brunette asked, slightly concerned. None of us have felt their presence since we put an end to the metaverse. We still have the same inner strength, just not our companions. Anne said sadly. These persona, Makoto explained to us, sounds a lot like a sacred gear. Sona started theorizing. For you to lose touch with it is unheard of, unless we are mistaken in our theory. No, I don't think you are. Mona said slowly, clearly thinking. You said that sacred gears are inner powers meant to protect humans from the supernatural. That's the same as in metaverse, but requires us to have a strong, rebellious spirit. If Queen is able to still feel Johanna, I assume it has to do with spending so much time in an area with so many supernatural beings. Your theory about our persona, sacred gears requiring mana source makes sense. Quote. Yusuke continued. The palaces were definitely abundant in energy. The thieves nodded in agreement until Haru spoke up. Getting back to Mako-chan and Mr. Uzumaki. I agree, our friend. I have to agree that it might be the mythical love at first sight, but they didn't act on it for their own reasons. We may not know him very well, but it's very clear that they care about each other very much. I think you all should be happy that she even came. She wouldn't have even known about the engagement if not for her teacher announcing the field trip. Sojiro said in a fatherly tone. Nor would she have started moving on from Akira if not for the support Uzumaki has been providing. Not only that, while you guys can keep in touch, I feel Makoto has a new life with these devils. Quote. You're right, Sojiro. Joker sighed before looking toward Naruto and Makoto. I apologize for not being supportive of whatever your relationship is. Yeah, it's clear you belong together. Two sides of the same coin. Anne said, resting her head on her fiancé's shoulder. Such a touching scene. Fox said passionately. I must paint this overflowing display of love and trust. And that is our cue to get back to the hotel and pack up. Quote. Makoto deadpanned, getting nods from her devil friends. It's been good seeing everyone again. My number hasn't changed, but as the boss said, I have a new life now. I'll keep in touch, but I'm afraid it won't be the same as it was before. Quote. We know. Panther sighed before smiling. Who knows, we may come and visit you on occasion. Check out this new town you've decided to call home. Just call ahead of time, Sona said seriously. Kuo seems to have become a supernatural hot spot. Hopefully, we can schedule you during a more peaceful time. We'll do that. Thank you so much. Noir bowed slightly. Back at the hotel, Makoto surprised Naruto by pulling him into a tight hug and kiss on the cheek. Thank you. I was afraid when they not only sensed your energy, but that you could understand Morgana, that was going to lose them completely. You talked Rias into talking to them about the supernatural and not just modifying their memories. Quote. I know how important they are to you, he said with a slight blush from the kiss. And, I have something to ask you. When I get my pieces, would you consider being my first peerage member? Assuming that the fallen angel leader doesn't present his subordinates the second you get them. She said with a smirk before giving a bright smile. I'd love to. I was actually going to ask you to become a part of your team when you got your set. So, what does that mean for us? The blonde asked nervously. I mean, I'm still recovering from Sasuke's betrayal. That just means it's our turn to be there for you. The brunette said, spotting Rias and Akino peeking from their room, kind enough not to interrupt. And not just your future peerage, but the other devils. Rias and Akino mainly because you'll still be there to back them up in those raiding games, it's just not in you to cut ties with your friends and allies. Quote. As much as I want to trust Rias and her peerage, she was willing to let Hyodo get to death's doorstep before she would swoop in and resurrect him. The former shinobi said faintly. If she was willing to go to such extremes to gain a powerful peerage member. What else is she capable of? Naruto Uzumaki. I may know her even less than you do, but I know for a fact that she wouldn't betray you or her family for any reason. She's loyal to her family, which is what her peerage is to her. The Aikido practitioner ground out, seeing Rias' hurt expression. Yes, she's technically going against her family with the riser thing, but I can't blame her. They are being unreasonable, pushing her to marry an arrogant man-whore. Besides, she's not fighting against this just for her. What would happen to Akino and Kaneko if Riser married her? They'd be playthings for the pig, just like the rest of his collection. And Kiba would likely be killed or sold off to be a manservant for another family. That's not something someone with the potential to betray their allies is capable of. Quote. I know you're right, I do. But, the Jinchuriki sighed, unconsciously clutching his chest where the Chidori went through on more than one occasion. I understand, Rias said, making herself known, a sad frown on her face. All I can ask for is a chance while we continue to get to know each other. The same goes for me, Akano said sadly. When we get back, there's something you should know about me, something that may affect how you feel about me. Other than the thing with Hyodo, you haven't given me any reason not to trust you. So I'll give you both the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise. The pawn said. Thank you. The king and queen said together before the redhead turned stern. Now, go get ready. This little chat hasn't left you with much time before the bus leaves. Yes ma'am, see you down there. Naruto gave a mock salute with a smirk. Meanwhile in Italy, the site of Naruto's first job, Kuno arrived at the crater of the former church, and immediately sensed the vile levels of corruption, almost causing her to lose the contents of her stomach. However, she persevered, catching the combination of chakra, yukai, dragonic, and demonic energy. Something she thought should have been impossible. What is going on? Not only with this horrendous corruption on what used to be a church, but the combination of 4 energies. Even the chakra and yukai is completely foreign from what my people know and utilize. However, the demonic and dragonic energy suggests the Red Dragon Emperor has awoken and is in the hands of the devils. The young fox yukai theorized. Only time will tell if that is good or bad for us, but it's clear something more is going on. For a devil to obliterate a church, even a corrupt one, and there being no sign of backlash or open battle between the 2 factions. Mother will definitely want to hear about this. The size of the crater alone spoke volumes of the power this individual possessed, and that frightened her to no end. She only hoped then when they crossed paths, not if, but when, as she was sure it was only a matter of time, that it would happen. On peaceful terms. However, her gut told her that she and her faction would be learning who the boosted gear wielder was very soon. Kuo City. After an uneventful and quiet trip back home, everyone went to their respective homes. At Naruto's home, he was warned by Kurama that someone was in his apartment that shouldn't be there, and Didrag said he faintly recognized the aura. Sitting on his couch was a young woman with long, silky black hair, and violet eyes. However, the most prominent feature was her fallen angel wings. Rainier, I presume, the blonde said guardedly. Where's Asia? Don't worry about your house guest, she's taking a nap in the bedroom, perfectly safe, Rainier said, throwing up her hands in surrender. Instead of her usual leather strap outfit, she was wearing a skin-tight shoulderless white shirt with blue trim and a blue bar going across her breasts. Over it, she wore a fur-collared blue long-sleeve crop jacket that had a white diamond design over her bicep. For her lower half, she wore tight black pants that had large diamond cuts on the side that had blue ribbons holding it closed where each diamond ends, with a gold chain around her waist and black-heeled ankle-length leather boots. Why are you here then? The pawn said with narrowed eyes. I doubt Azazel let you out of your cell. Actually, he did, the Ravenet said coyly. When I said I'd like to get to know my future king before being given away, he let me out, though not without precautions. He's put a type of shock collar spell on me. If I were to do anything more than fly, I'd be incapacitated. Not to mention a tracking spell so he knows where I am at all times. Fair enough. He nodded. I assume you're suppressing your energy, or Rias and the rest of her peerage would be storming in here. Of course, unless Azazel has left a message for Big Red, then I'd be in real trouble, especially with that sadomasochist queen of hers. She shrugged, earning a chuckle from her future king. I haven't witnessed it myself, but I have heard about that. Naruto shook his head. Unfortunately, you've come over at a bad time. I've only come back to change before heading out to meet someone for supper. Quote, oh, Rainier's coy smile returned. Girlfriend. Possible future peerage member. If you must know, yes, they are a future peerage member. We just got back from a field trip to resolve some unfinished business. The blonde waved her off. And it's likely that they'll be my queen. Rias and Sona exposed her to their remaining pieces, and none of them were reacting to her. Well damn. The Ravenet frowned slightly. I guess I'll have to see what piece reacts to me then. You sound disappointed, the shinobi said as he sat down while sending a text to Makoto that he was slightly delayed. The queen is the most coveted piece. It demands a current level of respect and authority, but also the second highest level of responsibility. The fallen angel said seriously. I've heard of peerages that fail due to their queens not living up to the task. So I hope yours can. I wouldn't worry. They have experience from their previous group. He grinned as his phone buzzed with a reply. If you want to know more, talk with Rias, I gotta get going. If only he knew that I already knew who he was off to meet. The future devil mentally sighed. Azazel had me keep an eye on him, knowing he's going to continue to make waves in our world. For good or bad, if only I was able to sneak in and watch that demonstration. The passive strength he gives off alone is intoxicating. That former thief is a lucky girl to have that instant spark. I better go see Red and see about accommodations. She sighed and left before she frightened the young nun. Naruto too quietly got changed, leaving his new coat behind and putting his hooded jacket on, and took off, leaving a note for Asia that he'd be back later, and left a few bills so she could order some food if she ran out while he was away. Sometime later, Nijima's sister's apartment. Well, here we go. The Jinchuriki sighed, readying himself before knocking on the door. Naruto, glad you could make it, Sei said with a small smile. Makoto mentioned you were delayed by something. Quote, yeah, I'll explain inside. He smiled back. Come on in. The defense attorney stepped aside. The blonde nodded and walked in, took off his shoes noticing the traditional stone entryway floor and raised wood floor. The rest of the apartment was much like their old one back in Shibuya. White walls with dark brown, almost black cabarets, an L-shaped couch, a glass coffee table, a love seat on the other side of the table, and a wall-mounted smart TV. No dining table and only a small kitchenette signifying that the sisters ate in their living room. Makoto sat on the love seat, looking up at him with a smile. Hey, so what held you up? Did your house guest need something? Quote, Naruto sat down next to his future peerage member while Sei sat on the couch, eyeing the two who had yet to officially define their relationship. Asia was taking a nap when I got home. The blonde sighed. No, my reason for being delayed is because Azazel left someone of their cage early to get to know me. You mean the fallen that killed the previous host to Drake? I know she's one of the two that he's giving you, but letting a murderous zealot out early raises more than a few red flags. The brunette scowled. Zealot might be a bit unfair. The pawn said, rubbing the back of his head. I agree with Azazel actually, that it was simply miscommunication and misunderstanding of her orders. He wanted her to be on the lookout for Sacred Gear's users and take care of them, as in keeping them safe. And she mistook that for the other. Take care of, order. The ashen-haired woman nodded, following along with this train of thought. Doesn't change that, from what he said to you, that she was obsessed with him. True, he conceded before changing subjects. So, what's the plan for dinner? You're not worried about her spying on you or something to that effect? The former thief asked, not letting the subject drop that easy. Oh, I'm positive she is. And likely on Azazel's order rather than what he said about her being in a cell. Naruto shrugged. I'm creating waves in the supernatural world. The leaders are likely keeping an eye on me, to see if land to take over or something ridiculous. Makes sense, even if the angels are helping you for whatever reason. Sei nodded. As for supper, it should be here soon. I don't how much of our world's food you've been able to have, but we got chicken Alfredo. Quote, sounds delicious. The blonde said with a smile. I take it that you asked me over because your sister told me she wanted to become a devil in my peerage. I was hoping to hold off on the heavy topics until we ate, but you're right. The defense attorney sighed. I just want to make sure my sister will be safe and happy. It's clear you two care deeply for each other, and that is only deepening every day. But she is the only family I have left. Quote, sis, Makoto said softly, getting and moving to give her sister a supportive hug. Even when I go through with this, I will still be here for you for as long as you live. I will do everything I can to keep her happy and safe. the shinobi said seriously. However, there is something not even my mom, Anko, or Rias know that I think you should know before you make your final decision. Your mom, the elder Nijima asked before thinking back. The red head in the green dress, violet eyes. Yeah, Anko, her and I are from the same world. Mom died the night I was born, so that's why she looks that young. It's been 19 days for her, but 19 years for me. There is one other that you'll meet eventually. She's 15 years old, and it's been 4 days since she was killed by my sensei on my first mission. He explained before taking a breath. But that's not what I wanted to explain. I was sent here by the kami of my world, sent me here to help bring peace to the supernatural world here. A lasting peace, not just a ceasefire like it is now. It's not going to be easy, and likely involve a lot of danger, fighting, and help from diplomats. Quote, that's one hell of a job, Makoto said, somewhat dazed. And how it is that you were chosen for such a task? I don't know how much stock you put in prophecies and whatnot, but Kami called me the child of prophecy. I brought peace to my world, even in death after Sasuke killed me. They hunted him down in order for peace to remain when he wanted them to wage war against each other, distrust each other again. The blonde explained. The angels know why I was sent here. My first job was a step in that direction. It involved taking out a corrupt priest that was responsible for Asia's excommunication, which involved a devil related to one of the Satans. Quote, and I thought I'd worried about my sister's safety in these raiding games. Never mind bringing peace to the world. The defense attorney sighed before looking at her sister. Well, sis, what are you going to do now? I will support you whatever you decide to do. I'm sticking to my decision. The brunette said seriously. I want to be at his side as he's been at mine in my time of need. I thought so, the ashen-haired woman said as she slumped into her seat. I will do everything I can to keep her as safe as possible. The boosted gear wielder promised. Besides, Sona's family has an amazing healing facility. I came to this world with a fist-sized hole in my chest, and they healed it so well, there's not even a scar. Quote, that is good to know. The older Nijima nodded. So long as you remain on good terms with them. Hey, considering that her sister seems to adore me, wishing she or Sona had resurrected me instead of Rias. I don't see that being an issue. He chuckled, earning giggles in return, remembering the night of his demonstration. Just then the doorbell rang, signifying their dinner had arrived, and the rest of the evening was calm and sharing stories of their pasts. All the while Naruto and Makoto sat together, cuddling up to each other while they talked. All the while Sei looked on with happiness for her sister, but also with worry, knowing all she could do was be here for the two of them and offer legal advice when it comes to the human world. Day of the battle. Naruto spent the remaining days training with Akeno and Rias, learning to wield his demonic magic, and working with Didrake to achieve the lowest level of balance breaker, at the very least to make a statement that the Red Dragon Emperor had arrived, and Kurama was willing to work with the oversized gecko. For this reason alone, the two still needed to work out their differences, even if they were somewhat more cordial. Now, he was as ready as he could be, his balance breaker's armor providing him some protection from Riser and his peerage's fire-based magic. Now, Naruto was sitting in the Orc Lounge waiting for the signal to transport into the match. Meanwhile, Rias was sitting in the auditorium, slightly worried, while the rest of her peerage, Naruto's future peerage and Sona's peerage, were all there to support her and cheer on the whiskered team. They knew he was powerful, but numbers could overwhelm him. Rias, relax, Anko said, putting a hand on the redhead's shoulder. He's never broken a promise, and he's more than prepared for this fight. We've helped him train, Akeno said softly. All we can do is believe in him. I wouldn't worry. Most of us saw his strength before he started training in his demonic energy. Kushina grinned. I have a feeling he's about to make one hell of a splash. Quote, then it's a good thing that Lady Seraphal has convinced the underworld to broadcast this to the rest of the supernatural world, Haku said with a small smile. Indeed, especially since we got word that a Yukai was seen at the site of his first job, Sona said while eyeing the two fallen in room. What can I say? I was told to watch that site in case other corrupt church members showed up. Calawarner shrugged. Instead of corrupt church members, a young fox Yukai shows up sniffing around. Quote, "We'll find out what they want after this match," Rias said, finally calming her nerves. "If they truly want something from him, they'll be in contact with us in short order." Attention! The rating game between Naruto Uzumaki, pawn of Rias, versus Ressurected and his entire peerage is about to begin. I am Graphia Lucifuge, maid to the Grimoire household, and I will be refereeing this match. On the line, Naruto Uzumaki's life versus Rias Grimoire's freedom. The match will be fought in a replica of Kuo Academy as suggested by Lord Ressurected. Mr. Uzumaki shall start within the Orc Lounge. In order for him to be promoted, he will need to get within the Student Council building, where Lord Riser will be based. Please note that by order of Lady Seraphal Leviathan, this is being broadcast to the entirety of the supernatural world, meaning even the angels will be witnessing this event. So put on your best performance in an honorable fashion. The ultimate queen sounds off. Both sides have 2 minutes to finish whatever preparations you feel are necessary. Within the rating game arena, both sides were chilling without a care in the world. Naruto was planning to start the march with a bang, quite literally. He's already set up explosive tags all over the orc building ready to blow with a single flare of his chakra. Ready guys, time to free Rias and possibly get us promoted to high class. Naruto asked his partners, keep in mind that there is a time limit for the armor, best save it for the playboy himself. He's the one that's likely to go all out. Didrag stated seriously, I'm aware Didrag. 5 minutes is more than enough time to kick KFC's ass. The blonde waved him off. Just kick their ass so we can go home. Maybe you can impress those 2 firebirds enough to be traded to you. Kurama yawned, constantly gathering energy for the slaughter. Wow, thanks, both of you. I can feel the love. Their host deadpanned. Whatever. Let's get this show on the road. Just then, the announcement sounded to start the battle, so Naruto jumped out and headed for the track field after leaving a transformed shadow clone behind. Once there, as he was accepting, most of Riser's peerage was just leaving the student council office, meaning Birdbrain had already sent out his pawns to try and get an easy promotion. Well, he'd wait and see. You're either brave or stupid to come straight to the wide open area of the arena. The rook that caught his interest still saves us the trouble of hunting you down. Give up. The knight that also caught his interest said dully. You're outnumbered and about to be surrounded. 15 to 1 is insurmountable odds. Surrender now and I am sure your death will be quick. Surrounded. I do hope your master didn't send your pawns to the clubhouse. He smirked. Riser's queen, a buxom woman carrying a staff of sorts, narrowed her eyes. You've done something to your base. Instead of answering, he smirked as he got info that the pawns indeed did sneak around to get the early promotion. He formed a single hand sign, causing the clubhouse to express load in a fiery inferno. 8 of Lord Riser's pawns retired. Graphia's voice sounded, shocking their peerage mates, as well as everyone watching. In the auditorium, my word, Venelana gasped. That's my boy. Kushina was laughing so hard she was holding her stomach. Hey, ever the prankster. Anko chuckled while shaking her head. I should have known he'd do something like this. That was a very smart tactical move on his part, Haku said with Searzex and Sona nodding in agreement. Oh, the more I learn of him the more I wish he was part of either Sona's or my own peerage. He's absolutely amazing. Seraphal squealed. There's that steel trap part of his mind. The Cetri heiress said in wonder before turning to Rias. I am not looking forward to the day we end up in a rating game if he can come up with tactics like this. I suppose I should thank whatever divine being set up my finding him. Rias said in awe. He's amazing. Quote, indeed, Rainier said with a nod, with Calwarner doing the same. They'd been told to keep quiet about being promised to the blonde powerhouse's peerage. Ha ha, I knew I liked the kid for a reason. Azazel grinned. You said a divine being sent him to you, what did you mean? Lord Phoenix asked curiously, causing Rias to curse her loose lips. How about we discuss this later and focus on the match for now? Zeoticus, Rias' father, said, coming to his daughter's aid. Quote, Very well, but we would like to hear more about this later. Lady Phoenix said with narrowed eyes. Back in the arena, you bastard, an armored knight growled, drawing her sword and engulfing it in Phoenix flames. She had a severe dislike of dishonorable cloak and dagger tactics. Impressive. It is a shame you were slated for death. Riser's queen said coyly. You would have made for an interesting pet. Sorry lady, I've never been one to submit to anyone. And the thought of serving someone like Riser makes me sick to my stomach. The boosted gear user shrugged, causing most of the girls standing there to growl. As for being outnumbered, I think not. There is only one of you and 6 of us. How are you not outnumbered? Schwalen asked curiously. There is something about this guy that intrigues me. Shadow clone jutsu, he shouted, forming his favorite hand sign, causing 6 clones to appear, shocking the Phoenix peerage and those watching who weren't in the know. Still think I'm outnumbered, and there are 7 of you. Oh, I'm here as more moral support and a spectator than a participant. I don't actually fight, Ravel said from above, flapping her flaming wings. Just what was that ability? And that power that he's using isn't magic. You smug little cretin. You should be thanking your superiors for such a generous offer. Ubeluna, Riser's queen snarled, preparing an attack to deal with this asshole here and now. I think it's time you were taught some manners. As the attack was about to hit, Naruto switched himself with the farthest clone, feeling that this was a wide-range attack. However, the Phoenix peerage didn't see him switch, only watched with satisfaction and some disappointment from Schwalen and Siri. And here I thought he was better than that. Seems his defeat of Mira was, indeed, a fluke. The Cheongsam wearing Rook thought with a frown, only to be brought out of her musing by their opponent's voice. Seems sneak attacks are the Phoenix creed. Both you and your king seem to be fond of them. The shinobi said seriously, standing off to the side with his boosted gear gauntlet on his arm. Now, then, shall we get on with this fight, or do you want to stand here posturing and taunting? Quote, his demeanor has changed, Cyrus thought, looking on in interest, now seeing his eyes harden to those of a battle-hardened warrior. Now, since I know that whatever damage is done here can be healed by the medics waiting outside the arena, I don't need to hold back. He said with his gauntlet sounding off with a boost. You cocky bastard. The bomb queen growled, prepping another attack, only to see the man seemingly vanish in a burst of speed, only to hear something behind her. Before she could take notice, she felt something circular thrust into her back and grind into her flesh, destroying her spine. Damn it, beaten by a freshly reincarnated pawn of all things. Lord Riser's queen, retired. Graphia sounded as Ubeluna's body was transported out of the arena. He took out Ubeluna with one attack. Just who or what is he? Ravel thought, shaking in fear. He even took out all of brother's pawns all at once. Single quote. He's more interesting than I thought. Ubeluna isn't our queen for nothing. Schwalen and Cyrus shared the same thought. The other knight had enough of standing around and charged at the bastard who had insulted her master. She intended to take his head off, since he was dead anyhow once he lost. However, he blocked her flaming sword with that gauntlet of his. Again with the sneak attacks. The Jinchuriki sighed before pushing the sword away and punching her in the armored stomach, denting said armor, and knocking the wind out of her. I get that devils aren't exactly honorable, what with being entities of sin. Hell, in my old life as a shinobi we pulled some pretty nasty shit, but sneak attacks are only effective if the person isn't expecting to be attacked and therefore not with their guards raised. And given my previous life, I am always on guard. What do you mean? Previous life? You were just some lowly human. The drill pigtailed girl said from above. Ah, but that's where you're wrong. Naruto grinned. In the auditorium. Well, Lord and Lady Phoenix. Anko deadpanned with everyone who had spent any length of time with the whiskered blonde groaning. You're about to get your explanation. Quote. What do you mean? Riser's father asked curiously, questioning the reactions of almost everyone in the room. Naruto is about as blunt as a brick to face when dealing with people he doesn't really like or is upset with, Rias said dully. Considering your son and his peerage hasn't made a positive impression on him, nor have they given him reason to give them respect, he's about to spill the beans all over, mostly to piss them off, but also to throw them off their game. Quote, "Oh Naruto." Kushina hid her face behind her hands in embarrassment. Before Riser's mother could voice her being offended, the lone Grimori pawn continued talking. "Back in the arena, I am not from this world, this dimension, whatever term you want to use. I am from a place where normal humans all have the capability to use an internal energy called chakra. The ones trained and awoke that chakra are known as shinobi. However, I am one of 9 shinobi who carry extra chakra beings known as Jinchuriki. I was the linchpin in a war that brought peace to my world. However, I was betrayed by someone I thought I saved from their darkness. I was brought here by divine intervention and saved by Rias by their design." The boosted gear wielder growled while his sacred was boosting every 10 seconds. "Bullshit. Someone worthy of divine intervention wouldn't be reincarnated as a devil. The angels would have been all over you to take you to heaven where you could rest in peace, not get dragged into an other war." Isabella, the other rook, voiced her disbelief. "You'd think so, wouldn't you? But I arrived just as the previous wielder of this gauntlet lay dying," he said, holding up the Longinus. "And just so happened that Rias was summoned by the dying pervert. That and I had a gaping hole in my chest where my heart would be. The only way to save me was to become a devil. So, to say I was just some lowly human insults me, insults my loved ones from my world, and finally, you insult the people who have been nothing but kind to me since I got here. And that." The pawn's wings sprouted from his back, his eyes glowing red and roused into the sky as he produced draconically boosted Rasengan, which was 25 times bigger than a giant Rasengan. "You deserve to be ground into dust." Quote, sensing the danger, Cyrus and Schwalen ran and hid behind the closest building, just before the rest of the peerage, minus Ravel who flew higher, was retired, which was announced by the shocked voice of the ultimate queen. "Now then, aside from slight arrogance, I don't have an issue with the 3 of you," the whiskered blonde said seriously. "In fact, given the opportunity, I'd like to work with you. Whatever capacity that takes would be up to you." Quote, "What do you mean?" Schwalen asked cautiously. "Why would you want to work with us when our king is trying to kill you and claim your king, and the other women of her peerage?" Cyrus added to her friend's question. "And why should we trust you, when you can obliterate us if we so much as look at you wrong?" Riser's sister finished nervously. "Okay, first, I wouldn't just obliterate you for looking at me wrong." He shrugged. "Your pawn friends just fell into an obvious trap. Your queen had her own agenda in wanting me as her pet, and the rest of your peerage members all had Riser's cock shoved so down their throats, they didn't have a thought for themselves. As for you two," the pawn pauses as he points to the knight and rook, "I can tell you take your training seriously and enjoy a good, honest fight. You want to face strong opponents and prove that you aren't just pretty faces to be used and viewed for pleasure. I've been told I'm a magnet for trouble, and in my previous life, strong enemies always ended up finding me, so I'll leave that thought to simmer in your minds. And you, Ravel, I don't think you enjoy these games at all. No, I think you'd prefer running a business, being a PR manager, or just being a liaison between your house and other allied families. I think we could work together to make not only the underworld more unified, but the supernatural world as a whole." Quote, the 3 girls looked at each other in shock. Schwalen and Cyrus knew exactly what he was offering, to be traded to him after he kicked their current master's ass, something they were really starting to believe that he could do. The younger sister of the asshole was in awe that he could read the 3 of them so well. "Anyway, I'd like to ask you 3 to forfeit the match so I don't end up hurting you on the same scale that I plan on doing to Riser. It's gonna make what I did earlier look tame in comparison." The Jinchuriki said as he turned to walk towards the student council building. "Up to you though, but just forewarning, When I gave Rias a display of my strength, the arena, just like this one, came, literally, collapsed. Without a second thought, they did as the blonde asked, despite not believing that anyone had that level of power. Naturally, this pissed the flaming playboy off something fierce, and he stood up and waited for the young upstart on the roof. He did consider copying the pawn's tactics and blowing up his base with Cretan inside, but his pride wouldn't let him do it, simply because it would acknowledge that he was slightly impressed with the future dead man's tactics so far. Everyone was watching with rapt attention to see if the bold pawn would take the promotion or face his adversary as is. Both would lead to different arguments. If he promoted, then they'd simply claim it was the power of the piece he promoted to, which would likely be to the queen. However, if he fought Riser as is, the bigots would call him an arrogant upstart who should know his place. "Ready, D-Drake, time to announce your return," Naruto asked as he walked through the building, keeping an eye out for traps. "Indeed," the Welsh dragon nodded. "However, keep in mind that my rival will likely start seeking us out afterward. You'll have to fill us in on this rival later," the dragon's host commented as he reached the door to the roof. "For now, we have an engagement to ruin." As he kicked out the door, he saw a very unhappy pompous prick. Not that he carried. He was about to make major waves and completely disable this predator of women. "You impudent little shit," Riser fumed. "Don't you realize that this wedding needs to happen? Pure-blooded devils are being outnumbered by reincarnated scum like you. The underworld, no, the supernatural world will collapse with the might of purebloods like Rias and myself continuing our bloodlines. ND therefore our magic. Yeah, and to do that you'd force someone to marry another who despises with every fiber in their being." Naruto asked callously. How would that look for future generations if kids are raised in an environment of arrogance and pride on one side, and hate and self-loathing on the other? That wouldn't speak very well for unity between the two parties now, would it? "After I cremate you, I'll break that hatred and resilience out of her. I'll make her so submissive she won't so much as breathe without my say-so. Her and that slut of queen of hers. And when I'm done with them after they've given me heirs, I'll whore them out the rest of the world and make a premium off them." The asshole with a crazed summoning a massive fireball. Wow, that didn't take much to get him to show his true colors. The whiskered blonde grinned as he prepared to unleash his balance breaker and block KFC's attack. "Congratulations, damn ass, you just completely ruined your reputation across the entire supernatural world. Good luck with that last part of your plan, now." Auditorium. Rias and Akino looked like they were gonna be sick, yet wanting to tear Riser apart themselves. As were the rest of the women in the room. Even his own mother, embarrassed as she was, looked ready to string her son up by his balls. "I think I can speak for my wife and the rest of my family, and say that even if this Naruto doesn't win, the marriage contract between Rias and our soon-to-be disowned son will be null and void," Lord Riser said, barely containing his fury and embarrassment. "Oh, I don't think you need to worry about young Uzumaki losing, but I am glad to hear that regardless of what happens, my daughter will be safe and free to choose her own happiness." Lord Grimori grinned. "My son had better absolutely destroy him, or I'll see just how much the Phoenix regeneration can handle, as I chop off that bastard's limbs one by one until I finally behead him." Kushina growled as her hair was whipping around as if they were 9 separate tails. "Well shit. Didn't think I'd ever get to witness the red-hot habanero in person," Anko thought, taking multiple steps away from the enraged mother. "I'm just glad she's not angry with me." "Wait, your son?" Lady Phoenix asked, getting shocked out of her own anger. "But how? I can tell you're a reincarnated devil like him, and fairly recently too, so how can he be your son?" "Time works differently between our worlds. It's been just under a month since Kushina came to us, however, for Naruto, it's been 19 years. From my understanding, one day here is 1 year back in their world," Venelana said calmly, hiding her own fury very well, knowing her daughter's pawn would win and come out unscathed. She died after giving birth to him after many unsavory events took place. My word. Quote. The Phoenix matriarch said softly. I cannot imagine what that must have been like for both of them. I will let them explain more once Kushina has calmed down and Naruto comes back, Rias said solemnly, getting nods in return. Back in the arena, it's about time I killed you. The soon-to-be disinherited Phoenix raged as he threw a fireball the size of a small sun. Yeah, I don't think so. The pawn yawned before looking serious and releasing the power built up in his sacred gear. Welsh. Dragon overboost. As the attack hit, everyone watching was slightly worried that the obvious hero of this drama just got cooked. However, as the explosion died down and the smoke cleared, Naruto was standing there in full crimson-red armor adorned with 3 emerald gems of various sizes on his chest, 2 gems on both arms by the gauntlets, and draconic-looking clawed feet for greaves, and 2 yellow tusks coming from the mouthpiece of the helmet. Time to end this, the Red Dragon Emperor said firmly, raising his hand and summoning a boosted Ressurected. One that wasn't just a Rasengan with sharp, white, wind blades. No, this one was a mix of red, green, and orange, giving off so much power it was making the arrogant playboy cower. The Satans watching were worried that the armored blonde might end up killing his opponent, even if it's unlikely Anyo Nay would care. The second the pawn threw his attack, Riser tried to get out of the way, only his body to freeze up, unable to move from the paralyzing fear he was experiencing. Then came the agonizing scream of pain, as every nerve in his body was being cut and torn apart to an irreparable state. Before he flew to the roof in a seemingly boneless heap. Lord Riser, retired. Naruto Uzumaki as the victor, Graphia announces as the arena starts to dissipate. Everyone watching beyond Kuo was wondering just how strong this Naruto Uzumaki was, and if he was a threat to their way of life. However, one thing is crystal clear. The Red Dragon Emperor has returned and he has the potential to be the strongest yet. Thanks for watching.